The Washington Nationals and the Baltimore Orioles jointly announced the final resolution today of all issues related to the Masson TV dispute. For the upcoming season, 2025, the Nationals games will be on Mid-Atlantic Sports Network under a new one-year contract. Then, the Nationals will be free to explore alternatives for their television rights for the 2026 season and beyond. The Washington Capitals also have re-signed goaltender Charlie Lindgren. It's a new 3-year deal worth $9 million, a contract extension announced by Senior Vice President and General Manager Chris Patrick. Tonight, the Capitals take on the Ottawa Senators 6:15 on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin goal watch at 884. He needs 10 to tie Wayne Gretzky. He has 31 goals on the season in 44 games. He scored one in the loss to Tampa Bay 3-1.
Coming back near side, Roy. His shot blocked by Gergensen. Roy gets the rebound and trying to get the shot away. Ovechkin shoots and scores! And the Capitals are on the board, and it comes from Ovechkin between the dots.
Meanwhile, the Nationals dropped the Astros 4-3. Paul DeJong, a 2-run shot, and Trevor Williams, 2 1/3 innings in the start. They'll host the Cardinals Tuesday. NBA Washington Wizards in South Beach against the Miami Heat tonight, 7:15 on Team 980. Saturday, they thumped Charlotte 113-100. Bilal Coulibaly and Chris Middleton each with 17. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're all back together again. Good morning, B. Mitch. How do you do, sir?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Good to be back. Obviously, a major weekend for the Burgundy and Gold, man. It's something you and I talked about all last week. It got to the point in Indy where I expected it to happen. Sure enough, Saturday night, I'm out to dinner with my wife, and bang, Washington trades for Debo Samuel.
First round pick.
To me, this is an easy home run.
Yeah, you had to do it.
The best analogy I could come up with is they get a chance to take a really good-looking woman on a date, and all they got to pay for is happy hour. Like a pitcher of beer and some buffalo wings. Like, you don't have to go to the 5-star restaurant for this date.
Yeah. I mean,
the 5-star restaurant
the whole
may
thing
happen.
is when they make moves, and every time we talk about it, we say it for the right price. You know, and I think that was a damn good price. You have to figure it out like that. So I think it was a damn good price.
Yeah, man. Now, listen, I feel like the fan base, and we're going to open the phone lines up kind of off the top here to let everybody react because it's obviously major news. I feel like the fan base is generally all in on this thing. I do think it is there room for skepticism? Sure. But like if you're skeptical because you think Deebo's coming off a down season in which he went over 800 yards per scrimmage, averaged almost 9 yards per touch, he would have been Washington's second leading receiver last year.
Yeah.
And that's in down season. And frankly, I think it was down not just for Deebo, but the whole
team
Niners team. Right.
And they started to get a lot of injuries and things like that happen. But he is a talent. And when you go out there and you get a talent, let's say somebody had a NASCAR, okay? And only thing was wrong with the car really was spark plug. But you know, the idiot that had it didn't understand that. So he sells it to you for very, very cheap. You take it to a reputable mechanic, they go, man, your spark plugs are just bad.
Sure.
You change them up, but you only paid him like a 5th round pick for it.
Right.
Okay. He goes out there, you put the spark plug in the thing, and boom, you get the effectiveness that it always has been. You don't give a damn about what happened before. You care about what's happening now. Well, and I think that's the way that this team is looking with him, with Lattimore, bam. I want to say Macklemore for some reason. Thinking about rapping in damn Seattle. But Lattimore, if they now get these guys in their system under Dan's tutelage and how he works with it, and you get the best out of them, it's home run. And if you don't, you didn't spend a lot for it. Dude, think about that.
That's the thing. Like in your car analogy, okay, well, maybe it cost you a new spark plug, but it didn't cost you a new car. Right? So I think there's nobody, maybe not nobody, but I think there's few people better positioned to know Debo Samuel, the dude, and Debo Samuel, the fit in the locker room than Adam Peters.
Yeah.
I think that's a huge part of this. The fact that they didn't have to rework the contract, he's going to get paid, but Washington not having to guarantee extra years, any of that, you're getting this dude pretty fired up. And you know, I think
I've seen a lot of interviews where he had been talking about Jaden during the season, where
Did you see Jaden's reaction?
He was excited. He's excited to come here. He already was talking about how good he was, how the kid was so cool and under control. Hell, you don't think when they went to him and said, we're going to trade you to Washington, he was like, all right. It wasn't like he tried to fight it. Right. You know, he's thrilled about it. And I think, you know, Toby and I on Friday, both of us were like, look, and a lot of callers, if Adam Peters decides to do it, we'll go with it. Because he seems to be hitting home runs when he tries stuff.
I think if you are skeptical because he's 29, I think that's a little silly. He's not 39, he's 29.
Yeah.
If you're skeptical because last year was a down year, he's 2 years removed. The 23 season, he had over 1,100 yards and 12 touchdowns on a Niners team that lost in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I think his role changed fairly significantly when San Fran traded for Christian McCaffrey. And I think he was able to adapt with that. I think this past season, nothing really went well out there. And I don't believe he is causation nor correlation. I think it was just a good team had a down season. His numbers would have looked really good for what Washington had. For a receiver standpoint, only Terry McLaurin had more receiving yards than Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
From a skill position standpoint, Debo Samuel would have been third in production from scrimmage. It would have been Terry, then B-Rob, then Debo. The only dude, so Terry went for over 1,000 yards from scrimmage. He was the only dude on Washington that did that. B-Rob had 958 rushing yards. And then Jaden was actually the third most productive back from scrimmage. He had 891 rushing yards.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, Eckler missed a bunch of time and finished with 730 yards from scrimmage. I wonder what Eckler's numbers would have looked like with a full season.
Mm-hmm.
But I think at this point with Eckler, you can't really expect full season. I think you expect 12, 13 games.
The concussion thing shows up.
It's scary, man.
And that gets scary because you don't know. And I always say what it was in the past was the spine. Someone said they had a spine injury. You couldn't do a damn thing about it. You had to figure something out. So I don't. So now when you have a concussion, let's be real. Even the people that talk about concussion, they don't know everything about a damn concussion.
Dude,
one guy gets it, he's back this next week. Other guy gets it, he's out for 8 weeks. You don't know. And the guy that's out for 8 weeks, his looked like it was a graze. The guy out for 1 week, you can see he got his tail walloped. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, so you don't know. So you cannot sit up there and once that starts and they have multiple ones, it's a problem.
I think. Okay, so the skepticism, age, I think it's too early, right? And I'll allow that, it's entirely possible Washington is never going to see 2021 Deebo when he went for almost 1,800 yards and 14 touchdowns. Like, you're probably not going to get that guy. He was 25.
You never know, though.
Sure. But, if you get 23 Deebo, that's really good. Honestly, if you get the 2 years in between, he averages 830 yards from scrimmage and 5 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
You know how valuable that would have been in Washington's offense?
Mm-hmm.
I like some of it, I think, is also the scheme fit of all this. I want to be clear that I'm not knocking any of the players that Washington had last year because they were a top 10, top 5 offense in nearly every metric, right?
Mm-hmm.
They did a hell of a job. But, like, I don't think you have to check Pro Football Focus or call Mike Lombardi. Would you rather throw a tunnel screen to Olamide Zaccheaus or to Debo Samuel?
I'm going with Deebo.
Yeah, like he's all the stuff. I think the scheme fit.
I think the way this offense is ran.
Yeah, so much stuff at the line of scrimmage.
He fits what Cliff runs. And I think Zaccheaus can still be a part of this receiving core.
You know
what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
think getting rid of bringing Deebo in precludes any of Zaccheaus, Noah Brown, and De'Ami Brown are all free agents. I don't think Debo's arrival necessarily means anyone's departing.
Yeah. I think what you did, you brought in a playmaker.
Yeah.
And that takes some pressure off of Terry or allows Terry to get more one-on-ones. Okay? And we already know what he does to people in one-on-one. He starts chomping at the bit.
There's so much underneath stuff that Washington didn't struggle with, but that could be better. And I think Deebo makes that stuff a lot better. And I'm fascinated to see kind of how this goes. And I think Washington fans should be absolutely fired up. We're going to open the phone lines up here in a few minutes. Now, the other skeptical point is people get concerned about the amount of time missed. Straight up games missed is really not that big of a deal with Deebo. He's missed 4 games over the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
He played 15 games in 23, played 15 games in 24. Now, I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, B. He also missed none of the playoff games, I would add. But I think because of Debo Samuel's name in fantasy circles, because he can be such an electric fantasy player, and the fantasy world is obsessed with injury news week to week, right? And then day to day.
Mm-hmm.
And then Debo's on the injury report a lot. He's limited. Oh, he didn't practice on Wednesday, whatever that is, right? And
we know a lot of people don't practice, and I think that's a thing that Dan does. He takes care of people. He gets them to the game. That's most important.
And it's a lot of different ailments with Deebo. Like, I'm not suggesting that he isn't on the injury report frequently, because he is, but he only missed 2 games last year. Mm-hmm. Like, if you polled people and asked them, like, how much time do you think Deebo missed last season? I think a lot of them would say, oh, he must have only played 10 games or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not as extreme as it sounds. And if you go through the game logs, it was kind of sporadic, his usage, but like the Niners were just sporadic last year. I don't equate it to Deebo. Week 2 against the Vikings, he went 8 for $110. And then he was inactive against the Rams. Week 4, 3 for 58. Then it's against the
That's almost 20 a carry, 20 a touch.
Well, I'm not even talking about the rushing stuff. There's rushing yards.
I'm saying that's 20 per, almost.
Right. Week 1, he has a touchdown. Week 2, he goes for $110. Then he misses the Rams game. You go Arizona, week 5, 1 catch for 11 yards. You're like, all right, well, maybe he's hurt there. The following week in Seattle, 3 catches, 102 yards, touchdown, another 15 yards on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's all over the place, but I don't know that it's directly attributable to him or the offense or just a team that was trying to figure it out. His next highest receiving total came week 16 against the Dolphins, where he went for 96 and another 25 on the ground.
Hey.
You know what it looks like to me?
Mm-hmm.
I think Terry McLaurin is such a skilled wide receiver. He runs great routes.
Mm-hmm.
He can high point a ball. He can win with his hands. Like he is at the wide receiver position. He is about as pure as it gets.
Yeah.
Deebo ain't that. This is a different dude.
Yeah.
And I think it's a different dude combined with Terry.
He's
that
the guy,
gives Cliff and Jaden a ton of options.
He's the guy that can do multiple things. He can play different things for you, but you got to be careful with. Like I said the other day, I think it was you, maybe on Thursday. can't run him inside the tackles too many times.
Sure.
Because Debo's mindset is Eddie George. You know what I'm saying? Bettis. But his body type is not that. So you got to be careful with him. Getting him on the edges and getting him one-on-one with some people, he has a distinct advantage in those situations. And you do that. But running him inside the tackles, nah. You don't want to do that too many times.
Yeah, man.
Now, if you could catch him on the third down where they spread out and they got one linebacker and they got only 4 people on the line and you spread him out, boom, and he gets one of those gaps, yes, you can try that. But to just slam him in there a lot of times like 49ers began to do because they needed to. They were in desperate situations when most of their running backs kept going down.
I think this one is really, really helpful to an offense that just every offense, you just want more playmakers. You know what I mean? Like when you're on the field, you just want your quarterback to have as many options for guys that can make big plays throughout the year. And I think Deebo does that. I also think it was funny. Dan Quinn at the Combine was asked about like what he looks for in skill position players. And he talked about violence and running everything aggressively. And I just thought the way he was describing it just further cemented in my mind that I thought they were going to get Deebo.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, when you talk violence about a wide receiver, I'd say Deebo or maybe AJ Brown are like the first guys you think of, you know?
I got a text from a guy who played in the league. Okay.
Right.
And he said, man, Deebo would be a lot better in the Commander system. Pass-oriented offense. It would showcase his ability to be a playmaker and you know, he can oppose his will with his physicality, bubble screens, speed sweeps. There's not a DB in the league that want to tackle him one-on-one. The 49 system was run first. This is pass first offense, you know, and he's going to be able to do a lot. And I believe that. You know, I think when the 49ers would run him because, you know, he had the physicality, but he doesn't need to run the ball like that.
Mm-mm.
Run your damn running backs.
Well, they were keeping the other one healthy.
Get him in those one-on-one situations. I like Andy Reid.
Right.
Andy Reid, Pacheco, it runs hard. But what does he do with him a lot? Get him on the flats. Get him out on the bubbles. Get him out there where he got a one-on-one with the defensive back, and they don't want to deal with that. We watch defensive backs these days. They don't want to hit anymore.
I also think Deebo's really good against zone, and I think because of Jaden's ability to take off with his legs, Washington sees a lot of zone, and I think the element you need to me is you still need a speed guy, like a true deep threat, and maybe that's bringing Diami back. Maybe that's drafting. Maybe there's somebody else out there. But like, if you're seeing a bunch of zone and Deebo could just carve up those underneath spots, I do think they're going to bring Ertz back. That's just a gut. I don't know. Ertz wants to be back. Ertz and Cliff are very close. Clearly, things went well with Ertz and Jaden. Especially,
you know what? The reason you bring him back? Because he could play still.
Sure.
He balled last
I don't think
year.
that's that complicated.
Yeah, I don't care if he's cool with anybody, as long as he can play. But that's what I think.
If you have Ertz, who's just able to find those little soft slots, and then you have Deebo, who, when he gets the ball in his hands, DBs don't want to deal with that.
He turns up ready to go. He turns up angry.
I think the other part of it is Noah Brown, I think, really gave them an element that they loved. I think of this, Deebo is a dog-ass blocker.
Yeah.
And Dan Quinn, like that's what they want from their organization, is that our biggest names are still doing all the little things right.
Oh yeah.
And Deebo brings you that, man. And enough. I mean, I think we've made it pretty clear. I think it's a great move. I think there's really low cost on this thing. For everybody that's going to call in and be like, well, what are they doing next? What are they doing next? They're not allowed to do anything until next week, dude.
Yeah.
Deebo was available because he asked for permission to make a trade. Now, maybe John Allen gets traded. We'll find that out, right? I think there are NFC North teams interested in John Allen, but I don't think it's going to net you much. Maybe you get your fifth back. Maybe it's John and a 6, you get a fifth back, but I wouldn't be too wildly enthused about what the draft pick compensation is going to be. Let's open these phone lines up. Debo Samuel, Washington Commander. It is important to point out that it's pending a physical. So if there's anything really wrong, they're going to find it. Debo Samuel, Washington Commander, 800-636-1067. Gary Clark's going to join us at 11. Gary Clark knows a thing or two about having a great receiving core Matt Maiocco from San Francisco at noon, talking about what Washington's getting with Deebo. John Walton, Caps play-by-play, joins us at 1 o'clock. Busy day. Phone lines open now. 800-636-1067.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet hits. That's 150 extra bucks to bet on everything from the conference classes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Especially as you look at the Big Ten, you got Michigan State, and Maryland all making a stretch, and it will probably be a problem for anybody once you get to the tournament. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm not going to get distracted by the password hell I'm in trying to access the computer. I'm not going to get distracted by that, Brian. Because Debo
What I gotta
Samuel,
do, man? Just go to Daniel.
Debo Samuel is now a Washington Commander. I think it's a big trade. I think it's a straight A to me if you're grading this thing.
Yeah. For the value and the potential you get for the price, can't say nothing but.
Totally. Let's check in with the boys in the aquarium. Then we're going to get to these phones. Landini, what do you make of the trade?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Expert analysis, why we pay you the big bucks.
Great stuff, man. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I think it's good.
Let's go to Shane in Oxon Hill. Shane, what up, man?
What's going on, fellas, man? I just want to say I believe that the trade was a great trade, especially for a fifth-round pick. Of course, we take on the salary, which, I feel like in the 2 years, 3 years after this window, we can cut ties if we want to. I believe that we're not done yet. I believe that we're going to potentially make a move in the draft for another young wide receiver because, as you said, he is 29 years old and Terry's getting old. I wouldn't be surprised if we use an early round pick to make, this a stronger position as well. And I also just want to say that I believe that this is his best quarterback that he's ever going to play in. I will leave, the system thing alone because Kyle runs a great system. But just as from a talent standpoint with the quarterback, I think that it'll open up a lot of doors for him as well as having a receiver like Terry McLaurin who can take the top off of defense and leave the middle of the field and the underneath things open, which Deebo is great at, making, good yak and run after the catch and all those good things. So, man, I think it's a perfect fit. He ups our talent level at the wide receiver position, no disrespect to OZ or, Diami Brown. But he's more of a dynamic run after the catch player after he catches the ball underneath. So I think it's a perfect fit. And, I wouldn't worry, like you said, I don't get the whole he misses games and all this because I'm looking at the stat log, the game sheets, he's playing 15 games almost every season besides the 1 year he played 7 games. So, I just think it's the Philly haters, man. The Philly haters, and don't let them get down on us, man. We upgraded, and we still get better. This is just the beginning, fella.
Just the beginning. Great call there, dude. Thanks, Shane. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I hear that.
I thought that was the right call, man. I think most folks are going to be fired up about this one. Let's check in with our boy Rusty out in Delaware.
Russ, what's up,
Rusty,
brother?
what up, man?
Fellas, good morning. How are we?
We're good, dude. How are you?
Hey, I'm pumped up. I think this is an incredible trade, not only for the value, but just the flexibility that a guy like Deebo has in an offense like Cliff's. I mean, just lining him up inside, outside, putting him in the backfield. I mean, I think you had talked about, getting a lot of zone because of Jaden.
Yeah.
I mean, the possibilities, I think, with Deebo's skill set are awesome. Puts us kind of in the same category with like the Eagles as far as having a 1 and a 1A wide receiver. I think that's a huge, huge benefit. His leadership, just like with Terry and Ertz and Bobby, that can help Jaden. And as far as everybody who's saying, we paid $17 million for a guy who is a shell of himself, I'm going to use a Deebo line from Friday and say, what money?
I like it. I like it a lot, Rusty. I mean, a very small part of this. Thanks for the call, Russ. There's a very small part of this that is we all get to use Deebo gifs on Twitter now. I mean, that don't let that be lost on things.
But when you look at this, okay, this is where I'm at. 49ers gave him the signing bonus, right?
Yeah,
that's been prorated. He got that already.
He gets another bonus, I believe, in the first week of the league year.
How much is it?
So here's the other thing.
Because normally you get all your money up front on the bonus stuff.
I missed this yesterday. That's a bummer. When are we talking D tackles, Landfill? What time is that?
12:30.
All right, 12:30. I think I'll save that for 12:30. But news out of Dallas kind of sucks. I think
signed that guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I missed that yesterday. If you consider this fifth was the one that they got sent back in the Lattimore deal too, I think Peters is really kind of playing chess here, and it's just a really big opportunity for Washington.
Mhm.
There's also, we don't know the exact structure of these contracts. Like, you go to Over the Cap and you click on these things, and people believe they understand things. The actual structure of the contract can always be a little bit different. So I think people have to allow for that. Let's get these phone lines going. Blake is down in Wilmington. Blake, what up, man? You fired up?
Oh, yeah, this is a great trade. I think, when you just look at the pure attitude of the team, you look at what DQ wants to do. I mean, this is exactly the guy you want. Yeah, you talk about Noah Brown being a dog blocker, and he is. But Deebo's a dog blocker, and it comes with the talent. Just look at what he was talking about, Bobby Wagner. Came up out of nowhere. This is the type of players that DQ wants. And then on top of that, we already know what he's going to do on the field. He's going to help Jaden. He's going to help Terry. But I just think from the standpoint of the toughness aspect, it's exactly what this offense needed. And this is magic in a pan, JP. You know that. I'm excited. I'm fired up, and we'll see how we go with the offseason. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate the call. So B, I read this. This is from Spot Track. So there's Over the Cap and then there's Spot Track. Those are like the two best, probably biggest salary cap websites with information. They do a hell of a job of acquiring information, but all I'm saying is not all the times are these dudes looking at the actual contract. But I checked in with people in Ashburn. I don't think there's a contract conversation to come, right? Now, I would not be shocked at all if this gets into October and Debo's killing it and they try to figure something out there, or maybe there's a conversion to some guarantees or something. But assuming there is no renegotiation, which I've been told is unlikely, Debo's coming here, 1 year, $17.5 million contract, including a $15 million option bonus that's due on March 21st. Against the cap, though, he carries like a $5-6 million cap hit. And depending on what happens next year, could there be dead money on the back end of this deal? Yes, it gets incredibly complicated. And Adam Peters told you they manage it from a cash standpoint anyway. So they're probably viewing him as like a $15 million player.
Yeah.
And if the production matches last year, that would probably be a little overpay. But what if the production matches 2 years ago and it's a massive underpay?
Yeah, if you look at the salary of receivers now, hey. So listen, man.
That's why you roll the dice, dude.
Yeah, it's a great chance. So,
the updated, if you look at the updated Over the Cap numbers, again, not completely correct, but pretty damn close. With Deebo on the books, they've got Deebo on the books for that 17.5 figure. They still have roughly $65 million in cap space. So this is not something that prevents you from doing anything else.
It's still, you can get out there and work.
Chris is in Edgewater. Chris, what do you think of the Deebo trade?
I think it's fantastic, my man. I think it's fantastic. We got ourselves a hell of a ball player coming to this team, and he's got a heck of a work ethic, and that's what Dan Quinn's all about. And it's going to rub off on them young receivers we have. It's going to be a fantastic addition to this football team. Give me a running back to go along with that. Forget about it. They're going to be unstoppable.
All right, brother.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Appreciate you, bud. Folks are fired up, man. I'm curious if anybody's not. Let's go to Big E, Kansas City. What up, Big E?
What up, though? How y'all doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Hey, man. I think a lot of people got this thing wrong. To me, I love this trade. Simply fact that I know what Washington's identity is, and that's to be physical. You can't be physical without a physical wide receiver. Plus, he needs to be brought in as a piece, not the man, because we know Terry McLaurin is our main. So once that's understood, Washington should have a good year with him.
Yeah, but I think every player has to believe that they're the guy. You know what I mean? And I think we understand who the guy is, but I don't want a player that don't think he's the guy.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying, if they actually, which I think they will, let Deebo know this is your role, do it well, because this is why we want you here. Once that's understood, I mean, I think Washington's prime to make that next leap. And we also need to add juice with the running back too. Whether it probably be the draft, like I allude to this, man. We need running back with vision, not just power and a system. We need a back that can get us tough yardage, if you know what I mean, instead of just running into the pile.
Thanks for the call, Big E. I think it's important to point out that his name was spelled Big Space E, not Biggie.
Yeah.
I wanted you to know that. Let me check in. Jeffrey answering? I want Jeff's take. I'll check in with White Brian real quick. White Brian, over the weekend, it became very clear that, unfortunately for you, the Giants were used to get Matt Stafford the money he wanted to stay in L.A. Now they're talking about Aaron Rodgers. So good luck with all that, White Brian. And meanwhile, your division opponent, the Washington Commanders, traded for a former All-Pro receiver. How you doing, White Brian?
I am completely focused on Auburn basketball.
That's a good
way to go.
Good
B.
sidestep there.
Yeah.
Not. I like that. Auburn looks good as hell, by the way. We got to do a little college hoops later. We got to talk about this Nat stuff, but at least until 11 with Gary Clark coming on, we're taking your calls. Nobody go anywhere on the phone lines. If you're on hold, Disco, Joe, and Riley, I see you guys. Just stay where you are. We're coming to you. There is something that we got to discuss. The real estate market is wild in the DC area. Like, no matter what's going on, real estate's going to be wild here. There's a lot of people with uncertainty at their jobs. Whatever it is going on, you need to work with John Leahy. We understand that there's a lot of real estate choices out there, but Leahy is our guy. B was partying with him just last week. And let's be real. Sometimes selling somebody's house is not for the best reasons. If you have a family member that passed away and you need to make a decision, John Leahy can help you through that, both with the support you need and handling all the paperwork, taking the stress out of a situation where you're probably dealing with enough other stuff. John Leahy understands the emotional and challenging experience that is required, and he's the guy to take care of it.
And if you're looking for more reasons to work with John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, look, John is well-versed in probate process and connect you with estate planners, attorneys, and individuals who can help with auctions, among other things. John Leahy has over 1,365 star Google reviews. Numbers like that don't lie. If you want to renovate your home, stress-free, fix now, and pay when you sell with John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. If you feel that hosting open houses and having people in and out of your house is overwhelming, let John. John has a solution. John Guaranteed Offer gets you an instant cash offer before you even list your property. Close on time on a timeline that works for you.
Here's the thing. Whatever you got to deal with, the probate process, estate planners, attorneys, all that kind of stuff, John can set you up with the best people, the best contacts to make the process less stressful for you. And here's the other part. If you just want to figure out how much maybe a house is worth of a loved one's that's passed away, check out the website, man. You go to find out what your home is worth. There's a valuation tool on his website, johnsellsdmv.com. Punch it in there. You get an answer in about 30, 45 seconds. Bang. Make your decision from there. To connect with John, you can Google John Leahy Group. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, Jon, or call him 301-900-3052. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Commanders made a big move this weekend. Doesn't mean it's the only one. But they definitely answered the will they make a big move, adding former All-Pro wide receiver Debo Samuel to the offense. I imagine Cliff is fired up. Jaden posted on Instagram how excited he was. We're checking with the phones. Tobias is in D.C. What do you think about the move?
Hey, B. Mitch and Philly, what's going on, man?
What up,
What's
bro?
up, dude?
Hey, long time listener, first time caller. First off, B. Mitch, man, I got your autograph, man. Yeah, big fan.
Appreciate you.
You talking about fired up, man? I'm super fired up, man. Like, man, this team, we got something in the making, man. And mark my word, it's more to come. It's more to come. It's more to come. And that's just all about it, man. 'Cause I got so much to say. Like, I'm super excited, man. Oh, Deebo. I'm telling you.
I like it.
All right, bro.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, where are you at on this trade, buddy?
I'm with the move. Last week I said I didn't want him if we had to give up too much, but one pick, fifth round, I'll take that. It improves our wide receiver room drastically. We can now open up our playbook more. I'm excited to see what else happens the rest of the offseason.
Jeffrey's excited. I like it. Disco, what do you think of the Deebo trade?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Yo, I'm loving it because here's the thing. You know, right now the Eagles are the bullies on the block. And I'm not saying Debo Samuel's A.J. Brown, but they have a physical receiver that likes to punch you in the mouth. So now we got a piece now that they see the bullies don't like to get hit back.
Mm-hmm.
So now we got a piece now that hits you in the mouth. So now I like the configuration. The only thing though, and the price was right. The only thing I would say is that I would like to see them get other, like when they get these veterans, I like to see rookies and like younger players get infused and layered in. So that's one thing. And then the second thing, and after
They
this,
will, though. Draft's coming.
Yeah, I get it. And then, let's get some guys. But I'm loving this. Let's get some guys in here that weigh over 300 pounds, and let's rock.
There you go.
Big boys,
Get
man.
the big
Thank
boys
you.
that smell like bacon.
Yep.
Thanks, dude.
Hi, bro.
So I feel like everybody on the phones has been pretty positive. I have gotten some of this kind of reaction. This dude, Tony Henderson, says, yeah, Debo Samuel plays a lot of games, and he plays a lot of those hurt, meaning his production is down. And the fact that everybody's happy about getting other people's broken toys because we've never had any nice toys of our own is just attrition from the bottom. Debo plays very physical. He does play through some stuff. I don't get.
But everybody's hurt. And if you can play through it, that's a bonus. If you can't, it's not a bonus.
The notion of broken toys, the reason San Fran is getting rid of Deebo is because they need more money to give to Purdy. Like, the reason San Fran is just dumping this thing is because they got to pay Brock Purdy. That's the reality. This isn't a condemnation on Debo Samuel. I think
it's a salary cap move.
Right. And they have probably more cap moves to make. I mean, they still have Warner, Kittle, and Trent all have high cap numbers with no guaranteed money. Like, I don't think all three of those dudes are playing without a guaranteed dollar this fall.
Yeah.
They just did the Ayuk deal, then he gets hurt. Nick Bosa's guaranteed $30 million this season. Like, they just got a lot to try to figure out there. And I think this was a byproduct of that, frankly. Joe is in Raleigh.
Totally.
Joe, what up? How you like the Deebo trade?
Oh, what's up? I love it. First time caller, long time listener. I've been seeing all this Eagles fan smack talk about the trade. So I went and asked ChatGPT to compare our receivers to theirs. And so Terry McLaurin and Deebo have a combined 794 over the past 4 years, 794 receptions, 171 receiving yards, 60 receiving touchdowns, and 1145 rushing yards with 20 rushing touchdowns. The Eagles have 754 receptions, 11,000 receiving yards, 76 receiving touchdowns, and 1 rushing yard and 0 rushing touchdowns. So we're competitive, if nothing else, over the last 4 years. So I love the direction.
Thank you, brother.
All right, brother. Appreciate it.
Joe got the stats. How about that?
So I'm bringing all the stuff.
Thanks, dude. Commandante is on the line. Commander, do you like the Deebo trade?
Oh, I love it. I'm telling you the truth. After coming to the Cavs game, my son went to his room. He popped out ready. Dad, we got Deebo. He goes, ain't going to happen to myself. Who's telling you this? Adam Sandler. Oh, I'll be not drunk. Shit. Then I went up, listen, I go, man, this is for real.
Commander. Jeff, have a talk with the commander, please. I mean, we love you, buddy. But
certain words we can't say, bro. Hell, I want to say them all the time. Just can't say them.
I mean, if people are, I bet people can imagine how B. Mitch and I actually talk most of the time, and it is not.
You're worse than me, dog.
Yeah. Who do you think curses more, me or B?
You. No, Landfill curses more than everybody.
Landfill might curse
All
more
he
than
does is curse. Don't be trying to put me in those stuff, Landfill.
That's not true.
I want to beat you up anyway.
B-Mitch, there's just a lot of aggression by B. Maybe his are more memorable.
Yeah, I use the F word a lot. But B's tend to be accompanied by like hostile threats.
Yeah, by threats, you know.
No, I just tell you how I feel and I'm done with it.
Yeah, you feel that you want to fight somebody.
Speaking of great receivers, Gary Clark, Super Bowl winner, Washington Redskins, joins the program next.
The Nationals and Orioles have jointly announced the final resolution of all issues related to the Masson TV dispute. For the 2025 season, Mid-Atlantic Sports Network will broadcast the Nationals games, but after that, the Nationals are free to explore alternatives for their television rights in the 2026 season and beyond, and you can bet they're going to do that. The Washington Capitals have re-signed goaltender Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year, $9 million contract extension. Tonight, they face off against the Ottawa Senators at 6:15 pregame on The Fan. Alex Ovechkin goal watch at 884. He needs 10 to tie Wayne Gretzky. 31 goals in 44 games already this season, even with a broken fibula. Just absolutely amazing. He scored a goal in the loss to Tampa Bay. Caps are trying to snap a 3-game skid. Florida State and Clemson will vote tomorrow on an agreement that would ultimately result in a settlement of 4 ongoing lawsuits between the schools and the ACC. The new revenue distribution strategy would solidify the conference's membership for the near future. Nationals beat the Astros 4-3. Paul DeJong, a 2-run shot. Trevor Williams allowed just 1 run on 5 hits in 2 1/3 innings. 57 pitches. Nats host the Cardinals Tuesday. Wizards against Miami Heat tonight, 7:15 on Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Time has come. Raise the roof and have some fun. Go away, need work to be done. Let the music play on, play on, play on, play on.
So I got to put this one on Lamphin.
Everybody dance.
Because when he plays this, I know B's going to sing, but I actually want to get to the guests as fast as possible on this one. Maybe Gary will sing it with you.
Fiesta forever.
Speaking of Fiesta. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend, Mr. Gary Clark. Gary, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
We good, brother,
We're
man.
great,
What's
man.
happening?
2-time Super
I'm
Bowl
just trying
champion.
to be Mitch. I want to sing like B Mitch.
We can have him play the music some more.
When I start singing, the dogs start howling. No.
I just said I wanted to sing like B Mitch, not that I could sing like B Mitch.
Gary, I know you had a big event over the weekend that I want to talk about, but I'd like to start anyway with the trade for Debo Samuel. You won 2 Super Bowls with the Redskins, 4 Pro Bowls. You know what it was like. Obviously, the posse is a pretty legendary receiving group between you, Ricky Sanders, and Art Monk. What's it like to be in a receiver room that has a number of kind of dog top options on it?
Well, I mean, it's always good to have, for a quarterback especially, it's always good to have a host of receivers. A lot of teams have 1 to 2 really good receivers, but when you have 2 to 3 really good receivers, that makes it extremely hard for a defense to try to shut somebody down because you can't double everybody, you know. And with Terry McLaurin, and I mean, Terry's just a beast. And then you have Deebo coming in now, who's already proven himself to be legendary. So it's going to be a nice addition, I believe.
Hey, Ricky was a deep threat. Art was that guy who run those medium routes. You would just take it. You go deep. You would take it short, go the distance. Having guys that do different things, and you know they do them well, how much strain does that put on a defense?
I mean, a lot, quite honestly. I mean, because seriously, back when we played and we did have the posse, like you got to pick your poison, and a lot of times you picked wrong. I mean, honestly, between all of us, Ricky Sanders does not get the credit he deserves. There's nothing Ricky could do. He could go short, he could go mid-range, he could go deep. Quite honestly, Art too. I mean, people forget before me and Ricky got there, Art was our long-range receiver, along with Charlie Brown, of course. But when you got guys who are really, really believe in themselves, like I know Terry does, and I'm pretty sure this Deebo does as well. I don't know him, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure based off his playing ability that he does definitely believe in himself. When you have that air about yourself, you ain't got to tell you, B. Mitch, like, you like, punt it to me. I don't care if somebody's right in my face. I'm going to catch it, make this person miss, and take it to the house. When you got people that got that type of mentality, it's extremely hard to shut them down because at some point in time, they just get mad. They get mad when you shut them down on one play, you shut them down on two play. And the best thing about playing receiver, you can shut me down all day, but if I still get one on you, I got one on you and I score a touchdown.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, what do you make just of having watched Deebo, kind of the level of physicality he brings as a wideout? I mean, he's a different dude.
He has
man.
your mindset and he runs the ball like I would try and run it, Gary.
I mean, that's just that's the type of mindset you want everybody to have, because if you can run the ball like B. Mitch, B. Mitch is running through people as well as making them miss. I was going to make you miss. I was not going to try to run through you because I didn't have that capability like a B. Mitch. When you got somebody that can do all those things, that's special. And again, line them up beside Terry. I mean, Terry Mack, a beast, man. I mean, I've never, quite honestly, he's one of the best I've ever seen play the game, and this is the beginning of his career. If he can maintain that throughout the rest of his career, having those two guys together is just going to be. I like our chances of going back to the championship game and winning it this time.
That would be something, man. Going to a Super Bowl. We're talking with Gary Clark. You can give him a follow at Gary Clark Inc. on X. Gary Clark, 2-time Super Bowl winner with the Redskins. And I just found this. B. Mitch and Doc always give me a hard time. I like to tweet out quotes from our guests as the show goes on. And I searched, and on Twitter, on X, they have a GIF of that. I feel like I always bring this up when we talk. That Monday night game against the Giants in the Meadowlands, you caught that bomb, like a 60-yarder from Rip to take the lead in that game. That play action, Rip kind of rolled to his left, I think. It was cool to watch. I love that, watching that play. I imagine you remember it fondly.
I did, because I dropped one a little earlier, so I had to make it up.
Wideouts,
I got the monkey off my back because that Giants game was. I mean, the Giants was Joe or Achilles heels for about 3 years in a row. So those games, I hated the Giants more than I hated the Cowboys, just because, anytime you get beat 6 times by a team in a row, that has to stick in your gun, man. Having an opportunity to come back and win that game, and it really just nobody. We were definitely 91 was the best team. For me, the best team in NFL history, quite honestly. I really do believe that in terms of Super Bowl teams.
I kind of agree with you.
But we didn't get our props until we beat the Giants. Even though we was like 7-0 or 8-0 before we played the Giants, something like that, we didn't get our props until we beat the Giants, when people truly believe, because the Giants had beat us 3 years before, both games each season. So it was anytime I could play well against the Giants, which quite honestly, most of my best receiving games were probably against the Giants statistically wise. It was a big deal for us, especially that year, because we knew how good we were as a football team.
Yeah, I mean, that team was loaded. I think, obviously, now for the Commanders, you've got McLaurin, you've got Debo Samuel, who's a different kind of receiver altogether. Like, he's a different guy. And then you've got Luke McCaffrey under contract. Obviously he was a rookie, kind of converting to a lot of things, right? He had to get used to the speed of the NFL, and he's still kind of learning the position after playing quarterback for most of his life. What'd you think of Luke as a rookie, and where do you think he could grow this year?
I mean, I think football's in his blood, as we all know. I mean, he comes from a family of ball players to play at that level. So,
right.
I mean, I think it's just in his blood. I think he knows how to pivot very quickly, at the end of the day. I mean, anytime when I saw him as a return guy, I just kind of smiled. I was like, okay, he's a return as well. I mean, that was kind of interesting to me as well. I mean, good return man. He's no B. Mitch. He's no B. Mitch, definitely not a B. Mitch. But to be able to go back there and do that, it's kind of more like a Ricky Sanders, where Ricky was a utility guy when we first got him. Ricky did a little bit of everything. Return kicks, every now and then return punts. But he didn't find his groove to his receiver until his second or third year. That's when he really found his groove and became the type of guy that we knew him to be. And I think McCaffrey is going to be similar to what Ricky Sanders was, where he could almost probably be the best receiver on the team if he puts in the work every year.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool comp. I mean, if he gets to close to Ricky. I have said this before. I still don't understand why Ricky Sanders' name isn't in the Ring of Honor. That's just a miss to me. The damn president called him out. I mean, remember Ronald Reagan looking to throw
Ricky
a pass?
Sanders?
Yeah, like he should be in the Ring of Honor just for that. Maybe that's something the new owners aren't even aware of, and
That's what I think. I think the owners just aren't aware of it. Even quite honestly, even before I got put in, I remember Mr. Snyder apologized because he thought I was already in.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wasn't. I mean, a lot of people. I mean, he thought I was already in when it came to his attention that I wasn't in. Then they put me into the Ring of Fame. So I mean, Ricky Sanders definitely deserves to be in there. I mean, come on, man. We don't win Super Bowl 22 without Ricky Sanders.
All right,
we're
gonna say this loud for everyone to hear, and a lot of folks listen. Let's get Ricky in this year. Let's do it. That's the easy one. I will
be long overdue.
Yeah,
long overdue.
I will send a text on that one. I will send a text on that. Going forward, Gary, what do you think this offense still needs? Obviously, they could lose a lot, right? I think you got to get Ertz back. Questions on the line. Maybe you're adding a running back. Like, where do you think offensively they have to add?
I think they got to just tighten up the offensive line a little bit better. I mean, we're fortunate that Jaden's able to escape a lot of things that comes his way. But if we tighten it up a little longer, I mean, it's going to be unbelievable what they're able to do. I mean, the same team didn't go into the championship game, is what I feel like. The same team didn't go into the championship game. You take one play away, and I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, by the way. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but on that fourth down play in the first half, they shut down that fourth down fade route that got caught.
Mm-hmm.
We get the ball. It's fourth down. 10 yards, win field goal race down there.
Right.
We go and winning that game, not winning, leading 15-14 at half. Leading. But they scored a touchdown based on that great fade route that the guy caught. And then we fumbled the ball, and then they scored another touchdown. That's a 14-point swing in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
It's kind of hard to overcome that.
That's it. That's the difference in the game. Momentum's everything. And when the team has momentum, then they really start to believe in themselves. And then when you do something like that and you give it up, you start not believing in yourself. So, I mean, we're a step away. I can relate. My first championship game, I lost to the Giants. Damn Giants. Lost to the Giants. You know, I went into that game feeling good about myself. It's like my first Pro Bowl year. You know, I'm kind of cocky. I'm a little arrogant. And I didn't have a good game. And I didn't practice that week, that Friday. You know how Friday we come up, B. Mitch?
Mm-hmm.
I passed on it. You know, the rest of my hamstrings, had like a bum ankle, just rested it. But I should have went out that Friday. So, but I lost my first championship game. And because I didn't play good, and I guarantee hopefully a lot of players felt this way on the Commanders, I made a deal with myself. If I ever had a chance to get into a championship game again, I was not going to lose. Because to get to the championship, why lose the damn game? I would rather just not even play.
Yeah.
You know, to get in the championship and lose, because the next step is a Super Bowl. How can I do that? That's something every player's wishing for their whole life. And you get there, and you have a nerve to have a bad game like I did. I never forgave myself, quite honestly. You're talking about a grown man crying. I cried after the game. I cried for at least 3 months, once a week after that was over.
Wow.
But I went to work the very next day when I got home. The very next day, I started planning for the next season. I was not going to allow that shit to happen again. That's that simple.
It's been a hell of a morning. I think, Gary, I love hearing that.
See, they think I'm the only person that get a little hyped up. I tell everybody, pound for pound, you're the baddest man I've ever met.
I appreciate that, B.
Well, Gary, I think one thing you'll love is I was in the locker room after they lost to Philly in the title game. I was in the locker room the next morning when they did locker clean out and had to deal with all the, life comes at you fast. The day you lose, your season's over, and you get a box and you got to put all your stuff in it. There was not a single person that was happy with how it went. Happy that they got to the title game, happy about the season. They were all just pissed they lost. And I think when I saw Jaden at the Super Bowl, I don't know, 10 days later or whatever, he was still just pissed they weren't playing. And I think that kind of leadership, even from a young guy, is the right mindset. Nobody was happy with how it went, you know?
That's important to me. Like, there's nothing worse, you know, especially I call it, I guess, the old school players. There's nothing worse than seeing a team when they lose a football game, for me anyhow, to see them go across the field, hug the other freaking players on the other team who just kicked their butt. You know, don't get me wrong, I'm about sportsmanship, but I'll catch you 3 weeks after the season's over, and then we can talk about how you guys kicked our butt. But I'm not going to go hug you after you just kicked our butt. I'm pissed off. I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong that allowed that to happen and what my teammates did wrong to allow that to happen. Mm-hmm. So I'm so glad to hear that these guys were upset about the loss. They don't have any smiles on their face, because when I see somebody who has a smile on their face after somebody just kicked our butt, he's my teammate, I want to punch him in the face. That's what it is. I mean, just what it is. I don't get it. What do we have to be happy about?
Yeah.
There's nothing to be happy about. We just lost. There's nothing good about losing. Nothing.
Right.
There's nothing. People say you learn from it, and I get that. You do learn from losing, but you know what? That's one time I just want to be stupid, because I don't want to lose. I just don't. I don't like it. There's nothing about it. It does not make me feel good. All it does make me drive harder, though. When we did lose that game against the Giants, I tell you, I was on a mission for the following season. I hope the same thing happens to our team this year, that we go back to the championship game, but we win the championship game. Everybody who didn't play as good in the last championship game plays better. And it gives us a chance to really go and show what we can do in the Super Bowl. You know, I'm so mad. I mean, I'm 2-3 in NFC championship games, and that one game that we lost pisses me off. But I'm 2-0 in Super Bowls. So the key is being undefeated in Super Bowls. If you can do that, then you're going to be happy. Not completely happy because you lost the championship game, but you're going to be happy for the rest of your life.
I think a lot of the guys on the team now, adding Debo Samuel with a Terry, they have the mindset that you have. These guys are going to work, you know, and when you get receivers that work like that, then you can change your team. As Dan Quinn said the other day, he want those skill position players that are violent.
Yeah.
Debo is violent. Terry, once you start talking a little trash to Terry, becomes very violent.
Terry, between the lines, is a bulldog.
Terry's a beast, man. I mean, this is what I like about Terry. He's kind of a combination of me, Art, and Ricky tied into one. He has Ricky's hands, he has art discipline, and he has my passion. But the best thing about him, like, unlike me, where I'm going to let it come all out at you, he can hold it inside, kind of like Art did. You know, he can hold it inside, but he's still passionate. He wants to win. He's not your friend after the game if they lose. That's not Terry. He's well disciplined. He's not going to say something stupid like I would say. You know, he's not going to be like F you, because that's what that's made to my friends on the other team if they beat us. I'm not happy. If we win the game, I go lie to him and be like, you know what, we lucked up today, guys. You guys should have won. We just lucked out. I'll be that way if we won the game. If we lost the game, I'm not shaking your hand. I'm going in the locker room and figure out what the hell I did wrong.
Yeah. Talking with our friend Gary Clark here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Give Gary a follow at Gary Clark Inc. INC. Dude, got to ask about the event this weekend. B. Mitch was telling me about it. Be describing the location of this thing, how big it was, how there were all these different areas. Tell us about what you put together and how it helped.
I'll tell you what, we just wanted to do a tribute gala to players, you know, past and present at the end of the day. When it came down to it, B. Mitch and Santana Moss, they were our legends that we wanted to celebrate and pay tribute to, because honestly, I don't think B. Mitch ever gets enough credit for how, I mean, to be the best at what you do and better than everybody else. I mean, better than everybody else. That's just huge. And Tana doesn't get, I mean, the Cowboy Killer, you know, he's known for being the Cowboy Killer, but he was a complete receiver all the way around. And to any time you play 14 plus years, I didn't play 14 plus years in this league. Anytime you can play that and still play at the same type of, Tanner could have played another 3 years if he wanted to, quite honestly. I mean, that's how good he was. To maintain that conditioning, that speed, and that he was a gentleman about the game. But I know internally he's not a gentleman. Internally, he is not a gentleman. He wants to put a knife through you every single time. And B. Mitch, again, like I was telling people before, I still don't believe B. Mitch was a quarterback. I think that's a lie. I don't think he ever played that position. I think he was a linebacker. Playing quarterback. I've never seen anybody come in and attack not a quarterback. They're worried about getting hurt. B. Mitch was never that way. From the time he came in and put on a uniform, he wanted to fight everybody his rookie year in training camp, like everybody. I've never seen anybody do that before. And then to see what he did as a return guy, never been a return guy, not ever until he got into the NFL. That's just simply amazing. What he was able to do, how he was able to do it, and the way he carried himself. And the best thing about B. Mitch is he's going to tell you the truth. Good or bad, he's going to tell you the truth. And that's what you can appreciate your teammates to do. That's all you want. Just be straight up with me, tell me the truth. If I suck, let me know that I suck. It's okay.
Yeah.
If I'm not a man that can accept when I play bad and you're trying to get me to play better, then that's the problem. B. Mitch always brought guys together, made them play better. And the worst thing Washington ever did, and it could be one of the best things for B. Mitch, is they gave up on him for a second. He goes to Philly and makes them pay for it every single time that he plays them. I sit there and shook my head. I used to be like, why piss B. Mitch off? That's the one person you don't want to piss off.
Yeah.
It's the one person you don't want to do because he's going to come back and hurt you. Same mentality. We have the exact same mentality.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think the best locker rooms have that like self-policed, self-discipline. And I think when you have that, when coaches don't have to step in, it really lifts a team up. Gary, last thing for me, I was listening to Doc over the weekend, maybe on Sunday, and he said Gary Clark is the new DMV Don King. That man can promote an event. So I don't know if you've ever been compared to Don King, but congratulations.
I hope not. I don't want to be Don. I definitely couldn't be Don, but I don't want to be Don either. But no, I mean, it's just something that when I get something in my mindset, I try to make it happen. I try to make it happen the best way that I can. And but I was very fortunate to have great sponsors that allowed us to put on such a great event for B. Mitch and Tana and Terry McLaurin. I mean, it allowed us to really be able to do it. Patty Pierre-Lenardi, Firefly Sellers. I mean, without her contribution, I wouldn't be able to reward B. Mitch and Tana on the way that we did. But they're well deserved, and I hope to take it and make it an annual thing where each year I'm already asking, Tana and B. Mitch, people that they think deserve the opportunity to win the same type of award, which is our NFL Legend of the Year award. That's the way I look at it.
Very cool, man. Well, Gary, thank you for making time
Appreciate
for
you,
us,
brother, man.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, guys.
Hi, bro.
Gary,
Gary
Clark. Give him a follow at Gary Clark Inc. Just an absolute badass.
He's a badass
for
man.
the Burgundy and Gold for many, many seasons. 8 years in Washington, almost 9,000 receiving yards. And surely this total can't be right. 58 touchdowns. 58 touchdowns in 8 seasons.
Oh,
Damn.
that's doing it.
That's a dude getting it done at a
Hell
very,
yeah.
very high level. Another dude getting it done at a very, very high level is our friend Paul Henry. I was chilling in my sunroom all weekend, pretty much. I love it. He's completely transformed my house. The windows keep it nice and warm. It was windy as hell. Was it windy by you?
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
the wind was howling, and we didn't have a single draft come through the house because we got Paul Henry windows and doors. You should do the same thing. All month long, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's window installation.
Jay, I realized the same thing. Normally when you get those big gusts of wind, you would always feel a little draft coming through the windows and doors and things like that. But I noticed this weekend I didn't have it. My pool is no longer covered because the pool cover completely blew off. So I got to get that reinstalled. But Paul did a great job when he came to my house, took care of all my windows and my doors. So you can call Paul right now to receive 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Big news from Major League Baseball broadcasting. The Nationals and the Orioles have jointly announced the final resolution of all issues related to the Masson dispute. It's a one-year deal with Masson, but after that, the Nationals will be free to explore alternatives for their television rights for the 2026 season and beyond. The Washington Capitals have re-signed goaltender Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year, $9 million contract extension. Senior Vice President and General Manager Chris Patrick making the announcement. Capitals play tonight against the Ottawa Senators, 6:15 pregame on The Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. I'm Byron Curb on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Jeff, I should have given this to you when you were just in here, and my bad for not doing that. Shout out to Danny Frank. He gave me this Pusha T bobblehead, and he said it's for you. I guess you said you wanted this at one point. They gave it out at a Wizards
I appreciate
game?
you for that. Yeah, that was a while back.
Do you want it, or do you want it to be in the wall of bobbleheads here in the studio?
Let's add it to the bobbleheads in the studio.
Okay. That's B. Mitch's department. B is the bobblehead placer. Show the stream what it is when you get it out of the box. It's the Pusha T bobblehead the Wiz gave away at some point that Danny had for Jeff. So shout out to
Appreciate you, Danny.
Yeah, man.
Way to go, D. Get Jeff on the road one day and hang out with us.
We got a lot of bobbleheads in here, and many of them I don't even know who they are.
There we go. There we go.
Why
are we so far behind?
Yeah, White Brian, step it up. We have Screech with the pride flag. We got Elena Deladon, TJ here. I'm going to show everybody on the stream just how messy everything is here. But look at all these bobbleheads, man. Racing Presidents. I think that's Tiafo. Mike Rizzo with a backwards hat. A whole bunch of Nats. That was the Kyle Finnegan Star Wars joint. And bang, Pusha T has joined the club. Obviously, it was a busy week last week in Indy for the NFL, but it's a busy week in DC, just sports in general. Caps are stumbling a little bit. We're going to talk to John Walton coming up at 1:00, kind of get an update there.
Come back and you score 2 touchdowns in 2 games. You're normally going to stumble a little bit.
Yeah, I think maybe they just came back so hot and then came down to earth a little bit. But I'm going to the game tonight. B's going to the game tonight. Tischler, Ahmet, Danny, Kerwin's going to the game tonight, B. So should be fun. They could really use a dub. Maybe a weird 6:30 start time. I don't really know what to make of that, B.
I think it's 6:30 most times now.
Nah, dude.
Weird,
Baseball has moved up, but I don't think hockey has.
Hey, last time I went to the game, 6:30.
Maybe on a weekend.
Yeah, but
is that
it's a Monday, dog.
Is it like on Apple TV or something? Usually when there's a different time, it's like because it's streaming. I don't know either. We'll ask Walton. But B, the combine is now over. Everybody all the measurements are in, all the stuff has happened. And I think you start to look at who maybe helped themselves this week. And this was actually, if you remember when we had Jordan Reed on the show last week, he talked about this dude Connerly from Oregon. Connerly had a really good week. I'm reading now from NFL.com. Connerly is not the biggest left tackle in this year's draft class. 6'4", almost 6'5", 6'4" and 5/8, 311 pounds, 33.5-inch arms. But he might have been the smoothest mover in drills at the combine. his 1.71 second 10-yard split and 34.5-inch vertical. 310, 34.5-inch vertical. Matched the fluid explosion he showed in drills. Connerly was low and quick in pulling drills and pass pro work. It's going to be tough for teams picking late in the first round to pass on him. I know a team picking late in the first round.
Yeah, I know a team picking late that probably need offensive lineman.
Totally. And I think, Dan Quinn got asked about, are you committed to kind of your best five, or are you committed to the linemen you have at the positions they're at? And there's been some discussion around Brandon Coleman. If you move him inside, would he be better? I think I was listening to Doc yesterday. I think he had Kedrick Golston on. I came in late in the interview, so I wasn't exactly sure who it was, but it sounded like Ked to me. And he was saying Coleman could be a really good guard. Here's what's almost crazy about this Connerly conversation. So Connerly, 6'4" and 5/8, 311, 33.5-inch arms, right? Coleman, 6'4.5", 313, 34 and 5/8 length arms. They're
34 and 5'8".
Yeah,
that's some long arms.
Well, and I'm saying, like, that's pretty comparable, though.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know,
because I was looking at that stuff. They were talking about the threshold is normally right around 33 inches for your arms, and if a guy arms are shorter than 33, they automatically say you're a tackle. I mean, you're a guard.
Right.
And then you get some guys come out there with some damn arms dragging the ground. They go, okay, move my tackle.
Now, what's crazy, even crazier, so what really, the metric that really stood out was his 10-yard split in the 40, right? Connerly's 311, and he ran a 1.71 first 10.
Okay.
Coleman's was 1.73.
Ain't that much off. But, dude, they look at those hundredths of a second, and they make it into something.
Connerly, 34.5-inch vertical. Coleman's 34.
Their measurables are very close.
Yeah, and I mean, what will be really pretty fascinating is Connerly could still make a ton of sense. And Washington last year, Peters got asked about this, and he kind of laughed it off. At some point, we do have to have a little bit more of an honest conversation. Like, Washington wants to build from the inside out. No bleep.
Yeah.
Like, that's how good teams are built. Like, some of this isn't that scientific. And Peters is like, yeah, we draft athletic guys. They're pro athletes. Like, of course, athleticism is important.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But like the kid, Will Campbell, he went there as one of the top linemen, shorter than 33-inch arms. So it started like, we have to see.
Right.
And
like, what if he goes the other way?
Yep. So, and I did see the big kid, Mimbo, right here. It's a big boy.
Yeah. Oh, was that the dude that was grunting? Did you see the video of the dude that was just grunting away? You brought up Campbell, who a lot of people liked as a tackle, as like a top 10. Tyler Booker's another guy from Bama. I got to be honest.
His stock is down. He ran a 1.96 10 split.
Yeah. I think, especially with the O-line, dude. What do you think the breakdown in evaluating an offensive lineman, tape versus combine athletic traits, whatever, should be? 90 to 10?
I want to see the tape because there's some
measurables matter.
Yeah, measurables matter, but if he gets on the field and he beats everybody in front of him, and those guys that he beats are some of the best out there, I'm not going to put the measurables over that. All I know, when he locks up in front of somebody, his competitiveness takes over.
That's what's most important.
That's the thing about those. You have to be. It's delicate, man. It's a delicate balance of what you're looking at. If you go all measurable or all the other side, you miss out on something. Has to be a combination of both.
You know what else needs to be a combination? When you're moving, because you're also going to need storage. And you know who you should call? Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They've taken care of damn near this whole radio station. I've known these guys since high school. I partied with them in college. They have built an incredibly successful business, man. They are the best moving and storage company in the DC area. Hit them up. My boy Justin sent us this very nice card. McCarty, appreciate you. Seriously, this company is family owned, family operated, and they can handle any move you've got, residential or commercial. Whatever your needs are, give them a shout and try to figure it out. They can handle all your storage. They can pack your boxes. Say you want to sell your house, but you got to stage all your furniture. Well, what are you going to do with it? Call Metropolitan because they can take your house, they can take all the furniture out of your house, store it until you sell it, and then move it into the new crib. These guys have an answer for whatever your logistical needs are, or if you have some high-end stuff, chandeliers, art, they can package all that stuff up. They'll send a moving consultant to your home or your office, talk about your move in advance, and give you a free on-site estimate. One of the biggest things they feature, though, is if you're looking for long-distance moving, Metropolitan Moving and Storage will provide a dedicated truck and crew for your long-distance move. That means no truck space sharing and a pinpoint delivery date and time. No truck space sharing is huge in the industry where most folks are making you share your stuff, meaning it gets lost, it gets banged up. That's not how these guys operate. Take it from me, man. Hit up Justin over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. Tell them JP Finley told you to call. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We do have big baseball television news. It was announced this morning. The Nats sent out a press release. I got the Nats press release. I'm sure the Orioles sent out a press release. The Nats are getting out of the Masson mess. It's a big deal, dude.
Well, maybe we can get some players now and spend some money.
So this is the last year of Masson as we know it, with the Nats and the Orioles on Masson. Next year, the Nats, I believe, are free agents. They control their own television rights. This means whatever the back-owed money, all of this stuff is now settled. And when the Orioles finally got sold, when Angelos, I think, died and they finally moved forward, everybody thought that would happen. The new dude, I think it's Rubenstein, right?
Yeah.
Said, we're going to work through this as businessmen, not as lawyers. I think this is great news for Washington.
Yeah.
I think let's get Barry on tomorrow, please, to talk about this. I think a lot of smart, informed folks have pointed out to me that when the Lerners stopped spending money coincided with COVID, and a lot of real estate moguls probably were impacted by COVID, and the Lerner family, certainly real estate moguls.
Mm-hmm.
But also the Masson stuff just continued to be a drain on the finances.
Hell yeah.
Even the deal that MLB signed to bring a team to Washington was rigged from the beginning. I think people just hoped that it would get kind of fixed over the years, but then Angelos just lived to be 150 or whatever.
Hey, man. Kind of hard to give it up when you're making money from it.
Right. You like to think with this done, the only thing we know is that the Nationals officially will take control of their television rights starting next season.
Don't know where it's going.
That's the only thing we know.
Mm-hmm.
The only other things I'd say we know is Ted Leonsis has said on the record, he said it in an interview, that one, he's interested in buying the Nationals. Two, he wants the Nationals to be on Monumental Sports Network.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that he has to own them to get them on the network, or if there's just some agreement that could work out. I mean,
well, the agreement, it's got to be, if he's not owning it, it's got to be beneficial to the Nationals.
Sure, but it could. I think just about anything is going to be more beneficial than the deal they were getting from Masson.
Still, if you just come out of a deal that wasn't your way, you want this one to be leaning your way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I wonder, I mean, B, you and I, for many years, worked at the predecessor to Monumental Sports Network under a bunch of different names. CSN Mid-Atlantic, NBC Sports Washington. Like, we worked there, right?
Yeah.
And the big hole throughout our time there was summer programming. You know what I mean? Totally. So if they can get baseball, that thing is...
It would be a hell of a plus.
It'd be a hell of a plus. I think it'd be a win-win. Because if you get this deal functioning again, ideally, the Nats start spending some cash.
That's the hope.
Right. And
that is the hope.
You know, whatever you want to say about the Wizards' current situation, but Leonsis, throughout his time as an owner, has spent money.
Mm-hmm.
None of his stars go away, probably to Washington's detriment in that you pay Wall, you pay Beal.
True that.
And then finally you're able to deal them away. But like Ovi, Baxter, I mean, even though Backstrom and Oshie, their careers are likely over, like those dudes weren't going anywhere because Ted pays his stars. In baseball, especially when you see the young talent on this Nats roster, if it starts to develop and you have a proactive owner that is going to lock up a dude like the Braves model, like what the Mets and the Phillies and the Dodgers, they just pay everybody when they get to free agency.
Yeah.
The Braves have not done that. The Braves have drafted, developed well, and then paid their guys to lock them up for a really long time.
Yeah.
You could try to go after that Braves model if you spend wisely. And the Braves are still a top 10 club in spending, but they're not signing Soto to $750 million.
Yeah.
I think
it works for some people. It doesn't work for others.
I think this is great news, dude. I don't know what exactly it means, but it's easy to.
Let's just hope it means something better than what it's been meaning.
Bingo.
That's all you got.
It's very hard for me to believe this doesn't represent some level of significant improvement. And I want my O's to be good too. So hopefully they figure out their TV rights too. But great news for the Nats and for
what you just
fans.
stated is why it took all this so long to happen. When old man was up there, why would he had fans here? And then when you brought in this team, you were going to take his fans and his money. He's like, nah, you're taking money out of my pocket, so I'm holding on to this as long as I can.
Sure.
That's why he did it, because there were so many fans down here.
Bro, there's a reason they built Camden Yards on the south side of Baltimore, and it was really easy for Washington people to get up there, you know?
Yeah.
But whatever, that's a conversation for a different day. Today is a good day to be a Nats fan. I think there's a lot of positive momentum with the organization. I didn't realize this. 20 years of Nats baseball in Washington.
20.
That makes me feel old. You know, I wrote a
man, it's like it just popped up like yesterday, man.
I wrote a
20 years,
paper
man?
at Maryland. I had to write like a opinion piece. I wrote a paper on why Washington should have its own baseball team. And they've been here 20 years. That makes me feel old as hell.
You're not old, though.
When we come back, Matt Maiocco, we're going to ask him, what did Washington get in Deebo?
Big news to begin between the Nationals and the Orioles as they jointly announced the final resolution of all issues related to the Masson dispute. For the 2025 season, the Nationals have signed a one-year contract with Mid-Atlantic Sports Network, but after that, the Nationals will be free to explore alternatives for their television rights from 2026 and beyond. The Washington Capitals have re-signed their goaltender, Charlie Lindgren, 3 years and $9 million. Tonight, the Capitals face off against the Ottawa Senators at 6:15 pregame on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin had 884 goals, 10 away from Wayne Gretzky. Caps looking to break a season-long three-game skid after that 3-1 loss to Tampa Bay, and Ovechkin did score in that game.
Coming back near side, Roy. His shot blocked by Gergensen. Roy gets the rebound and trying to get the shot away. Ovechkin shoots and scores! And the Capitals are on the board, and it comes from Ovechkin between the dots.
Florida State and Clemson will vote tomorrow on an agreement that would ultimately result in the settlement of 4 ongoing lawsuits between the schools and the ACC. Nationals defeated the Astros 4-3 yesterday. Paul DeJong with 2-run shot for the Nats. Trevor Williams 2 1/3, 1 run, 5 hits on 57 pitches. He gets the win. Wizards basketball tonight at Miami Heat at 7:15 on Team 980. Saturday, they beat Charlotte 113-100. Sacramento Kings star center Domantas Sabonis suffered a grade 1 left hamstring strain in Saturday's win over the Rockets. He's going to be out indefinitely. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Landfill's a wild DJ. B doesn't have headphones on, so he's not hearing this. Is this Tom Jones?
It's Tony Bennett. It's the only song that had San Francisco in the title. I'd never heard it before.
Okay. Let's see if our friend from San Francisco, Matt Maiocco, likes this song. Matt, what's up, dude?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're good, brother.
Have you ever been introduced on a sports radio show with Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart in San Francisco?
If I have, it's been a while. So,
hey man,
but I don't think this is about me, is it? It's I think about a certain guy who changed uniform numbers from 19 to number 1, and now he's number 1 in the hearts of the Washington Commanders fans, I'm sure.
There's definitely a lot of excitement, man. We are talking with our friend Matt Maiocco, covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. You can follow him at Maiocco NBCS. Matt joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's got the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. All right, man. You and I talked a few different times last week about this. Neither of us were at all surprised. I think you said on our show you could get Deebo for a 5th. I think you were proven correct. What is Washington getting here?
Well, they're getting a chess piece. They're getting a guy who I think really fits well there from the standpoint, and this is kind of anecdotally speaking, but I would assume because of Jaden Daniels' running ability that the Commanders face a lot of zone defenses. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't want defensive backs. You don't want cornerbacks like turning and running with receivers down the field when a quarterback can run like that. Where Debo Samuel excels is against zone coverage. He has a little bit of a difficult time getting free off the sticky man. So this plays into his hands. It plays into Jaden Daniels' hands. It plays into the Washington Commanders' hands very well because Jaden is an accurate thrower. When he hits Debo Samuel across the middle, hitting him in stride, Deebo makes defensive backs make business decisions because he doesn't go down willingly and he doesn't shy away from contact. And so he's a tone setter. And, did his game drop off last year? Yes. There are a lot of reasons for that. He wasn't healthy throughout the season. He didn't miss too many games, but he had a difficult time. He was banged up. And that's kind of what you get too with his style of play. He also spent a couple nights during the week in the hospital with pneumonia. And he went after one game. He only played like 4 snaps. He was kind of battling something, couldn't quite figure out what it was. He didn't play much in the one game. And then he was in the hospital that night for a couple nights. But guess what? He was right back out on the field the following Sunday. So he didn't even miss any games with that. So, I mean, he's a guy that he sets the tone. And, you know, when he's playing like Deebo, he has an impact on the offense, but he also has an impact on his own defense because they're sitting over there on the sideline. They're getting fired up watching him play. So, yeah, I think he'll be motivated. I think he'll come into the offseason program in really good shape. I think he wants to prove a lot of people wrong. He took a lot of heat this last offseason. You know, some of it he put on himself, but yeah, I mean, I think this is a really good fit, and obviously Adam Peters knows him very well. I mean, it's honestly one of the, you know, I was talking to John Lynch about him just before they traded him. At that point, he had said that there is interest around the league, but he said that, man, whenever that day comes when they part ways with Deebo, and we knew it was going to be not long, he said that, you know, there's nothing but love and gratitude and admiration. And he felt like all the draft picks that they've had through 8 seasons, Debo Samuel ranks at the top of the list as far as one of the, you know, being a favorite guy that they selected. They got to know him back in the 2019 Senior Bowl. The 49ers coached that team. Debo Samuel was on it. They ended up taking him with the 36th pick. And then 11 months later, or 12 months later, you know, from when they coached him in the Senior Bowl, they're playing in the Super Bowl, and Debo Samuel was a big reason for that.
How much of this move was them trying to make sure they could secure more salary cap space than it was because of Deebo?
Well, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of reasons for this. Ultimately, you know, there was the salary implications and the money that they'd be paying for him. The 49ers have been near the top of the league in cash over cap spending. So they felt like they had to dial that back in order for this thing to just not get totally away from them when you have other big money contracts looming out there. You know, Brock Purdy has basically been playing for free for 3 years. That'll change this offseason, or at least it should. And, you know, so the 49ers did face a decision to make, what to do with him. They could have done, you know, a post June 1 release that would have saved them a lot of money. The cap this year, and then next year it would have accelerated. And so I think they faced a difficult decision anyway, but it's just kind of weird. I can't really explain it other than just being around a team, being in a locker room, you know, I don't know. I mean, you when you're in the building, you just kind of catch a vibe, and sometimes you can't really identify what it is, but it was just very obvious that it had run its course. And I think Deebo made it really easy on the 49ers when, after the season was over, he went in. He has a really tight relationship with Kyle Shanahan. And he told Kyle, he said, you know what, I think our time here is over. I think I'd like to be traded. And then he went up and talked to John Lynch. He expressed the same thing. And John said, hey, let's just take a deep breath. Why don't you sleep on it? We'll sleep on it. And then let's get back together and just kind of see if that is in fact the way you want to go, and then what we think about it as well. And so the sides kind of took a deep breath, and Deebo didn't change his mind. And John Lynch and the 49ers said, you know what? We're in agreement here. Let's see if we can do something to work this out. So, you know, there are a lot of reasons for it. You know, from the standpoint of the 49ers, the salary cap implications are that as well. Maybe the 49ers felt like just the wear and tear had kind of caught up to Deebo to a degree. And by trading him, people say, well, gosh, 49ers only got a 5th-round pick for him. You know, Washington only had to give up a 5th-round pick. Well, he was only signed for 1 more year.
Right.
At a very high number. And the 49ers, you know, part of their thinking was, okay, we get a player in return with a 5th-round pick that we'll have under a very reasonable salary, you know, basically just probably a little bit over $1 million a year over the course of the 4-year contract. So they decided it made sense. And I think it's one of those situations where, it's probably mutually beneficial for this. Well, heck, 3 ways beneficial. It's probably beneficial for Deebo. He'll get his contract for this year. He can take another bite at the apple next offseason, a free agency, if he gets that far, unless Washington signs him to a long-term deal. I think it makes sense for the Commanders short-term, no doubt about it. And then I think long-term, it makes sense for the 49ers.
Yeah, I do too. I think we're talking with our friend Matt Maiocco here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Maiocco covers the Niners, has for a long time, knows the organization inside and out. The way you've described Deebo kind of requesting the trade and Lynch and Kyle being cool about it. Obviously, Peters and Dan Quinn didn't draft John Allen and kind of develop it. They don't have the long back relationship that Kyle and John do. But I think it's a fairly similar situation that Washington's going through with John Allen. And whether or not he gets traded before next week, I don't think he's coming back one way or another. Did you hear any of the John Allen being involved in the Deebo trade, and then that kind of fell apart?
I didn't hear it. I mean, it was easy to connect the dots on that.
Yeah.
And you looked at it and you go, well, this kind of makes sense. I wonder if this could happen. I don't know the details on why it didn't happen. My thought would be that the 49ers felt, because this is a really good defensive tackle draft, that rather than paying big money and kind of having that uncertainty down the road, you could make kind of the long play of, selecting that defensive tackle in the whatever. I mean, it could be with the 11th overall pick, or it could be in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round. The 49ers that now have 8 draft picks in the first 150 spots in this draft. So that, with a very strong defensive tackle draft, my thought would be the 49ers probably didn't want to kind of go away from the major reason they were going to be parting ways with Deebo anyway, was to use a draft pick, have that player under a fixed salary for 4 years, get younger, kind of have that. You need that constant churn, on the roster of the older guys who are making a lot of money, and the young guys who step in and can be contributors, and you continue to develop them, and they're making not much money. And so I think that kind of goes with, part of the reason of parting ways with Deebo. You'd be kind of canceling that out if you were then to flip that and get an older defensive tackle.
Yeah, I think it's smart, because the Niners, I mean, obviously the Purdy stuff is lingering, but even beyond that, I mean, they got, like, I pointed this out to B-Mitch earlier in the program. Warner, Kittle, and Trent don't have a guaranteed dollar on their deal this year. I find it hard to believe that all 3 of those dudes are there week 1 without a single guaranteed dollar.
Yeah, and that's, they understand that, right. And they'll at least with, I don't know if Trent, I'll take your word for that. I wasn't aware of that with Trent, because he just redid his contract last year before.
I always point out to people that, like, Over the Cap does a hell of a job, but they're not always completely correct on it.
Yeah, so I do think, last year they kind of settled that contract situation with Trent Williams. It's the reason that he held out pretty much all of training camp. With George Kittle, you're absolutely correct on that. And, the 49ers have a lot of stuff going on. Last week in Indianapolis, it was obviously the Deebo stuff was on the front burner. The Brock Purdy situation is, if it wasn't on the front burner, it was just one spot behind Debo Samuel. So they've had talks with George and his agent and said, we're on the same page. Let's just, it's a matter of timing. We have some stuff that we have to deal with first, but it is very much on their radar that they have to do something with Kittle. And just talking about their salary situation, I mean, look at their roster. They have paid top dollar for, well, they will pay top dollar, I would assume. Maybe not the highest paid contract in the NFL, but Brock Purdy's going to get a significant pay bump whenever they sign him to a multi-year extension. Then you have McCaffrey, you have Trent Williams, you have George Kittle, you have Brandon Ayuk, you have Nick Bosa. You have Fred Warner.
Right.
They signed Yamador Lenore to a nice contract. I mean, those are some players who are making top dollar for their position in the NFL. And so you just can't continue to just throw money away because that weakens your roster. And maybe that's part of the reason why 49ers special teams last year were so god awful. So you need to make some tough decisions. You need to be able to supplement your roster with draft picks who step in and perform at a high level and ultimately kind of line themselves up to be the next people, who get that second contract. And so this is part of it. There's difficult decisions to be made. I didn't even mention Kyle Juszczyk, the top paid fullback in the league.
Right.
So I think that this kind of fit well. They're sending him to a place where he's going to be well taken care of, no doubt about it. I mean, I just saw the NFLPA rankings where the Commanders, talk about a comeback. The Commanders organization, holy cow. And I remember us talking a year ago when they made those two hires. And I was very bullish on the Commanders. They became, when they went from probably the most unlikable team organization in the NFL to, wow, what an overnight transformation that organization has made. So
I remember you texted me about Peters like right away. And he's just, a quarterback could change everything, but organizationally they're built the right way now. But it's funny you talk about San Fran. B, didn't you say when you were playing one of the few teams, everybody was always like, man, I could go play there, was the Niners?
It was the Niners. Because the ownership. Everybody loved it. And, and I think, like I was telling JP also, Matt, like Kyle and, I can't think Jim
Lynch.
They've been there for a while now.
Yeah.
When does things start changing? Because their expectations now is Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's not just make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's interesting. The fan base here gets kind of restless. The 5 Super Bowl trophies, the Lombardis in the lobby have been there for a while, and they're getting dusty. And the fan base, there's a whole generation of 49er fans who have not experienced their team winning a Super Bowl, and so there's certainly a degree of restlessness here. But if you were around this team, even when they were experiencing success with Harbaugh, the organization was kind of all over the place. There's a lot of dysfunction. The general manager and the head coach did not work well together. Then they went through a couple of years of just outright fiasco with a couple of coaches, and they ended up switching their general manager. Well, this team has found stability, and the head coach and the general manager are very competent. They're very good at what they do. They work well together. The locker room has been really solid. The thing they're lacking is a Super Bowl title. And it's not that they haven't had their opportunities. 4 trips to the NFC Championship game in 5 years, 2 trips to the Super Bowl, 1 10-point second half lead in the Super Bowl. The only team in NFL history last year to take 2 leads in the fourth quarter and a lead in overtime and still lose, and it just wasn't any game as the Super Bowl. So they've come excruciatingly close. The fan base is restless, but ownership is like, hey, we know what it's been like, how difficult it is to find a GM and a coach who work well together. So, Jed York, basically who's acting as the owner, the decision maker, is just like he has more confidence in Lynch and Shanahan to turn this team around from a 16-11 season than he would any other tandem in the league. So I don't know. I get the question a lot from 49ers fans, like, are they going into this season on the hot seat? And the answer is no, they're certainly not on the hot seat, but we also know how quickly things change in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's like when, people always ask me, hey, if they don't make the playoffs, are they going to get fired? And it's like, well, you got to tell me how it looks and how it feels. because there are times, either way, a team could have a winning record, a team could be losing record. I go back to just kind of that vibe in the building. You can tell when a change is needed. You can tell when the locker room has splintered. You can tell when the coach has lost his voice and doesn't carry the same authority that he did, earlier in his career or whatever the case may be. So, it's a long answer for you, but there's no indication that there's running out of patience. But I also understand where the fan base is as far as, they've done everything but win a Super Bowl title. And that's the ultimate goal, to win a Super Bowl title.
It's funny because when you describe fractured locker rooms and coaches losing their voice, I know those locker rooms. I covered a lot of those.
Yep.
This year was something different entirely for me, and this is kind of the vibe you're used to. But that is wild. Was the Niners' last Super Bowl win Steve Young?
It was. It was.
Wow.
Would have been when they were playing Super Bowls in January. It would have been January of 1995.
Wow, man. I mean, lose
And
two to the
since
Chiefs.
then,
They lost the one to the Ravens too, right? That's crazy.
they lost one to the Ravens with Harbaugh. They lost two to the Chiefs in all three of those games. And before that, they were 5-0 in Super Bowls. And in those three Super Bowls, those were close. And the one that I guess it would have been Super Bowl, Live, L-I-V. That's the one, or was it? Maybe it wasn't. There's the one in Miami in February of 2020, where they had a 10-point lead. I think they ended up losing by 10. But that was one that got away from. Well, all of them got away from. They could have easily won that one against the Ravens. That was the Kaepernick
that was the
Harbaugh
wild
team.
Comeback after the
Wild comeback, and then that fell short when they they had 4 cracks added inside the 5-yard line and threw fades to the right side to Crabtree on 3 straight downs. So they, like I said, and it's been an ultra successful John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan tandem here, except for they haven't done it, and they haven't climbed that mountaintop. And you talk to 49er fans, and that's all that's important. The people that kind of lose sight of, they need to change, or these guys can't do it, is it's really difficult to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it's even, I almost think it's even more difficult to just find the right touch with the organization, with ownership, with front office, with coaching staff, finding the right players in the locker room, the right kind of guys. You don't know what a guy is about until you get him in your locker room, whether it's going out in free agency. The 49ers went out and got a guy in free agency, Devondre Campbell, who they needed, veteran guy who'd had a pretty good reputation, I think. And he ends up quitting on the team late in the season, refuses to go on the field. And so you don't know, all these factors are just, it's a fascinating business, because you don't know how people work together until they actually are put in that position to working together.
Hey, dude, we
That's
really
totally
appreciate
true.
your time, Matt. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, Matt.
Okay, always my pleasure. Thanks, guys. Enjoy Deebo.
All right, man.
We'll do,
Gotcha.
man. That's Matt Maiocco, covers the Niners. Maiocco MBCS. Check out his podcast and all his work for NBC Sports Bay Area. When we come back, first of many free agent previews. O-line, D-line. Who they gonna sign?
Big news for the Washington Nationals broadcasting as the Orioles and Nats jointly announced the final resolution of all issues related to the Masson dispute. They've signed a one-year deal with the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network for 2025, but after that, the Nationals will be free to explore alternatives for their television rights in 2026 and beyond. Capitals have also re-signed goaltender Charlie Lindgren today, 3 years worth $9 million. The Ottawa Senators are in town to take on the Capitals. 6:15 on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 884. So he's 10 away from tying Wayne Gretzky. Live play-by-play on the Fan tonight. Florida State and Clemson will vote tomorrow on an agreement that would ultimately result in settling their 4 ongoing lawsuits against the ACC. Nationals beat the Astros 4-3. They'll take on the Cardinals tomorrow. Wizards against Miami Heat tonight, 7:15 on Team 980. Washington beat Charlotte 113-100 Saturday with Bilal Coulibaly and Chris Middleton each scoring 17. Top 25 tonight, Wake Forest is at number 2 Duke at 7. At 9, it's Kansas at number 4 Houston. I'm Byron Kirk on the Fan.
Be much better. Nobody on the planet can hear this song and not think of Will Ferrell. Shout out to Landfill for playing it. All right, every day this week in advance of free agency starting next Monday with the tampering period, we're going to look at a specific position group and where Washington can add or maybe not. We're starting in the trenches where football teams are built. The news that I referred to earlier in the show, if you've been listening the whole time or watching on the stream, the Cowboys are going to use the tag on Odigazawa. And that was a name I was really interested in because he played for DQ, obviously knows the system, and he was 27. Like a lot of these free agent D tackles that are going to become available are going to be a little bit older. And I don't know. Milton Williams is going to probably be the biggest name now because he's not going to get tagged. The Eagles got to figure out what they're doing with Zach Bond, Josh Sweat.
Let Slay go.
So Williams is going to become available. Obviously, he was super disruptive in the Super Bowl. Are you spending that kind of money, B?
On Williams?
Milton Williams, yeah.
It's going to be hard for them to spend that money on Milton because they know they got the other guys coming up. And all the money.
Philly ain't spending it. I'm saying Washington.
Oh, Washington. Okay, well, I mean, if what he did in the Super Bowl was damn dominant, dog.
He picked a good day to have a good day.
If he can be like that moving forward, and if you think he can be that moving forward, you might spend some money on him. But then again, you look at his whole career. Has he played that well to fetch top dollar?
I wonder if you don't have to go like top of the market. I don't know what Milton Williams' free agency looks like, but he's young. Talking with some Philly people, they don't want to lose him. They kind of realize they're going to.
Mm-hmm. And then now they're trying to talk about going to go and get Myles Garrett. Then they definitely won't be able to sign him.
Yeah, I mean, Philly going to get Garrett is pretty wild.
I wouldn't want to see that.
Now, like, I'll give you Milton Williams' numbers, but keep in mind, numbers for D tackles are a hard way to view this. And he was a legit like rotational piece.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't getting kind of the snaps that, like, defensively in the last 2 seasons, he's played about half of Philly's snaps.
Okay.
So that's a rotational piece. Now, this is pretty impressive. If you look at Williams this past season, on playing only 48% of snaps, he did pop for 5 sacks.
All right. So I think what you do, you look at what he did in 48% and look at what the other guys did playing the 52. You know, and if he's comparable to the top guys, then you got to give him the same love you give them.
For me, it is Williams is a really interesting piece because he's young. I think he's still 25 even. 6'3", 290. Yeah, he'll turn 26 in April.
Hmm.
Whereas a lot of the other free agent D tackles that are available, like you're talking about dudes with some, like Calais Campbell is going to be 40 this season. Javon Hargrave is 33. It's hard to get guys coming off their rookie deals, and Philly knows how to draft and develop. It's not the worst place to shop from. But I'm looking, just his over the cap valuation is paying him about $6 million. If that market holds, it'd be pretty interesting.
For him getting $6 million a year?
Yeah.
Oh, hell, that's a steal, I think.
I bet it'll go way north of that. Coming off the Super Bowl. And the only thing I do wonder,
but they also, those front office people have to be careful with the fact that he played like that in the Super Bowl. He ain't dominating no other games like that.
Right. Well, and this is a heavy duty D-line draft.
Yeah.
So I think there will
that may hurt him a little bit.
Totally. There will be organizations that are like, yo, Milton, we love you, but we're just going to draft a kid.
Yeah.
It's a lot cheaper. And I wonder, I don't know, if that does stay down, I don't think Washington will mind
paying him $6 and you get that output.
Or just picking somebody off the Eagles, too. Because it's a little bit of a double edge there. I think you've got Johnny Newton, you've got Deron Payne. I thought Sheldon Day played well for them. The kid we had on the show last week, 2 weeks ago, Jalen Holmes, I thought.
Yeah.
That's a guy you could get back. I think where they really need help are the edges. I would be more focused on spending money on the edges than necessarily the tackles. I don't know if you agree with that.
I think the edges get a lot more hype because of the sack and stuff like that. But if you look at that game in the Super Bowl, what they did in the inside dictated that whole football game. Sweat was coming off the edge and able to get Pat at 4.5 to 5 yards. Because when Pat went to step up, he could not step up because they were collapsing the interior. So I just think that, if you can get D tackles that could collapse pockets, it makes your edge look even better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think where they really got killed was running to the edge. They didn't have edge stoppers. And I think Fowler, for as good as a season he had as a pass rusher, was really a problem against the run. And I think you want somebody that can do both. Like for all the all right, I need a break. You're right, Landfill. I do need a break. For all the consternation Chase Young and maybe Montez Sweat got here, they both were good against the run. They never popped with the 17 sack season or whatever, but they both were good against the run. Washington, if they are going to spend big at edge, they need that person to be a 3-down player.
Totally.
Let's look at the offensive side of this. Specific question for you, B, when we return. How do you handle the Sam Cosmi injury for the 2025 season? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the fam. I just had to educate White Brian on something. When coleslaw comes in this building, it comes straight to me. All right? Nobody else. People can have other stuff, but the coleslaw comes to me, White Brian. Shout out to our boy Nate, Hank's Oyster Bar, bringing us some lunch. Man, B. Mitch won't come back in the studio. He's just grinding away on some oysters in there. You can check him out. Hank's, Old Town, DuPont, over at the Wharfs right by us. Those Hog Island oysters, man. My favorite. My absolute favorite. Gosh, those are good. Coleslaw is great, too, if you're wondering. So we all saw it was a really sad scene, frankly. Oh, I got double coleslaw, baby. Sam Cosmi played really well, got his contract extension with Washington. Things were moving forward.
Yeah.
And then he gets rolled up in the NFC title game. Dan Quinn, or maybe it was Peters, actually told us that Cosmi's already working on his rehab.
Yeah.
He's in Ashburn all the time, working out, rehabbing. The reality of that injury, I mean, to start with, it happened in late January.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what I think the actual date of the NFC title game was January 26th.
Something like that. Yeah, it was. It was.
Because my wife's birthday was that Friday night.
Yeah, it was 26.
So,
it was the anniversary.
Okay. Oh, right. It was the anniversary of the Super Bowl. Cosmi gets hurt late January. You figure that's I recognize that rehab schedules have been accelerated some in recent years.
Mm-hmm.
Let's casually call it a 10-month injury.
9.5.
But 9.5, but then an lineman getting back up to speed and playing shape. Like,
yeah. But I think the fact that now they have the underwater treadmills and all that type of stuff, guys get back way quicker. But I still would look at 9.5 months.
I think you're
10 tops.
I think your season's going to start. I mean, depending, they can play Thursday night, they can play Friday night, they can play Sunday, Monday. But the season starts. What is that? The first. What day is Labor Day? September 1st? This year? I think it is. So I think the season's going to start 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. It's kind of an early start for the NFL. And in turn, that means 9 months from January 26th would be September 26th. That's week 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Halloween might be realistic sometime in the middle of October. And what do you do to handle the Cosmi injury, B? Do you think they have to sign a veteran guard that can help them while Cosmi's down? Like, do you think you have to add somebody for that position this year?
If they don't have somebody that they are comfortable with in-house, I think so. Because I really believe that right now you got Biotis, you got Allegretti, Chris Paul, Julian Good-Jones, which is on the futures, and Michael Dieter, who plays center and guard.
Who's also due to be a free agent.
Yeah, but if you feel good about either of those guys, you go to the season. If you know for sure Cosmi's working in the right direction and will be there at a particular time. If not, I think you got to go get somebody.
Yeah, the dude, Good Jones, is a massive human.
Yeah.
I know that much. Just seeing him walk around. I wonder, people will point to Becton. I think Becton's going to get paid. Would you be interested in bringing Sheriff back on a 1 year? Veteran guy.
I've always liked Sheriff.
Me too.
Didn't want him to leave.
Great guy in the locker room.
Yes.
But
is he at the point where he can get a 2-3 year deal from somebody else? Because I think if you start thinking about 1 year deals, you got to be guys that they're not going to get going a lot of attention from other places, because I think every player of his stature will want to get that 3-year deal where he can get signing bonus.
33. I just don't know that he's getting a 3-year deal, but maybe
offensive lineman play way beyond that.
Yeah. There's other options. The kid McCarry from the Ravens, Zeitler from the Detroit. he actually missed that divisional round game, if you remember. Zeitler was pretty good. Now, he's going to be 35, but that could be if you're going to allocate some real money, and we're going to talk about tackles and edge guys later in the week, but if you're going to allocate some real money, the problem is you've already allocated real money to Cosmi, and now you know Cosmi's going to be down. I think we can speculate at least the first month of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they might draft somebody too, but I'd be stunned if they don't add. One guy that you've seen connected with them a bunch is the North Dakota State dude that can play he can play left guard, right guard, and center. I'm saying in the draft.
Big boy?
Yeah, his name's like Gray Zabel.
I think I watched them play in that little championship game. He's nasty.
Yeah. He's like Gray Zabel. He's like a late first rounder, probably. 6'5", 320. Like it. You can't. I think because they're picking 29th, you can't really count on the draft to plug a hole like you can in free agency. Because you're picking 29. They now only have 6 draft picks after the Deebo trade.
Mm-hmm.
They have really good value. They have 3 picks in the top 80. Cool. But at 29, let alone 61 and 79, you can't count on any one position. You can't count on filling a hole there. I think you've got to add, to me, it's a veteran, ideally 1-year deal guard to your roster. Yeah. Allegretti was pretty good last year. He's probably coming back. That's not to mention your questions. I mean, unless you go hard and you sign a tackle or you lock in that you're going to draft a tackle, and then part of your process is we think we're going to move Coleman inside. That's a lot of moving parts, dude, for a kid that I thought was pretty good for a rookie in Brandon Coleman. He's got to figure some stuff out in pass pro, but I thought as a run blocker, he was pretty good.
Coleman?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was good in the pass game till later on when he started getting some injuries.
Yeah. He had a good first half of the season.
Yeah.
To me, I don't know that if Milton Williams would really intrigue me on the defensive line. I think the idea of bringing Sheriff back to town would really intrigue me offensively.
I'm with it.
Will Hernandez is another dude that since he was a first rounder has kind of bounced around on 1-year deals. I remember when he was, I wonder if I watched him in Mobile or if I watched him in Indy, however many years ago. Tischler loved Will Hernandez. That's another guy that's probably a true free agent. So options. There's options. They're going to be bringing somebody in, man. You'll hear about it this time next week. For us, we got options too. Time to talk a little Caps hockey. Me and B are both going to the game tonight. John Walton joins the program next.
NFL news to begin with the Philadelphia Eagles releasing six-time Pro Bowl veterans cornerback Darius Slay. This is from Adam Schefter. Jeremy Fowler reports the Packers are re-signing linebacker Isaiah McDuffie, 2 years and $8 million, with an upside to $9.5 million. The Nationals and the Orioles announced the final resolution of all issues related to the Masson dispute. For the 25 season, it's a one-year deal on Mid-Atlantic Sports Network. Then the Nationals will be free to explore alternatives for their television rights for the 2026 season and beyond. The Capitals have re-signed goaltender Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year, $9 million deal. Ottawa is in town to take the Capitals on tonight at 6:15 on Team 980. The Capitals host the Ottawa Senators tonight at 6:15 pregame on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin now at 884 goals, needs 10 to tie Wayne Gretzky. He has 31 goals in 44 games. Caps looking to break a season-long 3-game skid after that 3-1 loss to Tampa Bay, and Ovi did score in that game. Florida State and Clemson will vote tomorrow on an agreement that would ultimately result in the settlement of 4 ongoing lawsuits between the schools and the ACC. Nationals beat the Astros yesterday 4-3. Paul DeJong a 2-run homer. Trevor Williams 2 1/3 innings for the start and the win. Wizards at the Heat tonight at 7:15 on Team 980 after beating Charlotte 113-100. Bilal Coulibaly and Chris Middleton 17 points apiece. King star center Domantas Sabonis has a grade 1 left hamstring strain. He's out indefinitely. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Be Richard Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Caps taking on the Ottawa Senators tonight, and joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our guy, John Walton. You can follow John on X at John Walton PXP. John, how you doing, man?
B. Mitch, I am well, sir. It is good to speak with you.
Same to you, man, and I'm looking forward to this game tonight. Hopefully we can get off of this skid.
Yeah, it's, you know what? I mean, this is one of those things that if you think of it like a baseball season where it's August, that's about where we are, where a very good team that's at the top that is right now into the dog days where we're not quite close enough to the playoffs, but the 60 games in, and the games, you know, you're in the middle of the homestand. It's the longest homestand there's been, and they played pretty well, just not well enough in some areas to beat Tampa Bay on Saturday. I was talking with Spencer Carberry this morning, and he said, do we need to get to the dirty areas and get better second chances against good goaltending? Yes. But process, he wasn't really all that upset with. And defensively, this team has still been very healthy and very good. And Logan Thompson going to get back at it here tonight and look to pick up win number 26. So I think all in all, I mean, it's certainly, there's no panic or anything like that. It's just a matter of fighting through a little bit of, hey, it's 60 games in, and you're trying to see over the horizon, but you're just not quite to the promised land yet, trying to get to game 1 of the postseason.
Talking with John Walton here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Walton, I was at the Tampa game on Saturday, and the first 3 penalties, Tampa gets 3 penalties in the first period, and 2 of them were utter junk. Not to mention the refs called back a Caps goal in the first 10 minutes. I feel like it was the called back goal and then the penalties just stacking up, and they're just like, man, this game sucks.
Yeah, it was, a frustrating start. I mean, you think you've got the lead, and it's not. It's funny how replays are. So a lot of them, the offside interference and offside and goaltender interference are the 2 most called. But the third one that doesn't get used as much is when something that should have stopped play, like a puck goes up into the black mesh over the glass, refs didn't see it, the play continued on. Like every now and then you'll see something like that. So Chikrin ends up knocking it down with a high stick, and it was a good challenge by Tampa Bay, but it doesn't minimize the frustration that you think you got the lead and then you don't, and then the penalty trouble comes up, and now you've got issues, and you're down and fighting it again. You're fighting uphill. I think a lot can be cleaned up tonight, and feeling pretty good at the end of the homestand is if you can get the first goal. This is a team that, although the Caps do have a win and a loss in 2 games up in Ottawa in January, but this is a very good team that the Caps struggled with. They lost 5-4 in overtime. They won a 1-0 game up there. And I think it's just a matter of if you just get that first goal and just feel a little bit better. This team plays really well when they've got that lead. They play pretty well when they're behind too, but it's getting harder this time of year to do that, right? I mean, everything's tightening up. Everybody's getting ready for the playoffs. It's going to be there. And and you're the top dog too. And that comes with its own stresses of you're always going to get everybody's best game. I think all of that kind of combines to what we've seen here over the last 3 games.
How much of it could be them just pressing, trying to do certain things? I was at the game, I guess, 3 games ago, where they had many opportunities. They just could not get it in the net, and they were sitting right there.
Yeah, and I heard the Ovi from Mr. Finley there, and I it's funny because I asked Spencer that specifically a couple of days ago, and he hesitated for just a second, and then he's like, "Yeah, that's definitely part of it." Where these guys know the history that's on the line, and they're hoping that it happens this year, and it got a whole lot tighter. I think we might have seen it already if he doesn't break his leg in November. But it's going to be tight. And the way it's going right now, it feels like, that pendulum is swung back toward, this feels like it's going to happen this year, even though it's crazy to think that for somebody that's age 39, but not crazy when you look at what he's done all season. So, I mean, if he's even on that pace or close to it, he's going to get it this year. But I think there is a little bit of human nature there. I do. I think there's something to that. And especially if you watch on the power play sometimes, I've seen, pucks sometimes get forced that way. And teams certainly are familiar with what's going on here, right? So I think they start to maybe anticipate that a little easier. So I think it's just what a coach told me the other day. You got to stay inside your structure, and you're not supposed to really do anything to deviate from that. Do what you do. The record will take care of itself at some point. But just stay with that structure and do what made you successful.
Talking with John Walton here. You can give him a follow at John Walton PXP. Of course, John is the Caps radio voice. You can listen to all your Caps games right here on 106.7 The Fan. We got Caps on tonight. You can listen to Walton tonight. Puck drop 6:30. So you guys are probably Caps pregame is probably coming on at 6 or 6:15, John, something like that.
6:15, yes, sir. 6:15.
This 6:30 puck drop is weird. This is just to appease the streaming bosses that control all of our lives.
I guess I've asked several times, and I'm not sure that I've really heard. I'm sure someone knows. I know I don't. So when they said 6:30, listen, I show up when they tell me. I make noise and I go home. Like that's my gig. So we'll see what happens. But 6:30 was fine. I'm home a half hour sooner. I'm not going to fight that.
Yeah, for sure, dude. So as obviously the Caps are scuffling a little bit. They've lost a few in a row in a season where they really haven't done that. But I think it's very worth pointing out. They've lost 3 in a row for the first time all year. They are still in first place in the Eastern Conference, clear by 6 points in the whole conference, and they're still clear by 10 in the division.
Wow.
Like, it's been them and Winnipeg going back and forth, I think, for the highest points in the league. And Winnipeg has now moved ahead. But, like, the year they're having is still so consequentially great that they've lost 3 in a row, and they're still 6 points clear.
Yeah. We need them to get back on board, though.
For sure.
Get back on pace.
For sure. Walton, the kid Chicherin is really emerging as a star, it seems like to me. Are you seeing it that way, too?
Yeah, I mean, he's had previous stops in Arizona, and then, funny enough, played for Ottawa, and has got family near Ottawa. And, it was a bit of a going home for him when he left the Coyotes to go there, but it didn't quite click for him like it is here. And, for him to be able to chip in offensively, and I say chip in, he's at 17 goals. So, but I think kind of leading by example where this defensive core a year ago was 30th in the league in scoring. They didn't get goals. They didn't get points. They were winning 2-1, 3-2 games, and the defense really wasn't involved. You bring him in, and you have a team that is now first in the league, and that's one of the biggest reasons why they're number 1 overall in goals for, is because of the offense that they get from the blue line, and not just with Chick, but with others. It's been a remarkable turnaround, and assistant coach Mitch Love deserves all sorts of credit for that in really molding and shaping these guys. I mean, you've got a Hall of Famer in waiting, in my opinion, in John Carlson, and then you've got Chick, and you've got Matt Roy, who's come in and done a phenomenal job. Martin Faravari hits a ton, and he's tough to play against, and he's always in position. I mean, these guys are good 1 through 6, and knock on wood, they've been healthy. This will be 47 straight games that those 6 have been trotted out there. So, I mean, listen, you've got to have defensive depth for the playoffs, and you've got to get it from lots of guys. But he's got the hardest shot on the team. There's no doubt about that. And I encouraged, with the signing of Charlie Lindgren today, that's going to be a tougher contract because that's going to be a bigger one. But hopefully there's a way of keeping him in the fold here in D.C. for a lot of years to come.
Well, Chitrin, I like him. He has a little mean streak, too. You don't do anything cheap to him or his mates because he will find a way to get you back.
That's true. That is it. That's true.
I watched that
play for one another.
Night. Oh, yeah. He definitely does that.
Oh, yeah.
So as this gets out now, as we start to look, you've got Ovi and them, hell, I guess they're chasing the President's Cup, right? I mean, they're only a couple points back now. Do you start to look ahead at the schedule and wonder when Ovi might break this thing, John?
I mean, sure. I mean, I think when you can do it mathematically and say if he's scoring at 0.7 goals per game and he's able to maintain that pace, you're looking at the first week of April. My gut says it could slip a little bit beyond that as things starting to tighten up. But then again, I've been watching this show for 14 years, and every time that you think that's going to happen, it ends up happening much sooner. And where there's a will, there's a way. And I still remember, fellas, going back almost 10 years now, we had the big snowstorm wiped out a couple of games back in, 2016? And they had a couple of games. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they had a couple of games that got switched around, and Anaheim was one of them. Anaheim had to come here for game 82, which was not great for them. And we were in St. Louis, what was supposed to be the end of the season. And Ovi was sitting on 47 goals. And it's like, is he going to get to 50? He's like, I don't know. He's got this game and one more. And, my man wanted game 82 off because he wanted to get to 50. So he went out in St. Louis and punched out 3 goals in about 24 minutes, got to 50, was done, came back, took game 82 off, and was ready for the playoffs. So,
that's incredible.
Again, that will that he had.
We don't mind him doing that right now, John.
For him.
He could do it tonight.
We don't mind that happening.
That's what we're kind of thinking here is, is there any way that anybody going to deny him what we all think is going to happen here? I mean, realistically, from any other player standpoint, it seems like an incredible clip. But for him, it just seems like a day that ends in Y.
Yeah, totally. It was funny, dude. So shout out to my boy, Sonny. He gave me incredible seats for the Lightning game. We were on the glass with my daughters. They thought it was so cool. And my daughter was sitting next to Charlie Lindgren the whole time because he didn't start that game. But it was really neat to see. But my 6-year-old was convinced the whole time. She kept asking me, when do I get to throw my hat? Because she knows about hat tricks. And I showed her the clip from a couple weeks ago. And then when we were walking around the arena, they have that wall of all the hats they've collected. Uh-huh. So at almost every, TV timeout or break, she's like, can I throw my hat now? I'm like, no, baby. They got to score
goals.
They
got to score to do it.
But then when Ovi got one, she was like, what about now? I was like, no, can't do it now. Walton, let's talk through this Charlie Lindgren contract extension. What does that do for them? Why was now the right time?
It's a lot of stability for the next 3 years with both guys, and for Logan Thompson even longer. And I think given the value that Logan has demonstrated this year and the longevity that Charlie Lindgren has demonstrated for the last 3, he was brought in, basically as a first time. He's been told he's going to be a full-time NHL guy. So the Caps had identified him, grown up in the organization, doing what he did last year to get this team in. And quite frankly, they shouldn't have been there, but they were. And they got there almost exclusively on Charlie winning 2-1 games. So now you've got him, but you've also got Logan Thompson, who's certainly, you kick it up a notch in tandem, and they go back and forth. And you are saying to both of them that we believe in you for the long haul, and the chemistry that they bring to the room amongst themselves, but with the rest of the players, is undeniable. And I think the timing, once you locked up Logan, you really had to take care of Charlie too. And I think the reason why it's now is because you want to have all of this business put away. There's still, a lot of UFAs you're going to be looking at, not necessarily just after the trade deadline, but even getting into early summer and up until when free agency starts on July 1st. So you will take care of one check mark at a time, and this was an important one because by the time you locked up Logan Thompson, it wouldn't have been fair to Charlie to leave him twisting in the wind. And I'm glad the organization took care of him. We talked to him this morning. He is delighted. He thanked everybody from his parents to his teammates to the front office to our security guy. Ralphie got mentioned. I mean, you name it. It was happening, and I think he's thrilled to be here. He is as blood and guts, heart and soul hockey player guy as you're going to find. He's going to have to find better places, good places to fly fish around here because he's a Minnesotan like myself, and he loves to throw the rod and reel out there. So, but I think he's probably got he's going to go get some nicer rod and reels in the near future.
If he's going to be fly fishing, he better go to just a frozen part of a grocery store.
There's got to be something out like West Virginia or Pennsylvania. Or
where?
What do you need? Mountains, right?
He'll find it. I have every confidence that he'll find it wherever it is.
You know what, Walton, you might be my go-between on this, but I have a buddy who does a lot of fly fishing, I think in Pennsylvania. I'll try to get the information and pass it on to you.
If you have info and want to pass it along, I will make sure number 79 gets it because those are conversations that we have occasionally at least.
Steve Lynn, if you're listening, tell me where you go fly fishing and post on Instagram all the time.
And when?
Shout out to Chucky. Shout out to Ralphie. John, this is a harder question, right? We're talking with our friend John Walton, Caps Radio play-by-play voice. You can follow him at John Walton PXP. John joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. I don't know when this was, I guess 2 weeks ago, because it was before I went to Indy. But the Caps did an event over at the Georgetown Harbor where they put this plaque up to commemorate where Ovi and the boys went for a swim after the Stanley Cup win and celebration. And just being there, seeing the plaque, Oshie and Backy were there, just like gave me all these incredible memories of that Caps run. That was so special. This was a city that hadn't seen anybody win anything in 30 years or whatever it was. And seeing that reminded me how incredible that was. Does this group feel at all to you like there could be an incredible run coming?
I don't know how many swimmers we have for the fountain, but as far as the rest of it, yeah. The Stanley Cup is the hardest trophy to win. I know football has a pretty good argument there too, but and all of them to a certain extent. But hockey is 2 months of just brutality and trying to get out of each round, and guys get hurt, and things happen, and pucks. Hockey's a weird game, man. I'm saying this as someone who's done this since I could walk, and sometimes the puck just doesn't bounce your way. Like in 2015, I thought the Caps were going to win when they had the Rangers on the ropes in the second round, and Trotzy was here in his first year. And I thought 16, yep, okay, 17, just got to find a way to beat the Penguins. Nope. 18 was not the year I thought it was going to happen, quite frankly.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And it did. And sometimes it all comes together when you least expect it. When you look at this team, I can tell you this. They are as tight a group as I have ever seen here since I started doing this job. They are of the highest character. They are very good. They are a team in every sense of the word. They do not have, like the Edmonton Oilers have Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl and these just super, super top of the marquee guys. Capitals don't have that. Obi was that. He's not anymore. But what you do have is 1 to 12 up front and 1 to 6 on the back. You got 6 guys and 12 guys that you go to war with every single night. And when they're healthy, there's not a team in the world they can't beat. So can they? Absolutely. Will they? That's what we do the postseason for.
It'll be
But
seen.
the team that I look at is Florida. Like they went out and got Seth Jones, who is just an unbelievable player, and won it out of Chicago, and now they're reloading. But I mean, other than Florida's also been to back-to-back finals, and it does take a physical toll on you. Other than them, I mean, the Caps are easily as good as anyone. I think they're as good as Florida too, and they beat Florida in their building earlier this year. So they have it. I just you hope that the pucks bounce and guys are healthy and that they have that opportunity.
Oh, we got one of the swimmers left still here.
We do.
Well, perhaps the most important.
Yeah.
The best swimmer. Walton, me and B are both coming tonight, so maybe we'll be able to catch up. Have a great call tonight, and thank you for making time for us, dude.
You bet, man. Hey, listen, enjoy the game tonight, fellas, and we'll get a win before we head to New York on Wednesday. It sounds good.
It'd be a great night to get a win, maybe a Ovi Hattie. I think it'd be a fun time. Thank you, John.
Let's do it. Book it.
That's our guy, John Walton, on the Rude Guest Hotline. Give him a follow at John Walton PXP. Make sure you listen tonight. Cap sends at 6:30 right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before you went on vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed a new system in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Here's the best part. Unlike me, Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check them out, rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
We're talking about Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Breaking news from the NFL, where the Philadelphia Eagles are releasing six-time Pro Bowl cornerback Darius Slay. Also, the Green Bay Packers are re-signing linebacker Isaiah McDuffie, 2 years, $8 million, with an upside to $9.5 million. The Nationals and the Orioles announced the final resolution of all issues related to the Masson dispute. That means the Nationals signed a one-year deal with Mid-Atlantic Sports Network for this season, 2025. But then the Nationals will be free to explore alternatives for their television rights for the 2026 season and beyond. The Washington Capitals have re-signed goaltender Charlie Lindgren, 3 years and $9 million. Caps versus Ottawa tonight at 6:15 on the Fan, trying to snap a 3-game skid after the 3-1 loss to Tampa Bay. Ovi did score in that game, so he's up to 8-8-4, just 10 away from tying Wayne Gretzky. Nationals beat the Astros 4-3. Paul DeJong a 2-run homer. Trevor Williams 2 in her third innings to start and the win, hosting the Cardinals tomorrow. Wizards at Miami Heat tonight 7:15 on Team 980. Domantas Sabonis of the Kings is out indefinitely with a hamstring strain. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
If you listen to the program, you know I don't enjoy slow jams. I also don't enjoy these kind of bands, whatever you call this. But if you're into it, we're giving away a pair of tickets. 800-636-1067. Go see Disturbed, baby. Caller number 10 right now, you get to win a pair of tickets for Disturbed. Should be, I imagine that's a wild show, man. You go in there and people are ready to rock. Caller number 10 wins a pair of Disturbed tickets. All right, B, here's what I wanted to discuss. How up to date are you with the Marvel franchise? Franchises, perhaps.
0%.
Okay, I was about a little ahead of you, and the boys in the aquarium there just got me all the way up to speed. Here's what I can tell you. Thanos is the bad guy. And spoiler alert, if you're in your car, we're about to spoil some stuff. Apparently, Ant-Man saves the day, which seems impossible to me, considering there's like Superman and the Incredible Hulk and all these people. And
Ant-Man has this power that's all these times stronger than what he really is size.
Apparently. A rat was involved.
Superman's not part of Marvel.
What?
I'm so upset.
What does that mean?
He's a different comic book company, DC.
Is that why Batman's not in it?
It's correct. Also DC.
If they have Superman and Batman, who's Marvel's one seed? Spider-Man?
Yeah, probably.
Is Spider-Man involved with Thanos?
Yep.
Is he in that, the big one with the stones?
I mean, he's in a lot of, Spider-Man's in a lot of them.
Who's your one seed? Spider-Man, Superman, Batman?
None of them.
I think
I left childhood a long time ago and I started dealing with real stuff that happens.
Who's your one seed? Spider-Man, Superman,
He's
Batman?
still a kid.
I like Iron Man.
Yo, I told you, I fell asleep in the theater. That's the only one of these Marvel movies I've seen, and I fell asleep.
I mean, that's the best one. You fell asleep during the best one.
It ain't for me, dog. I like to read nonfiction. I'm just not into superheroes. I think it's nonsense. And I'm not out here knocking it for folks that are into it. White Brian and Jeff are very into it. White Brian, who are you taking? Superman, Spider-Man, or Batman?
Spider-Man.
Really?
Yeah, that's my guy. He's a Mets fan.
Jeez. I can't escape
Mets
freaking New
nerds.
York Mets. People on the chat are reacting to our Marvel takes, and I don't think they like it.
Don't care. Not something I care about.
KW said JP needs sex in movies. Do Marvel movies not have sex in them, I suppose?
I've never seen it.
I guess they're all PG-13, right?
If you want to see a good boxing match in which someone gets beat up, just go watch Endgame and look at Thanos beat up the Hulk. He really beat that man to a pulp.
I don't know what that sentence meant.
That was Infinity War.
Oh yeah, Infinity War. That's
Yeah.
what it was. I never seen nobody get beat so bad that when the dude
I really
come
don't
back,
like them, really.
I hate geeks. He's scared.
I am glad you guys are happy with the comic books. It's not for me, but B-Mitch B-Mitch thinks you guys are geeks.
He plays golf.
What?
You tried.
I'm messing
and
with
suck.
you. Look how
golf.
both of them took a
And you suck. So who cares?
I don't think if people are into it, I'm happy for them. Now the movie conversation started because the Oscars were on last night. I don't know if Landfill has a quiz for us. If you do, fire away. Did you watch any of the Oscars last night, B?
Kind of the end part of it.
Did you?
Yeah.
What, did Monica have it on or something?
I was going through it, and I figured you were going to try to ask some questions, so I stopped and saw a few things.
I watched about 6 minutes or so. You know what I ended up watching last night? It's a silly movie. No Marvel, no Oscar.
What?
Speed. Keanu Reeves
you
and
went way
Sandra
back.
Bullock. Yeah, man, that movie's great. Landville, do you have any Oscar quiz for us? Because I don't think we're going to get this correct.
All right, who's the actor that people are calling the Eli Manning of acting?
Couldn't tell you that one.
I don't even know what that means.
He's won 2 Oscars and had a bunch of terrible movies.
The little weird dude last night?
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. It's a dude kind of.
Chalamet.
He came on right before the young lady, Mickey, whatever her name.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I forgot his name.
Adrian Brody.
Yeah, that dude.
Oh, all right. I saw the first movie he got an Oscar for, The Pianist. Notice I said pianist, Pianist. That's a good movie, dude. He was playing the piano in like Poland during the Holocaust. What did he win an Oscar for this time?
Something called The Brutalist.
Yeah.
He was in Peaky Blinders.
That was it,
I
The
kind of thought he
Brutalist.
sucked in Peaky Blinders, honestly.
All right, I'll just list the best picture nominees and you tell me which ones you've seen.
Perfect.
Honora.
They won it.
Okay.
Spoiler alert. Jeez.
He said the nominees. He said, "Tell me which one you knew heard of." I'll tell you that they won it.
No, have
he
you
said,
seen
have
it?
you seen it?
Hell no. Bro, most of these movies that come on, none of us have seen.
I've never even heard of that.
The Brutalist.
I heard of it a second ago when you told me that the
No, I
Adrian
haven't
Brody.
seen it. Haven't seen it.
A Complete Unknown.
That's how complete unknown it was to me. Till you missed it.
White Brian has seen it.
That was the Bob Dylan movie.
Right. We expect Brian to see weird
Hold on,
stuff.
White Brian. How many of these others have you seen?
I don't think I've seen any of them. So far, not any besides.
I don't know what happens in Honora, but I don't know. She's kind of good looking. Am I allowed to say that?
Bro, you got eyes. You're allowed to say what you want to say.
All right. Everybody can
You talking
answer if
about
they've
Mickey
seen
Madison?
any of these movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How do you know that?
I knew she won the best actress.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you I watched some.
I love that you tuned into
What
the
I
Oscars.
watch, I stick with.
All right.
What I don't watch, I don't know.
It's Mickey. It looks like it's spelled Mikey.
But they call it Mickey.
Okay. All right. What else, Landini?
All right. Conclave.
I think that's about the Pope or something.
But have you seen it?
No.
Dune Part 2.
See, he don't know how to play the games with you. You say, "Tell me, have you seen them?" And he's trying to tell you what it's about when he hadn't seen it.
In fairness, you did start this out by saying, heard of it.
Yeah, you did.
What?
The first one?
No, I didn't say heard of it. I said they won it. That's what
All
I
right.
said.
Hold
so
on.
remember, if you're going to talk about something.
Dune. I don't know if it's part 1 or part 2, but I have seen like 15 minutes of one of those movies. It sucked, so I turned it off. But I was on a plane and there was nothing else to watch. And my two boys that love comic books and nerdy stuff, Peter and Trip, swear by it. So I put it on and it sucked and I didn't
But
laugh.
we should start doing anything that really sucks. They're going to be up for an Oscar. Because that's the stuff that normally wins the weirdest movies in the damn world.
Amelia Perez.
Is that a person?
I think so.
It was a movie, though. But I heard that. I heard that last night. I haven't seen it.
I'm Still Here.
Yeah, we
Are you talking about yourself in that
We're
chair?
still here, too.
That was a movie, apparently. Rodrigo Teixeira was involved somehow.
Nah.
Who? Is that dude
Rodrigo
played for the
Teixeira.
Texas Rangers?
Yep.
Mark Teixeira's brother?
Nickel Boys.
Nickelback?
Nickel Boys.
Nah, dog.
The Substance.
Nickelbag?
The who?
The Substance.
What is that?
From
What
Nickelback
was
to
that
the
substance,
Substance.
landfill?
I don't know.
Like everything. You're from Nickelback to a substance. What are you, a drug dealer?
Some of the people involved in this have wild names. All right, what about Wicked?
Yo, my kids have seen that.
All right,
That has
I
been
saw
on at my house.
about 10 minutes of that.
Yeah, I've seen about the same. My girls like it. It's also, I think Wicked is
Didn't have the green.
crazy
Didn't have the green
long.
person and the green lady on it.
Yeah.
It's the Wizard of Oz prequel, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
That's correct.
Have you seen that? White Brian 100% saw Wicked, and I'm guessing it was date night at the theater.
Rose had friends over and they were watching it. So I saw like 10 minutes and said, I don't want to watch this anymore.
Okay. Yo, people are mad at me online about Marvel movies. I'm not mad at Marvel movies. I want y'all to enjoy them. It's not
JP
for
hates
me.
Marvel movies.
Who mad at you online?
Blame
bro?
him.
Like just even our boy Rusty.
Well,
Rusty's
to
like,
hell with all of them, JP. I can give a damn about all the Marvel movies. Who cares?
Hater.
Hey, whatever you call it, bro.
but Jeff, just because I don't watch them shouldn't make you mad. I'm not anti. Do your thing.
I don't watch them. I'm out to make some money. How much money you make on your Marvel movies?
You know,
I'm sure you probably got some books to sell. I buy them from you.
I mostly just watch The Office.
I do got
reruns.
some comic books.
How much? How much your most expensive one is?
We're
I'll
gonna
buy
talk
it
about
from
that
you.
off air.
I buy it from you.
Cause my comic book collection decent.
All right, man. Like I always say, go sell it and use the money instead of just holding on to the books.
Was that all the movies? All right.
Yeah, they're like a ton of them. Though,
That was every movie that came out last year.
That was your Oscars review. I
And
think it was a successful
Honora
night.
won it.
The 5 minutes I had on, you hear when Conan called out Drake? The fact that Conan O'Brien is calling out Drake at the Oscars.
He's a comedian. Anything goes with comedians normally.
That has reached critical mass at that point. We're gonna wrap things up. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Big cut for the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll tell you who it is when we return. All right, there's a number of things for us to get to in a short amount of time. If we haven't offended enough people with our Marvel movie discussion and then our Oscars movie discussion, perhaps the biggest non-sports news, non-Debo division, the biggest news, and a lot of people talked about this, John Cena went heel at WrestleMania. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's a bad guy now.
I got to be honest, this doesn't make a big impact on my life, but I know for a lot of people it does. Brian, are you moved by John Cena being a bad guy now?
No, it happens normally. Before you leave wrestling, you always turn to the other side.
He beat up Travis Scott, I think. Is that right?
No, Cody Rhodes.
That happens.
Is he related to Cody Betts?
No.
No, they would have the same last name, not the same first name, dog.
Oh, that's right. Not in Korea or China.
But we're not in Korea or China. And you're not talking about either a Korean or a Chinese person.
Did anybody watch that live last night? Was anybody watching John Cena? All right. Well, to all that matters, I hope you enjoyed it or didn't enjoy it. Whatever way you prefer.
When you get producers and directors, that's what you get.
Yes,
let's turn them into somebody else now.
I might watch WrestleMania. Should we all get together and watch WrestleMania?
Not happening with me. I'll see y'all the next day while y'all talk about it.
Yeah, we could all dress up as our favorite wrestler.
No.
Yo, I used to like.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. I won't be there, so don't worry about it.
You remember the Bushwhackers, Landfill?
Yeah, I remember the Bushwhackers.
I like the Bushwhackers. How about this? Philadelphia releases Darius Slay today.
Yeah.
When you draft two young corners in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean,
and you get what you got from him, you let the old dude go.
You let the old dude go. Zach Berman covers the Eagles for All City, I think. He used to be The Athletic. Berman does a really good job as a reporter. If you don't follow him, you should. Z-Berm. He just tweeted out this story. Listen to this. The Eagles were ready to move on from Slay in 2023. He was ready to sign with the Baltimore Ravens. Baltimore offered way more money, Slay said. And I'm like, I just came off the Super Bowl run. Go chase the bag. Then Dom DeSandro called. Slay, we need you, DeSandro said. Dom, he's one of the dudes. He calls me and he's like, I need you because he'd do it for my family. He made it right. Slay stayed for 2 more seasons and they won the Super Bowl.
Bruh, Dom, I tell you, Dom does everything. He getting players to come back and sign.
That's wild.
You know, he makes sure the coach is not acting like a whiny ass baby. You know, he does everything, man.
That is wild.
He's a security guard.
Also,
he hooks me up when I get these tickets.
Parking,
yeah, Dom's my dude.
CK, the cluster buster, just came in and told us that Jimmy Johnson retiring from Fox Sports. I can understand that. He's 81 years old.
That's why he retired. Jimmy like, oh, man.
He still has that same head of hair.
That same hair, dude. I mean, his hair don't move, just like Mark Mosley's hair never moved.
That's wild. All right, let's make some bets. All right, new week, new us. I'm pretty sure I've won the last couple weeks, but you know everything starts fresh.
Very
now.
much not true. So
I'm pretty sure.
Stop lying. Pretty sure you didn't because the person that won last week was White Brian.
White Brian, this is your time of year to get rich. Have you increased your bets at all? Are you still betting about 20 cents a pop?
Still 20 cents.
Are you up or down?
You don't know.
Last couple of weeks I've been up.
If you put it in his pocket and he jump up and down, it's all gonna rattle the same way.
Yeah, I wonder if like looking through the couch for change isn't a thing for young people anymore because everybody just has Venmo.
No, he just walk around and look for it though, because like I don't think they're gonna take too many 20-cent bets.
So you're telling me, White Brian, if I handed you $1, you could make 5 wagers with that?
Yeah, I did today.
What do you got today, you D-Gen?
We got A-Sun tournament action.
All right, let's make some picks, boys.
Give me Dale State over Morgan State basketball money line.
Caps money line.
Florida Gulf Coast -4.5.
Dunk City.
Boy, he pulled some stuff out, boy. I tell you. Let me take UCLA -3.5 against Northwestern.
I'm taking the Caps with Landfill. Woo! What a day! What a day! Thank you to all the folks that listened today. Thank you to Gary Clark for joining us. Thank you to Matt.
Thank you, G.
Thank you to Matt Maiocco for joining us. Thank you to John Walton for joining us.
JP, the only nerds I don't work with.
Thank you to my man Nate for bringing us lunch. Appreciate you. Thank you to Sonny for the Caps tickets. What time are you going over there tonight?
Me and I'm in meeting at 5:30.
Where at?
Clyde's.
You know it starts at 6:30.
We're meeting at 5:30 at Clyde's.
Yo, AD, what's up with a ride downtown if you're driving downtown?
We're meeting at 5:30. He's not meeting with you if you got to be there earlier.
No, I have to go to the studio now. Oh, yeah, Landfill, I got to run, so I hope I don't have to record anything. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. B-Mitch owes you a beer.
No, he don't.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Associated Press men's top 25 is out with Auburn, Duke, Houston, Tennessee, and Florida in the top 5. Maryland at number 13. The AP women's basketball top 25. Texas, USC, UConn, UCLA, and South Carolina your top 5. The Terps at number 15. The Philadelphia Eagles are releasing 6-time Pro Bowl cornerback Darius Slay. The Green Bay Packers are re-signing linebacker Isaiah McDuffie, 2 years and $8 million. The Nationals and Orioles announced the final resolution of all issues related to the Masson dispute. That means the Nationals will be on Masson for 1 more year, and then the Washington Nationals will be free to explore alternatives for their television rights for the 2026 season and beyond. The Washington Capitals making news, re-signing goaltender Charlie Lindgren, 3 years, $9 million. Tonight, they take on the Ottawa Senators at C1A, 6:15 p.m. on The Fan. Alex Ovechkin, go watch 884. He needs 10 to tie Wayne Gretzky. 31 goals in 44 games and a broken fibula. He's the best of all time. Nationals drop the Astros 4-3. They'll be back tomorrow against the Cardinals. Paul DeJong, a 2-run shot. Nice to see some power from the Nats lineup. NBA Wizards against the Heat tonight at 7:15 at Team 980. Washington beats Charlotte 113-100 on Saturday. Power up your future. Enroll tuition free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is March 3rd, 2025. We are 24 days from Nats opening day. The Caps play downtown in D.C. tonight. Ovi, 10 goals from Gretzky as they look to snap a 3-game skid. Major Commanders news. They've been the epicenter of the football offseason over the last few days. And we have a great show planned for you today. Hey, this is a get-to day, not a have-to day.
Yeah, here we go. You'll notice if you're on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, I'm here. News happened, and I'm here.
Wow.
It can go this way, too. Double news day, not a single news day. It was going to be just Deebo, and that's fine. And then the Orioles and Nationals are high-fiving and handshaking and playing nice. Look at this. Look at us. Who would have thunk it?
It was not lost on me, though, Danny, that the news broke on Saturday.
That's true. Come on.
Not on the day of the show. And that you were out on Thursday and Friday. So the closest show to the news, you actually were out.
Well played.
So you could take a victory lap that you're here to react 2 days later. And you should.
And I'm gonna.
By your standards, this is a massive win.
This is the best it gets.
But there's a little something off there.
Sure.
You're out Thursday, Friday, and the huge Deebo news breaks.
I'm
Saturday.
remote. I'm on location live from my residence.
2 great guests today. Joe Shasky, who does morning radio in San Francisco on their top-rated morning show on the game out there. We'll ask him about why the 49ers were so willing to get rid of Debo Samuel. They are taking a massive $30+ million dead cap hit to move on from him. And yet here in D.C., we're very excited about this. So somebody's wrong or something's not quite right as far as either Washington's excitement or San Francisco's giddiness to move on. So we'll talk to Joe about that at 3. And then at 5 o'clock today, I'm jacked up about this. I like having smart people on that are going to educate us. Martin Conway, who is a sports management professor at Georgetown, will be on the show. He has worked as the executive marketing director for the Rangers and the Orioles over the years in Major League Baseball. A lot of insight on what happened in the Masson deal and how we got here. Tons of information as well on the other report that the Nats are looking to sell the naming rights to their stadium finally, and possibly even put sponsorship on a jersey, which we'll get into. But Martin Conway of Georgetown, a professor there, will stop by at 5 o'clock. So that's the lay of the land today on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. But why don't we start rapid fire? There's so much going on with some thoughts on each of these huge stories. So we begin first with the Debo Samuel trade. The Commanders shipping a 5th-round pick to San Francisco for the 29-year-old who's entering his 7th season, a Pro Bowler and a first-team All-Pro in 2021. That year, he went for 1,400 yards. Washington is going to pay him the full freight of his $17.5 million salary this year fully against their cap. The 49ers, as I said, take on $31 million in dead money moving forward. But, Danny, it's a one-year deal at under $18 million, and all they had to give up was a fifth-rounder for a long-established weapon who could help their offense.
You do that sight unseen. Now, there's a slight decline last year in terms of his production. Is that injury-related? Is that he was maybe out of shape, a little bit overweight? Was that because of the injury? You don't know. Even if you get last year's production, that's worth it. What you're hoping is that it's better. You're hoping that's an angry Deebo. You're hoping that's the motivated, rejuvenated, full healthy offseason, get in the lab and, get yourself back in the best shape of your life, hire your private chef, all the stories that we've read a million times. If you get call it the B+ Deebo over the last 3, 4, 5 seasons, kind of the average there, that is a coup. I mean, that is a boon. You do that 100% of the time, sight unseen, a fifth rounder just for this year.
People who doesn't like this trade, I need to hear from you and know exactly what your problem is. It's a one-year flyer on a potential really helpful player for a fifth-round pick. And I am a valuer of picks like a lot of people listening are. I like draft picks and building through the draft. There is a big difference between a round 1 pick and a round 2 pick and a 2 into 3. And the gap for me, like the big fall off in tiers, is probably after the 3rd round, but it's certainly after the 4th round. When you get to the 5th round, to me, that's closer to a 7th round pick than it is a 2nd or 3rd round pick. So to give up a 5 for the possibility that you get big time help from Debo Samuel, when you're taking a 1-year flyer on a motivated guy who's in a contract year, I love this. I absolutely think that this is brilliant by Washington. Even if it doesn't work out, you chalk it up as a small L, can't be a big L. That's what I like about it. There will no gigantic loss here. You got a ton of cap space. You're not going to use all of it anyway. It's sub $18 million against your cap, which for a legitimate weapon is a nothing burger at the receiver position at this point. That's basically half of what Jamar Chase is about to make, Justin Jefferson money, right? And on top of that, this is a team that was in the same role using guys like Olamide Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown and Noah Brown last year. You mean to tell me you're not interested in kicking the tires and seeing what Debo Samuel can do? As long as there's no extension coming, Danny, and this is what I've said since we started talking about this 3 weeks ago, if they extended him, I'd feel different. I don't think they're going to. I think he plays the year out, trying to prove to everyone that he's still a baller and get a bunch of money next year. And if that's the case, then what he wants and what you want,
they line up.
Work in harmony.
Yep. He averaged more yards than anybody else on the roster, save Terry McLaurin, in terms of receiving. And especially if you consider there are a couple of games that he played that go on his games log where he wasn't a factor. He was injured. He was a decoy, didn't get any targets, maybe 1 or 2 over the course of those games. There's a couple of those. So in terms of when he was Deebo, 13, 14 games. Now, again, the injury is a concern. Injuries are a concern with him. He's going to get beat up. He's like a big post player back in the day that in order to stop him, you got to foul him. He's going to get hit. He's physical. He's tough. He's going to run into some contact. He's going to miss some time, et cetera. Maybe you don't give him as many carries to try to keep him healthy that way. It's Cliff Kingsbury's call now. However you want to use him, let's do so.
I think you got Deebo, you use Deebo, and you
fair enough
run him into the ground, so to speak, and see where it gets you.
So again, everyone other than Terry McLaurin, he's pretty much averaging more yards per game for a 5th-round pick. If you're upset about that, again, I don't get it. This is not. They didn't sign him to a 5-year deal at max value. They didn't pay him what you're going to pay T. Higgins. Maybe you do eventually if he balls out, if he's great for you. But you're under no obligation. You're taking on this year what you want, a playmaker opposite Terry to make things easier for this offense as their schedule is going to get more difficult in terms of opponents. To give Kingsbury more toys, more guys that make this offense easy. Take a little and make it a lot. One guy could do that last year. That was Austin Eckler. Now you have 2. That's better. I don't see the downside here. Yeah, he might miss some time. Maybe that's it. But so did Noah Brown. You know what I mean? Like there's nobody here that was so great that you're now going to be superseding. There was nobody that showed you, oh, you got to give blank all the touches that are going to go to Debo Samuel. No, thank you. Give them to him.
It also doesn't block you from going and adding more weapons at receiver or more of a traditional wide receiver on the outside. Because, again, the money is not that crazy. It's not like you extended him and he's some now 26, 27 million AAV guy. If they want to go get a traditional wideout that just lines up on the outside along the sideline, flanked out all the time, you can still do that because Samuel can move into the backfield and he can move into the slot. You can move him all over the place. Not that that's like Kingsbury's strength, moving guys around, but it's something that I think you've got to do to get the most out of him this coming season. And I also feel better about this too, and I think people should, based on the familiarity with Debo Samuel that the general manager who pulled off the trade has. And that's Adam Peters, who was there when they drafted him in San Fran, worked with him. I would have some questions that I would need ironed out about Debo as a teammate, character stuff after he's trying to fight a kicker on the sideline after a couple of misses last year. But Adam Peters knows the guy, knows the player, has more intel into this transaction than probably any executive that could have made it in the league in making a swap and making a deal with John Lynch. And he's excited about it and wants to add him. So I'm not doing a, in Adam I trust thing where I just never ask any questions and I'm not a critical thinker. I don't think that way. But I do think his intel here and interest in Debo Samuel should give you a little more confidence that it's going to work out.
I think it's well put. And again, if it doesn't, this is the process. Like, this is what I want, right? If you're going to trade for, I'm making this up. If you trade a boatload for Myles Garrett and he falls off and Cleveland knew before you did, that's a disaster. The worst this can go is he doesn't play well. And then you go like this, ta-da, all done, right? I mean, there's very little downside here for me.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, he gets hurt a bunch. It's kind of a disastrous year and you overpay him for a season and you lose out on a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, fairly well.
Whoops. Worthwhile every time for the possible benefit of a weapon that is maybe scary in this offense. We'll get back to Debo in just a second. Here's a story that was, and I'm not exaggerating here, decades in the making out of Washington Nationals camp today. The Masson dispute is finally over. I could not believe this when I saw this. This was one of those jaw-dropping moments where I'll remember where I was sitting when I saw it forever. Because if you're a big fan of the Nationals or baseball, either in DC or Baltimore, this has been an Achilles heel storyline for 20 years plus at this point. And the Nats, who have never controlled their TV rights, but who have always wanted to, finally came to an agreement with the Orioles now with new ownership that the two teams came together and the O's will no longer hold the purse strings to the Nats TV deal beyond this season. They finally have a resolution. The Nats will have one more year on Masson in 2025, kicking off now, and then they'll be a free agent to take their talents wherever they'd like to and to find a new TV home. So the favorite on the betting board, like minus 10,000, would be Monumental Sports Network with Ted Leonsis, where you've got the Caps and the Wiz and the Mystics, and then they would add the Nationals. But there are other options too. Maybe Major League Baseball, which is taking on more and more teams to run their TVs because the RSN thing with baseball hasn't worked out lately in the local markets. There's a lot of ways this could go. But Danny, at a minimum, the owners no longer have an excuse. The TV deal, we don't make enough money. This is going to be a windfall of cash coming in right away in whatever deal they negotiate to get some of their own cash back. The owners can spend more money, hopefully, as soon as they want to. This could also, in terms of limitless possibilities, maybe mean a sale is back in play, where Ted Leonsis tries to buy the team again like he did in 2022, because now he owns the TV rights to the team if he buys them and puts them on his network. It certainly means we'll be able to stream games somewhere next year, almost certainly, which makes me very happy. This is just such a feel good, wonderful thing for Nats fans 24 days before opening day?
I don't know, man. I don't know. As a sports fan, don't we love prolonged litigation? Isn't that why you sign up to be a fan of a team? Right? You're hoping for more court updates, and then every time the gavel slams, there's more appeals. Don't you miss that? Die painfully. Court appeals, legal claims, investigations, whatever. No more. I have exorcised the demons. How much fun is that? Just a normal thing. All anybody that cared about the Nationals asked for a long time is, I just want a normal thing. I see so many teams with normal things where you can turn on the television. If it's not the game, they'll be talking about the team. And that you don't have to do like this one weird harness race through like a weird camera that's like somebody from the stands is holding like one of those small little ones from like 2006. None of those. You don't have to do any of these weird like from this orange set in Towson, Maryland, talking about like Beltway baseball stuff. You don't have to do that. Regular, normal programming about the baseball team. A couple of former players, a couple of local guys that happen to know some things. I know a couple if you guys are interested. Just a regular network to cover the baseball games. Normal.
I'll do you one better. All that stuff would be nice. How about just being able to make money off of your own TV deal by yourself?
Well, that's ludicrous.
Not to be handed some money every now and then as an allowance from the team that gets all the money from the TV deal.
Yeah, any money goes into a place called escrow for future legal proceedings. So there's no terms yet. We don't know how much they're getting from back settlements that have been owed and different things like that.
So let's get into that. The team requested, the last we heard, $320 million is what they thought that they were still owed from 2022 through 2026. And the way these negotiations happen and these things are resolved is they're obviously not going to get that. That's what they wanted from Major League Baseball. My guess is they get nowhere close to that, Danny, but they'll take it now to get out of this deal. So I wonder, what does that look like? How big of a windfall is it financially? Do they get tens of millions of dollars? Do they get 100-some millions of dollars? Do they get a couple $100 million? We have not seen the numbers on this, but regardless, no more excuses. You either spend or you don't spend, and it's got nothing to do with the TV deal, because that shouldn't have been prohibitive of just doing more than they've been doing. If you want to tell me you can't be the Yankees or the Dodgers because of this, okay, fine. But you could probably be a mid-market team in terms of what you're spending, which they haven't been lately. But this is awesome. The fact that
it's so good.
There's a path to normalcy. And just a better television network, respectfully.
Yeah.
I mean, not to bash Masson, but to a network where there are pregame and postgame shows where, as you said, there's actual Nats content and trying to grow this brand and grow this team in this city. These are all things that should be happening.
And it should have been standard from Jump Street. We're not going to be used to it at first if it goes the way that it's supposed to go. But so I do have, now hear me. I am not sympathetic to Nats ownership in a lot of ways. I do have some sympathy for the business, though. What was supposed to happen is you put on baseball games. And just for doing what you're always going to do, tens of millions of dollars should have just been flooding into your account, whether you did it or not. Now, again, they have their own mess. I'm not excusing their behavior. Should have sold naming rights here, there, and everywhere. They should have done a million things differently, and we've held their feet to the fire. But I do have sympathy for this. This thing, what should have been just cash coming in over the years, now as RSNs have all but died in a bunch of different ways. So it's not going to be the same windfall that it should have been for so many years beforehand. Instead of cash coming in, cash was going out to fight it in court. You're paying lawyer fees just to get what you're owed, and who knows what checks have cleared and what haven't, what they're ultimately going to get. But the headache is over. The path to just a regular set of baseball coverages, hopefully streaming games, just to get with, I don't know, the 21st century, a normal, regular process is now within reach. It should have been standard. Major League Baseball had to bend over backwards just to appease Angelos, and even when he was appeased, he wasn't appeased. He said, I'm going to cut off my nose and my ears and my eyes and my lips and my teeth just to spite my face. I will never give in to you, because he was mad the whole time. That didn't help anybody. Didn't help the Orioles. Didn't help their television network. None of it. What was supposed to be happening for so many years couldn't, because any dollar they showed in profit had to go away, so they didn't owe the Nationals any more money. It was a disaster. This is excellent.
Yeah, this is a big deal. We'll be talking about it quite a bit today, and looking forward to getting more and more insight on this as the day goes on, including when the professor from Georgetown who worked for the Orioles at one point in time in the marketing department joins us at 5 o'clock. The third and final story we've got to hit right off the top here, because this is just one of those days in DC sports, man. Things are happening. We're moving and shaking in town. Charlie Lindgren got a 3-year extension from the Capitals.
Hey, Chucky.
3 years, $9 million. So $3 million per. He's going to be their backup goaltender to Logan Thompson. By the way, Thompson is signed, sealed, and delivered, and so is Lindgren. So at under $9 million for the next 3 years now. They've got their goaltending battery sewed up and delivered. Love that. They got him done at a lesser rate than what was being rumored. I was a little skeptical about paying him upwards of $4 million to be a backup goalie, but he's proven now over 2 years he's very good. If you remember back to last year, he had a 2.67 goals against. He led them to the playoffs. He stood on his head down the stretch, had a 911 save percentage. He hasn't been quite as good this year, 898 save percentage, but very similar 2.7 goals against. He's proven that that was not a mirage. This is a 31-year-old guy who over the last 3 seasons in the NHL ranks in the middle of the league, basically 16th in save percentage, 17th in goals against, and he's their backup. He's their number 2, and they've locked him in as basically a top 15-ish goaltender in the entire league behind Thompson, who right now is the best goalie in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, he's shown that he can start if needed, obviously, and I think maybe I don't see how kicked his coverage last year, but I think it's been an unfair regression at times. I don't know how much, if you go goal by goal, how many soft ones, how many are his fault. A couple puck handling mishaps led to some goals that had nothing to do with shots faced, et cetera. But yeah, I mean, to me, this is one of those great culture guy. You reward, though. I think signings like this go a long way. This is like kind of a Jeremy Reeves sort of thing. Better player here in terms of equivalence, but all he's ever done is what he's supposed to do. Showed up, outworked his previous contract, turned in great work, and then look up and say, okay, what do I get? And you sign him. You lock guys like that up. I think that goes a long way in the locker room.
2 major factors to consider here. One, the NHL salary cap's going up massively. The salary cap, rather. It's going up huge, a historical amount this offseason. So I think that is a consideration here where they felt like even if you're spending almost $9 million on 2 goalies, no problem. We got the money, and they're going to be in a really good financial spot even after getting that done. And then number 2, in this era of the NHL, so when you hear he's their backup goalie, you think, oh, he just sits there and watches Thompson. You basically alternate games.
Yeah, it's not the 80s anymore where guys get 15 to 20 starts.
So literally you'll go, I call it boy, girl, but it's AB, AB, AB throughout the majority of the season, even, not just on back-to-back. So if, Thompson plays on Tuesday, Lindgren's going to play on Thursday, Thompson's going to go. And then as you wind down the season, you start to lock in on your number 1. And so Thompson will play a lot more down the stretch. And then in the playoffs, he would play every single game, theoretically, is how you would do it. In the end, over 82 games, the ratio is probably something like 45 to 37 starts, or maybe closer to 50 to 32, but not even quite to that extent. It's probably like a 60-40 split in terms of your starting goalies. So that's why having a number 2 is a really, really important thing in this NHL, and the Caps now have it. So kudos to them getting into the news party today with the extension of Lindgren. Now just get Jacob Chikrin done, please.
That's a nice appetizer. Give me the main dish.
The Grant and Danny regular.
Oh.
Who we'll have on the show every single Wednesday for the rest of the season.
Same guy?
Thanks to our friends at IT Cadre, who scores goals all the time from the blue line, top 3 among defensemen in goals scored.
Yeah.
Sign that guy to a big extension.
I'd like to do that.
Let's get back into Debo Samuel next. We want to know from you guys. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. What was your reaction to the deal? How do you feel about giving up a 5th for Debo Samuel, taking on his full salary, a little under $18 million in cap space, the new wide receiver? That's next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams. You got to give them a call. If you're thinking about selling your home, you owe it to yourself to go with the best. What are they going to do? Get you the most money fast. That's the deal. That's kind of the whole point of this exercise, right? They've got an incredible system in place. 16,700 qualified buyers ready to help guarantee the sale of your home fast and for top dollar, as I said. Sounds too good to be true, right? I'm telling you, Reynolds and Power Home team have countless reviews from families just like mine that they've served that back up exactly what they say. They get their sellers 6.1% more money on average, netting their sellers, get this, $30,500 more in their pocket. So many uncertainties in the world right now. The market is crazy. It's up and down. One thing is certain, your home's going to sell if you use Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team. They're so confident in that, in fact, that if your home doesn't sell for some reason, that means Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. Your bottom line is this: your home's getting sold. Call them now, just like we did. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Plenty of news today in the NFL. The Commanders traded for Debo Samuel over the weekend, giving a fifth-round pick to San Francisco. He'll bring with him a $17.5 million cap hit. Other news in the NFL, the Cowboys are going to use the franchise tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua if a long-term deal isn't reached before tomorrow's deadline. The Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay as a post-June 1 cut. That's going to save $4.3 million against the cap. The Bengals are releasing offensive guard Alex Kappa. Former Cowboys head coach Jimmy Johnson announced that he's retiring from Fox. In baseball, the Nationals and the Orioles settled their Masson dispute. The Nationals will be free to find a new TV partner in 2026 and beyond. Also, the Nationals looking to sell stadium naming rights and jersey sponsorship could add more than $20 million in annual revenue, according to Forbes. In the NBA, the Wizards signed Justin Champagnie to a 4-year, $10 million contract. They're in Miami tonight to take on the Heat at 7:30. In hockey, the Capitals signed goaltender Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year, $9 million extension. The Caps take on the Senators tonight at 6:30. You can hear it right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:15, a little earlier exit than normal tonight because the Caps have a weird 6:30 start over at Capital One Arena.
What's up with that tonight, by the way? I saw that on the schedule.
I don't know. It's a great question.
Okay.
I'd love to answer it.
Yep. Go ahead and answer it real quick.
This is one of those things that happens every now and then where there's just start times that don't make sense.
Okay.
And I'm sure it's for a reason. I don't think when they were doing the schedule maker guy or computer was like, let's do a random 6:30 game that night.
Let's just throw everybody off.
Maybe they need more time to turn it over for tomorrow. I really have no idea.
They need that extra 30 minutes to fix it, or I don't know, man.
It's probably wrong.
I mean, I'm shooting the messenger. I asked you to speculate, and then you speculated, and I dumped on it. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
No,
I have no
feel
idea.
bad.
But it's a weird thing. They're starting at 6:30 tonight. Sometimes you would say, well, it's national TV stuff, but that would mean 7:30, not 6:30. So I got absolutely nothing for you on that. But that's when they're starting tonight, Daniel. And they will be home, and Ovi's going to be trying to get to single-digit goals away from Wayne Gretzky. He is 10 from tying. He is 11 from breaking the all-time record.
I'd like two things. Number one, let's break the schneid. Let's get off the schneid. They're on the schneid currently. That happens, 82 games. First time all year they've lost 3 straight. Let's not do that again. And as a little bonus, how about that number 8 in red lights the lamp one more time? Let's do that.
He scored even when they're losing, even in this cold streak now in these last 3 games where they haven't looked good. Ovi's not slowing down. He's unrelenting, and he's playing peak of his powers hockey. So he needs his teammates to kind of pick it up for him. But let's get back to the Commanders, who traded a 5th-round pick for Debo Samuel. So don't look now, but if you're looking at Washington's draft picks for the upcoming NFL draft this spring, they have the 29th overall pick in round 1 and the 29th pick in round 2. That's picks 29 and 61 overall. Then they pick in the 3rd round with a pick that once belonged to the Miami Dolphins, actually in the middle of the round at 15. They don't pick again until the 6th round at 207. So their picks overall, 29, 61, 79, 3 in the top 80. And then they pick 3 times from 207 to 250 at the very end of the draft. They have no 4th rounder, Marshawn Lattimore, no 5th rounder, Debo Samuel. And I love the Debo Samuel trade. I'd rather have the 5th than Debo. But as just a different conversation, they want to build through the draft. And they now pick 3 times in the top 79 and then 3 times at the very end of the draft where you're basically hoping to get a special teamer in the 207 to 250 range.
Does that smell like them maneuvering on the board a little bit? Does that smell like them, trying to make a couple of deals? Maybe you get I don't know, I'm just throwing out a number. A 5th for John Allen, and all of a sudden that 5th becomes a 4th this year, and you're giving up 2 6th next year. It feels like they're about to start wheeling and dealing.
I'd like to see that. I'd love to see them trade Allen for a pick. We'll see what they could get. Any of their other veterans that they're considering cutting. Peters has been pretty good about being creative, and pick swaps have been a part of his past now, going back to last year as well. It does feel like they'd be in trade back mode too. Maybe not at 29, where if you stand pat, you can get your starting edge. And Nick Scorton from Texas A&M, who's 6'3" and 260 and had 5 sacks last year. And a lot of people feel like after the combine, could be a 1st-round pick. Maybe you like him and you stay there, but at 61, you go back to 70 and you pick something up in the mid-rounds. Maybe at 79, you go back to 90 or something, and you pick up 1 or 2 picks that you don't have. I could see them being a trade back team based on limited ammunition here. Because last year they had 6 in the top 100. This year they're going to have 3 in the top 205. It's very, very different outlook to this draft. But enough about the draft for now. On to Debo Samuel. This is a win for me. I think even if it doesn't work, it's a small loss, and the juice is worth the squeeze. Remember, not a traditional number 2 wide receiver, although he can moonlight as one plenty. This is a weapon. This is a versatile player. The versatility, the ability to line up all over the place. If he gives you 14 games and 8 of them are high-impact games in a 1-year deal for $18 million with an exploding cap, I think you take a bow if you're Adam Peters. The first time he takes a bubble screen 65 yards for a touchdown.
Pan that camera up there. Give me the Queen's wave.
If he does that a couple times this year, respectfully, Olamide Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown ain't doing that. So it's worth it at that point to go get a guy. We want weapons, right? In this town, isn't that what we're saying? Go get weapons, go get playmakers.
This is what I'm saying.
He didn't waste any time. He did it. So I'm happy about it.
Yeah, all in. Sometimes the threat of him can be just as good as him too. I mean, you think about like what you saw from guys like Deshaun Jackson, Tyreek Hill moments. Even if you're not catching that 70, 80-yard home run, you have to respect it. This is a player that needs respect. With all due respect to De'Ami Brown, Noah Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, Luke McCaffrey at this stage, they're not threats. They can catch passes. They're NFL players. This is different. This is if you give him space, he's going to knock somebody over and outrun you, and he'll go to the house. Like, you have to dedicate resources to stop this person. They need more of this. I love it.
Let's go to Marcus in Brandywine on Grant and Danny. Thanks for the call, Marcus. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
So I got 3. Well, I agree with the trade for 3 reasons. And I'll start off by saying, like, I gotta surround myself with more than just fans of NFL teams and just fans of the NFL. Because, man, the conversations that I've been having since this Deebo trade have blew my mind. Like, one point was, well, he's not a number 2 wide receiver. And it's like, yeah, he's not a number 2, but this is a guy where you can design packages around, like full packages where, I mean, that doesn't matter that he's not a number 2. Like, this is a legit weapon, like you guys stated. And then also, this is a huge booster to the wide receiver group as a whole, like as a unit. Like, this makes our group better. It still leaves room for us to get a wide receiver too, but you have a Debo Samuel, like you have a legit weapon. And then the last point is like, even if he doesn't have the 2021 season that he had, 2022, 2023, give me one of those seasons, and this is a win. He doesn't have to be that 1,400-yard guy that he was in 20. I mean, I would love him to be, but if he's a 700-yard guy, you got to understand with the other weapons that we have. Well, not other weapons, but we have Terry McLaurin and we have Jaden Daniels. So if we get a guy that can give us 800 yards, that's another weapon, and that's a legit boost for us.
Yeah, if he catches 65 balls, goes for 775 yards and scores 4 or 5 touchdowns, you were not getting that from the guys you had. Now, the argument someone who doesn't like this might make is, well, you should have gone out and gotten somebody else who could have done that. I promise you will not get that production for a 5th-round pick and $18 million on a 1-year deal. That's not a thing. So if it's worse than that because he's injured, that's how this doesn't work out, that he doesn't play. But if he plays and he catches, let's say it's even worse than last year and the regression's real, and it's 55 for 550, I still don't think that's that big of a deal.
It's better than what you had.
It's another player that has to be accounted for. And the question I always ask is, what did you have to give up? And it's just not that much. You're not going 4 years and $125 million for T. Higgins, which is what he would get on the open market. You saved yourself a lot of money from getting into a bidding war for him. Speaking of which, there is breaking NFL news today on T. Higgins. Let's get that right now.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan. Wide receiver T. Higgins has been tagged for the 2nd straight year. That tag is going to cost $26.2 million. The top free agent wide receiver target will remain in Cincinnati as he is tagged for the 2nd straight year. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan.
$26 million for T. Higgins. $26 million.
Mm-hmm.
You're paying Debo Samuel $17.5 million. You gave up a 5th-round pick. What do you guys think of the Debo Samuel trade? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson, a Defenders season ticket holder. That's right. That's what you should know me as. Washington, D.C. Defenders season ticket holder, Grant Paulson. Spring football is back. It is time to crank up the fandom for the Defenders over at Audi Field. They're back for a 3rd season. They're going to bring you more of the action, that up-tempo football that you love, more of the great celebrations, more of the unforgettable moments, and, of course, the iconic beer snake will return in the end zone with that wild group of fans at DC Defenders games. You don't want to miss out on the UFL action, and kickoff weekend is looming. The Defenders are taking on the reigning champions, the Birmingham Stallions, Sunday, March 30th at the end of this month, 3 p.m., Audi Field. They've got a great day planned at the field and at the stadium. The Red Zone home opener celebration, Rock Your Red, like all the other fans will be doing. Go get tickets now, UFLDefenders.com, or you can just get season tickets at an affordable rate like I did. UFLDefenders.com. Shields up.
San Francisco 49ers star receiver Debo Samuel has been traded to the Washington Commanders in exchange for a 5th-round draft pick, a major move for Washington. Of course, we know they have been trying to add weapons around Jaden Daniels, and they're in that window now where they got a quarterback on a cheap deal. They can take on some money, and of course, they do hear more than $20 million in salary from Debo Samuel, who did have permission to seek a trade, wanted a new home. He gets it and lands in Washington.
That's Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. I guess he was not being accosted by Jordan Schultz long enough.
Not at a Starbucks.
To do some television this weekend. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. I think that joke's going to live on for a little while. Those two bastards, those two poor guys. You know, they're getting into it in a coffee shop every time you hear one of their names.
It's getting heated like a coffee.
Yeah. It's the first thing that you think about.
Seriously.
Like,
that's branding now.
It's no longer, rap sheet. He must have an NFL breaking news story to tell us about.
He has some disorderly conduct on his rap sheet from the Starbucks fight.
Debo Samuel's a commander. I love the aggressiveness, the urgency. One of the things we'll talk about in the 4 o'clock hour is, what does this mean? I mean, is this a sign that they're really going for it this offseason and that Peters and Newmark and company are going to be more aggressive than they were last year? Or is this just a fit where they really liked the value in the player and said, hey, we can't not try this to go get someone who might be able to give us a second really viable weapon at wide receiver with Terry McLaurin. Let's go to Paul in D.C. on Grant and Danny. How do you feel about the trade?
I love it. I'm trying to figure out what's there not to like. First of all, there's no guarantee whether you pick number 1 in the draft or you pick 277 in the draft that you're going to get a player the caliber of a Debo Samuel. We've seen first-round picks like Malcolm Kelly and Fred Davis and Denarius Thompson and those guys that go number 1 in the first round, and they don't pan out. So Debo is a proven player in the NFL. Anyone who says he's not a legitimate number 2 needs to stop drinking whatever it is they're drinking, because this man is a legitimate number 2 wide receiver. And number 2, he fits a need. Terry McLaurin is going to get more open looks because they're going to have Debo Samuel. They got to make their decision. Like you said, if he catch a 5-yard hook pass, he can go to the house because he's very hard to bring down.
Well, Paul, I just love him as a fit with their bubble and smoke stuff in the screen game. Their mesh concepts at the line of scrimmage, where 1, 2, 3 yards downfield, you're getting those rubs in the middle of the field and trying to get him some space. The Niners run that a lot. They run it a lot. Yeah, really, everybody in the league does at this point. But I think he'll be great.
He'll be special as a blocker, just as a physical presence on the outside. I mean, this is kind of the dirty work wide receiver that you need, and he's proficient at it. It's not just catching 5-yard hitches in traffic because you can't move. This is a little bit of everything.
His productivity has kind of been every other year. It's odd. Lindsey Rhodes of Sumer Sports posted this, how they've graded him in their analytics. So in 2019, he was the number 20 receiver out of 146 as a rookie. Then he went to 51 out of 154. Then he went top 10 in 2021 when he was an all-pro out of 154. Then he ranked 46th in 2022 out of 142. Then in 2023, so not this past season, but 2 seasons ago, he was top 15 again at a 151. And then last year he ranked 89th out of 149, which is by far his worst year in their grading. But I bring this up to say 20, 51, 10, 46, 15, 89. It's just been in every other year. And you see it and when you look at his numbers, like he has just kind of been inconsistent. You referred to him as a bit of a roller coaster. I like that he's ultra motivated, and it's why I wouldn't sign him to an extension for a ton of money. Certainly not yet, not until he plays this year. But why a motivated version of him without the pneumonia that he had last fall, when he's got to get his weight in check because he's trying to get a big contract, that's a potential lethal weapon. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys. I appreciate taking my call.
Hey, bud.
I don't mean to stir things up, but I believe it's rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah.
Just to start out. But
so are you sure
again,
it's not
you guys
shoe?
can
We've
discuss.
been told it's shoe.
Yeah, Ryan said shoe a lot.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Whatever fits the foot, I guess, at that point.
Right. That's smart. Yeah.
More importantly, yes, I think this is a huge, huge get. You have McLaurin as a route runner. You need somebody to kind of disrupt. And I think Debo's that perfect guy. You have Jaden under center, and Debo's been working with Purdy under center, and he's still very productive. If you get a guy where it's a read option, who do I go for? Who do I guard? I think he's going to stay a little bit healthier because you may have to run and go get a quarterback rather than the guy that's standing behind him, or he may just run for 25 yards. And I think all purpose, he's looking at like 12 to 1,500.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you.
That'd be unbelievable.
You ready, Danny?
Here we go.
Ready? Paper, rock, scissors, shoot.
Nope, you didn't do it right.
Why?
So you got to say rock, paper, scissors.
No. You say what you want to say. I'll say what I want to say. Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Damn
1-0.
Scissors to my paper.
I shooed you too. You didn't even hear me.
You shooed me?
No, I would never do that.
I shot you.
That's ridiculous.
So I'm shooting and you're shooing. I like my chances. You're bringing a shoe to a shoot fight.
Seriously.
Greg's in Reston. Hello, Greg.
Hey, afternoon, fellas.
Hey, bud.
I think in a vacuum, I give the trade about a B+. I love Deebo. Grant, you've talked about the value. I think that's great value for what you're getting. My only hang up is it's another one-year mercenary type player. Highly motivated. I get that. I love that. I think it's a great culture fit as well. I just think that it's just such an interesting dynamic that Peters has to go with this roster construction, because I don't think I've ever seen a team's Super Bowl window shoot open so fast without actually having a lot of young talent on it.
It's
because
true.
Ron left
It's a sharp point.
whole franchise bereft of young talent. I mean, their Super Bowl window just opened, and they probably had 4 of the worst drafts leading up to that. So it's just going to be this weird mix where I love Deebo, but I want more stability, more guys that are going to be here for a while. And then but they're now going to be running out of draft picks if you kind of keep trading them. So I don't blame Peters for this. I love the Deebo trade. I just think this draft construction is one of the most interesting things I've seen, because you have 40-50% roster turnover this year, probably the same as last year. Might have to do it again next year because you have 6 picks right now.
Right.
And I just don't know how they're going to navigate this, but it'll be an interesting thing to watch. But I do love the Deebo trade for at least this season.
I think that's cerebral.
Smart call.
Yeah, really good point in that. It was odd to me how many one-year deals they signed last year, because I thought, I mean, you want to talk about kicking the can down the road, you're going to be right back here. But that's what they elected to do, and it's the first move of the offseason, but you're getting back into this, 1 year. I like how he said, mercenary kind of move. Our poll today has been posted. Grant and Danny's poll today over at 1067 The Fan's Twitter account. With Deebo now a Commander, what are you expecting from his performance this season? 600 plus yards, 800 plus yards, 1,000 plus yards, or 1,200 plus yards? And this is from scrimmage, not receiving. So rushing and receiving. You can go vote on one of those 4 answers. Our poll today is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We are going to get back into the Masson dispute ending finally, coming up at 3:25. But let's check in with one of the guys that covers Deebo out in San Fran to see why they were so willing to get rid of Debo Samuel. They're taking on $31 million in dead money. Ready, Danny?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 1-1.
1-1.
It's so disorienting when you say it wrong.
I know. I'm bothered by how you're doing
throwing
it,
me
too.
off. Well, I mean, one's universal, the other's yours.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders traded for Debo Samuel over the weekend. The 49ers will get a fifth-round pick. The Commanders get a $17.5 million cap hit with Debo Samuel. Other NFL news, the Cowboys are going to use the franchise tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua if a long-term deal isn't reached before tomorrow's deadline. The Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay. They'll save $4.3 million against the cap as a post-June 1 cut. The Bengals with multiple moves today. They're going to release offensive guard Alex Kappa. They tagged wide receiver T. Higgins for the second time. The tag's going to cost $26.2 million. Also, former Cowboys head coach and Fox analyst Jimmy Johnson announced his retirement. In baseball, the Nationals and Orioles settled the Masson dispute. The Nationals will be able to find a new TV partner for 2026 and beyond. And the Nats are looking to sell stadium naming rights and jersey sponsorship, according to Forbes, that could add more than $20 million in annual revenue. In the NBA, the Wizards signed Justin Champagnie to a 4-year deal worth $10 million. The Wizards taking on the Heat Miami tonight, 7:30 tip-off over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals signed goalkeeper Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year, $9 million extension. The Caps taking on the Senators tonight, looking to snap a losing streak. 6:30 puck drop right here on The Fan. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan, sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Go schedule a free consultation with their team today, visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Those guys are jacked up about the Debo Samuel trade. Was texting with Wasim the other day. And they should be. They're Commanders fans. A weapon was added.
Yeah, they enjoy positive developments.
Jaden Daniels' life's about to get a little bit better, so that means all of our lives might get a little bit better. We're giving away tickets to the Summer of Loud at Jiffy Lube Live coming up at 4 o'clock. Bunch of bands participating, including Killswitch Engage and The Devil Wears Prada, Alpha Wolf, Dark Divine. So if you want those tickets, Jiffy Lube Live, we're giving them away all week long, a pair every single day right at 4. So make sure you're listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Quite a day in DC sports. Charlie Lindgren an extension. The Nationals' Masson dispute is over at long last after 20 years. And the Commanders have traded for Debo Samuel.
Other than that, not much to do this afternoon. I can't get over that Masson thing, by the way. Just as you say it all casual. You know, the thing we never thought we'd see. I thought we'd be doing this until I was dead. I thought my kids would be doing a weird thing where they wouldn't be able to stream Nationals games in 10, 15, 20, 30 years, whatever. This was going to be a thing that never died until it did.
Let's go to our buddy Chris in Hyattsville, who's waiting to hop in on the Debo Samuel trade. Chris, how do you feel about it?
I feel good. I said last week, if the price is right, as Mr. Barker would say, then I think it's really a can't-lose deal. I mean, a fifth-round pick is a crapshoot, honestly, in terms of projecting future performance. So you get a veteran player who is familiar with NFL offenses and has performed at a high level on a fifth-round flyer. I don't think you can complain about that. I am a little bit worried about the chemistry quotient, and there's been some kerfuffles with him, so I'm concerned about upsetting what was a very good locker room last year. But other than that, I don't see a downside. So,
yeah, man, appreciate you. I think ultimately the 1-year mercenary thing that some people are concerned about, we talk about because that's what we're talking about when we talk about chemistry. My needs don't line up with yours. I think when you're auditioning for the whole league, including the team that you're on, you get best behavior there, right? I mean, you think of it in a way that it's an extended job interview. All you're trying to do is show good teammate, can get along, hyper productive. So that works out for the team that needs you to do that. You know what I mean? I'm not, if this was a 2, 3, 4 year thing and you might get to the end where you got a Tyreek Hill agitating, getting pissed off, or Stephon Diggs, I'm annoyed with my current surroundings. You don't have time for any of that when you're saying, I'm here to prove that I'm worth top of the market money by somebody. You know what I mean? So to me, I'm not as concerned about that part. I understand the reservations because I saw the videos too of him yelling at the long snapper and the kicker or whatever. I know that's not fun, but to me, there's too many positive things here and too much on the line for Samuel himself for me to be as worried about it.
You know what I really like about this from Adam Peters' standpoint is we use the word aggressiveness a lot, and I've been looking for more of that. But Adam Peters is not afraid to take chances, it doesn't seem like. He puts his neck out there a little bit. The Marshawn Lattimore trade was a risk. This is a risk. You don't have to do this. You know what would be really easy after your team just made the NFC Championship game and everybody is singing your praises right now? What would be really easy is to kind of sit back in chill mode and wait for free agency to begin and then make minimal to medium moves.
Kind of around the edges,
Absolutely.
bargain bin.
When you go trade what he did for Marshawn Lattimore, you're taking a big swing. I like that. When you go trade for Debo Samuel, I don't know how big of a swing this is in terms of only giving up a fifth and the 18 million cap space, which isn't even as much as the cap just grew, by the way, year over year. You know, they had the third most cap space that there was, but you didn't have to do this. And you're going to take some heat. There's going to be detractors. When you make a big move like this for a guy that is coming off of a down/bad year by his standards, yeah, you're putting your neck on the line a little bit. I like GMs that are trying, that are throwing stuff on against the wall. I want to know, like, if I got to run a team, I'm not just sitting there on my hands doing the learner bit all off season where I'm going, you know, if we spent $3 million, we could probably bring back Trevor Williams. No, like, go try to win something. And he is, I think, with this move showing you, let's mess around and find out. Let's see if what happened last year is something we can replicate and get back to the Final Four again and be picking at the end of the first round. I like that.
Yeah, his down year last year exceeded every wide receiver Washington had by hundreds of yards with the exception of Terry McLaurin. And that's obvious, right? I mean, so for a fifth-round pick, in your car right now, some of you diehards are going to know, who's Washington's last several fifth-round picks? You remember all of them top of your head? It's a lot of KJ Henry. It's some Jordan McGee. It's Dominique Hampton. No disrespect to those guys. And, McGee might turn into something. But that's not the point. The point is, that's what you're spending for someone that's more productive in a, quote, down year than anybody else you got at that spot. And you're in dire need for an upgrade there. That's an injection of life.
Also, if we're talking about last year having been affected by him having pneumonia potentially, probably not going to have it this year, let's hope. If we're talking about him having a weight issue, which supposedly was a problem, okay, well, do you think he's going to have one for a second straight year after it led to him being at odds with an organization when he's quite literally now playing for a contract? And this is his last crack at a big contract in the sense of he's 29, he's going to be 30 years old. If he has another disappointing season, then you've already made the bulk of the money you're going to make. You're going to be on a couple-year deal at a time for way less than the AAV that you could get. If he goes out this year as a motivated player and catches 70 balls and goes for 1,100 yards and scores 8 touchdowns and has an awesome season, whether it's in Washington on an extension or somewhere else, you're back to making well over $20 million a year. That's what's on the line for him.
Yeah.
You think he's going to be out of shape? I guess it's possible. But my guess is if you keep him on this one-year deal, you might get a much better version of him than what San Francisco got last year after he wanted to be paid and didn't get paid. And then they paid the other guy that was way more agitating than him in the sense of, wasn't Deebo at camp and like working out, doing things that Brandon Ayuk opted not to do? So as soon as they paid Ayuk, you knew the squeaky wheel got the oil. Like, I'm not getting paid now.
Yeah, and for folks that are going, well, why did San Francisco move on? They're in a decent spot right now. They're about to have a whole bunch of money get kicked in, and they're going to have some salary cap issues. They're going to move on from a couple of guys, including a cornerback I've got my eye on as well, in Traveris Ward. So the point is, they've got to clear the deck in order to pay Brock Purdy $1 trillion.
Yeah, and they just paid a wide receiver.
And then that too.
I said this on a Friday show, I think it was. Brandon Ayuk's got 2 cap numbers coming up in 2 and 3 years, over $40 million. Some of it may have been as well that they're just baking in that there has been a natural regression and maybe they're buying into that. I don't know. We'll have to talk to someone out in San Fran to figure that out. But What I do know is that they are in a mode where you can't pay Ayuk what you're paying him and Purdy what they're about to pay him and also give Deebo an extension, even if you wanted to. I know that doesn't work. We're trying to track down Joe Shasky, who does radio in San Fran, who's scheduled to be joining us here. Mark is in Largo on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mark? How are you?
Hey, let me say this, guys. At the beginning, I was a little skeptical. But to be honest, I'm really fired up. But, I'm going to say something. And I never thought I would say this. I honestly think there's a football Illuminati. And I'm going to tell you why I say this. If Debo Samuel was traded to Buffalo or Baltimore, everybody in their mind would be saying, oh, this is a great trade. He could have been traded for a second-round pick. Oh, it's a great trade. It's going to get them over the hump. They are now a Super Bowl team. Josh Allen has what he wants. Lamar Jackson has what he wants. They are now a Super Bowl team. They are going to go past the Chiefs. It's just like the way – look, and I don't like the Eagles. I hate the Eagles. But all year long last year, everybody in their mind wanted Sirianni to get fired. Everybody and their mama wanted him to get fired. If I was Sirianni, if I was at that parade when I won the Super Bowl, I would have said, all the media can go and kiss up. You know what? It just seems like, Grant and Danny, that everybody, I think this is a good trade for them. I think it takes them to Santa Clara and they're going to win the Super Bowl. That's my honest opinion.
Wow.
And I think when they do win the
Debo's
Super
going
Bowl
back to
next
Santa
year,
Clara, Mark.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, he is. He's going to go back there and win the Super Bowl for the Commanders.
Wow.
When they play the Super Bowl out there. And when they win the Super Bowl, Grant, I know you love him. I know you love Kyle. But you got to start thinking that Kyle may start feeling it may get sweaty a little under collar. If Dan Quinn wins the Super Bowl without him, you already had Sean McVay, and now you had Sirianni, who everyone thinks he's a better coach than Sirianni. I know I do. If you're Kyle Shanahan, you got to kind of feel – I'm not saying there's pressure on him in San Francisco.
Well,
sure there's pressure.
on
Yeah,
them.
there definitely is.
When you knock at the door as long as they have and you can't kick it down, the pressure ramps up for sure.
Yeah, you've had leads in Super Bowls and not won them. People will get a little irritated at that. But in terms of his first point, though, about like the reaction to trades and stuff, there's certainly something to that. And here's what I mean. When the smart organization does it, it looks smarter. Like if you got a great track record and you make a move, everyone goes, oh, what a genius move. Right? Like every time Howie Roseman moves around the board or stays put and gets a guy that was like a little bit troubled or something in school, it's like that fell to him. Well, yeah, but they're not all hits. But when you're winning a bunch, the cologne is good.
Well, it's just going to take longer than a year.
Yeah.
For the Commanders to be in that bucket.
Automatic benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, where you assume that the thing they're doing is going to work. I think in town, a lot of people are already there. Do you trust Adam Peters? Yes. So then implicitly, whatever he does, you roll with. And as I said, I didn't play that game with Rivera, who I didn't think was particularly good at his job. I happen to love Peters, wanted him here, screamed about it months before he signed, and love him now. But I still don't play that game. I'm going to be a critical thinker in all of their moves. That's kind of what we get paid to do here. In this particular case, I love it. I think it makes a lot of sense that you would try to just add weaponry. This is what we're talking about. I don't care if you're a traditional two. That's one of the knocks I've heard is, well, this is not a traditional number 2 wide receiver. They needed a number 2 wide receiver. That's not how I view offense anymore. Like, call me Mike Leach, I guess. I just want people that can move the ball that way. And I'm pointing in the direction that we're going. I want people that can get me a first down and go move the chains. If you're a running back, if you're a receiver, if you're in the slot, if you're a wide back, if you're a tight end, if you're a tackle eligible who catches a lot of passes, I don't give a damn what position you play. This is a weapon. They needed a weapon. If I have to give up a 5 for a potential really helpful player for a young quarterback in his prime who is on a rookie deal, which is the greatest weapon you can have in the sport, I'm going to do it every single time. And is it possible that it doesn't work? Yes, but every single move you make is a decision.
It's a
right?
bet, yeah.
Every single move you make, you're gambling a little bit. It's just how much is it? And to me, this is one of those where if it blows up in your face, it's not like you go back 10 steps in a board game. You're just kind of right back where you started, and then you roll the dice again. Elijah's in D.C. What's up, Elijah? How are you?
Excellent, man. I think this is a great decision. I think it's great for both sides. I think what you're getting, the talent that you're getting at the value, what you're saying is there isn't a 5th-round pick rookie that's going to have a better year than Debo Samuel is going to have.
which great. So, and I still think that they can go and still get another possession receiver. I'm for Deebo being all over the field, not making him. I think everyone's like number 2. That's cool, but if you go get like a guy with size, not to say that he isn't a big guy, but I want to use Deebo the correct way. So I think when you go and build out your receiver room, go get another good possession guy who can help dictate the coverages and help say how you want to move things. That's only going to make him better. When it's a numbers game. If Jaden Daniels, he's so much better, which is crazy to say, he can be better with a guy like Debo Samuel.
Yes.
And I heard a guy on TV saying, we haven't had a guy who can say this is a guy you could take a play off. It seems like Jaden Daniels he can never take a play off. And it would be great for him to give the ball to a guy like Deebo, take a play off, go run around, reset, and then make it also come to stay on the field and make a good decision.
Yeah, that's the easy button I always talk about, man. It's a good call. That's my thing. I mean, Greg put it one way. My way is I want players where defensive coordinators go, what the bleep are we going to do? How do we stop that? Now, last year, there wasn't a lot of stopping Washington. Philadelphia didn't have that problem. They had enough horses. I don't want them to be able to be on their toes running downhill at me. I need them to be flat-footed, on their heels, not sure what's coming. I need them to be reactionary. I need them to say, you know what, we got to give something up maybe because this guy will kill us otherwise.
Mike's in Annapolis on G&D. What's up, Mike?
Hey, whoever I was just talking to, but I said it was a great trade. We got him for a bag of chips. That's what I was saying.
What flavor chips?
I like a good Dorito.
Yeah,
sure.
sure.
I'm a Dorito guy.
Of course you do.
But the nacho cheese, the original Dorito, not one of these weird ones, right?
I like a good spicy nacho.
Oh, that's disappointing.
No, it's good. Don't let him talk
you
out
were
of it.
onto something, Mike, until you said that.
But yeah, we got him a bag of chips. Fifth round is nothing. You can't even guarantee your fifth round pick will be good.
But are you worried at all about whether it's just the philosophy and or the execution of they have 3 picks now in the top 3 rounds and then don't pick again until outside of the top 200?
I mean, well, that's one thing. Well, we were going to get a wide receiver at one point. So that's one thing we don't have to really get in the draft right now.
It's true.
Yeah.
And by the way, the last caller said something like this about you could still go get a number 2, which is true. They only have 3 wide receivers under contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's McLaurin, Luke McCaffrey, Debo Samuel. They will be adding, because they have to, I mean, literally 10 guys probably for training camp, but for their 53-man roster, a minimum of 3 more veteran or young wide receivers, or 4 probably, that are going to be here. Now, 1 or 2 of those guys could be early to late round draft picks. 1 or 2 of those guys, probably 3 of those guys, could be Olamide Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown again. Like, we'll see. But you're just slotting those guys down the depth chart and adding Debo Samuel as a gadget weapon. Basically, where Zaccheaus was all over the place at times last year, basically he's that guy.
Yeah, I upgraded to Debo Samuel, please, and thank you. Your point about draft picks, though, is a really good one. And I guess my point is, once I've already gone down that road, I'm not going to not do that because I need to keep my 5th rounder. Like, that's for Debo Samuel, bargain.
Every move
please.
has to happen in a vacuum.
Yeah.
But when you look up now and you go, got 3 picks in the
no
top
3,
200.
no 4. Huh, okay.
Kind of strange.
Right.
But they're not a young team, and they're not getting younger in terms of adding draft picks either. That's something that has to be discussed.
True.
Like, Debo Samuel is younger than Austin Eckler. He's 29, by the way. He is younger than Terry McLaurin at 29. He is younger than Zach Ertz by like 5 years if they bring Ertz back. I mean, their weaponry is going to be a bunch of guys that are essentially 30 or older at one point next season. Speaking of breaking news, we talked about T. Higgins earlier and a lot going on in the NFL. More news on the Masson front with the Nationals. So let's go back over to Toby Altizer.
I'm Toby Altizer with more breaking news on the Fan. Earlier today, the Nationals and the Orioles settled their Masson dispute, so the Nationals will be free to find a new TV partner in 2026 and beyond. A new note from Ben Strauss of the Washington Post saying that as part of the settlement, the Nationals will be paid most of the money from the MLB Revenue Share Committee awarding them recently, which is around $320 million from 2022 to 2026. They're also going to give up their stake in Masson, which is around 30%. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan.
All right, so those are 2 good nuggets there from Toby. By the way, $320 million, the majority of that. That means they're getting over $160 million in a check stroke to them that they wanted.
That ain't bad.
That is a type of financial windfall that should be a game changer to how they operate. No, that's a lot of money.
One would think. And they've been operating without it, right? That is a cash in like, in other words, they still have to buy baseballs and baseball bats, uniforms, and fix the field and line and everything. And they've been operating without those tens of millions of dollars in cash. They will now get that just for putting on the same product. They've been long owed it, and now they're getting at least a lot of it.
And they've been fighting for this 300+ million.
Yeah.
You have to give in a negotiation, right, to get out of this deal. So they're not going to get all of it, but the majority of it means over 160. And I'd imagine, just guessing.
Ben says most.
Most.
That's a good number.
Most could mean 161 mil, but I'm guessing it's closer to 200 mil.
Couple
and
hundred.
Then you forego the 30%, obviously, moving forward. So what?
Thanks.
Give your own TV deal.
30% of nothing? What will we do?
How about 100% of something?
There
Would
we
that
go.
be pretty good?
Yeah.
How big of a deal is this for the Nats organization, this development today? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny. Remember, we do have tickets to give away at 4 o'clock to the Summer of Loud at Jiffy Lube Live ahead of our Beltway Blitz. You're locked into the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders traded for Debo Samuel over the weekend. The 49ers getting a fifth-round pick for him. With Debo Samuel comes a $17.5 million cap hit. Other NFL news today. The Cowboys are going to use the franchise tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua if they can't get a long-term deal done before tomorrow's deadline. The Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay. The Bengals tagged wide receiver T. Higgins for the second time. The tag will cost $26.2 million. Also, former Cowboys head coach and Fox analyst Jimmy Johnson announced his retirement today. In baseball, the Nationals and Orioles settled their Masson dispute. The Nationals will be free to find a new TV partner for 2026 and beyond. As part of the settlement, the Nationals will be paid most of the money from the MLB Revenue Sharing Committee awarded them last year, $320 million from 2022 to 2026. They'll also give up their stake at Masson around 30%. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Heat tonight in Miami, 7:30 tip-off over on the team 980. In hockey, the Capitals signed Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year, $9 million contract extension. They'll take on the Senators tonight at 6:30. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Grant and Danny poll of the day live over on the Fans Twitter account. Presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you what kind of season you're anticipating from Debo Samuel in his potential 1 year here in Washington. Final year of his contract. Show me season. 600 plus, 800 plus, 1,000 plus, or 1,200 plus yards from scrimmage. Right now, 60% of people are saying he goes over 800 all-purpose. 29% think he goes for 1,000. About 11% of people say 600 plus scrimmage yards, so lower on the deal. And how about this? Not a single voter so far thinks he eclipses 1,200 all-purpose yards.
Done it once in his career, and he did it in a big way. 1,770 was the career total in 2021. 2 of the last 3 seasons, even with injuries, even with missed time, even with those incredibly exacerbating games where he's got 1 target or no targets and is a decoy and is barely even out there. 864 and 806 in his quote-unquote down years. Last year, again, well over 1,100. So, again, that 806 is better than anything else you had, and it's unique. It's a different 806, right? That's what makes it so valuable.
Just how big of a deal is the end of the Masson dispute for the Washington Nationals? 20-plus years this news has been in the making that the Nats, who have never controlled their TV rights but always wanted to, have a resolution in place with the Orioles. Agreement the 2 teams had all along, had the O's hold in the Nats' purse strings on the TV deal. And now it's been resolved once and for all. The Nats will play a final year of games on Masson in 2025 and then hit free agency to go find a new TV home, whether that's at Monumental Sports Network in town, where they can make the money off of the deal themselves without the Orioles getting involved, or maybe Major League Baseball continues to dip its finger into the pie. They've been doing that with the clubs that have had RSN issues all over the sport. But, Danny, it's hard to not think about this as just an absolute game changer for this organization. Based on how it's been sold to us over the years from the club, from ownership, from the organization, in terms of being so limiting, so debilitating. Like, you can't say for 20 years, this is the noose wrapped around your neck. This is what keeps you from being and what you want to be. This is, and they haven't come out and said it verbally, but they've floated that. Enough reporters have done that bidding that it's obviously been something that is preventative and nerve-wracking for them. They're afraid to go spend money because they don't feel like they've got enough coming in. Well, if that's the case, this should all change moving forward. At the least, let's say they want to keep owning the team. They spend more. There's a better TV network broadcasting their games, and you can start streaming Nats games direct to consumer, which would be amazing. That's the worst case of all of this.
That's right.
The best case is either a sale, that they're back on the market, or this ownership group just says, all right, we're going to be making $20 million a year, because the report from Forbes today is now they're looking to sell their stadium rights. Now they're looking to put a sponsor on their jersey. That $20 million plus $200+ million that they're getting in the resolution of this deal, plus now having their own TV deal where they're making money. Let's go sign some players and be a real-life Major League Baseball player again.
Yeah, with operating cash coming in. I mean, everyone likes to say, like, they're billionaires. So what's supposed to happen is they're going to go into their personal checking account and start writing checks for their business. That's never been realistic. The business is supposed to sustain and take care of itself. Operating cash will be coming in. You're doing the same thing you were doing before. Let's say you and I are doing a radio show. If all of a sudden sponsorship levels go up by $10 million, $20 million, $30 million, the station, everybody feels it. It's good for everyone, right? You're taking off those. It's like trying to run a 100-meter race with lead underpants on while someone's pushing you in the opposite direction. We're trying to keep up with some of the halves in this league. So yeah, I to that degree, I've always had a little bit of empathy there. Now, again, it doesn't absolve a lot of the behavior from this ownership group and by extension the organization, but it explains some of it, right? And now you're removing that obstacle. I mean, this again is a path to normalcy. And the people I'm happiest for, honestly, in all this are the fans. Like as baseball was trying to be reintroduced here, after this giant gap that happened when the Senators left in the 70s. You missed generations of baseball fans who either gave up on it altogether, went to Baltimore, or something in between. Grandfathers take fathers who take sons and daughters and the whole 9 yards. You need to grow up in having all the right stuff to really introduce this thing. You get used to the ebbs and flows, to the ups and downs, to your team ramps up, gets really good, takes a shot, then it gets bad, and you kind of ride the roller coaster again. We've been robbed of those things in a lot of ways in terms of the coverage. A real, honest-to-God flagship baseball network should be a prerequisite. It should be normal and not something that's bare bones more so every year that didn't send people on the road immediately after COVID for live broadcasts and had technical issues. That's not what should be happening. It should be the opposite of that. And now this opens the path to that. And my hope is that everybody gets to experience what it's like. If you've lived in other cities, when you turn on that network that's dedicated to that baseball organization, yeah, it's a little bit of the feel-good propaganda for a 100-loss team, but you're getting to know the players. You're getting those deep dives.
Two things. First, I'm glad you said that, and I'm not trying to be a jerk to you, but there is a little bit of double talk from a lot of people, and I'm going to throw you into the mix here, because people make fun of Monumental all the time, who do this with their network.
Sure.
Right now, I happen to be a part of their Capitals coverage, so I will just acknowledge my
involvement,
in this. But the Capitals are really good, and I have never once been told to pull a punch. I used to be on pre and post every single night. We would do post for face off and overtime. They don't do those shows anymore. They're just post COVID. They have not had as much programming around the games and spent the same amount. But I now do these alt casts, and we're talking about 7, 8, 9 games or whatever it is a year that I'll end up doing this year, maybe 10 games. So it's not like I'm heavily involved and I'm not an employee necessarily. They bring me in from outside, but nobody tells me, we can't say that. You can't say that. You shouldn't be mean about this player or that player. I mean, we were on the alt cast the other day, me and Tarek El-Bashir, who is actually an employee of Monumental, and we're going through all the players and who could be traded and who's had a disappointed year and they got to get more out of Mangiapane, and nobody's getting in my ear saying, don't say that. I will say that the Wizards, who are terrible, as a team, you're going to get a lot more of what feels like that programming. And I'm not blaming the guys that do it. My buddies, whether it's Chris Miller or Wes Hall or Drew Gooden or Gravis Vasquez or anybody, Consor.
Sure.
But on your own network, like I'm a Wizards fan. I don't want to tune in and hear them bashed all the time. But you are also kind of, at times, they just lost by 20. And it's like, can you believe this guy scored 11 points? How amazing is that? The cool thing with getting to cover the Capitals, and this is where I'm lucky, they've pretty much been awesome all along. There's not a whole lot of pulling punches when the team's making the playoffs every year. Obi's hunting down Gretzky. But I say all this to say they take some flack for that. And I do think there is an acknowledgement with the Nats that it would be awesome to have more of that. And it's the same people sometimes. It's like, so you want the programming and you want to hear about your team, but then we have that for the Caps and the Wiz, and people are like, I hate the in-house stuff that's owned by the team. And you see what I'm saying? Like,
that's fair enough. But my point is, like, the broadcast rights, like if the Nats own it, I don't love that. But a normal network, let's say it's a TV network.
So you want the perfect world of, like,
I love that.
Yes, that was not a good example because the Yankees are involved. But yeah, and it's funny we can't even think of them because it's no longer the case.
Right, it's not normal, and I understand that. I mean, the thing that's perfect is, I don't know that that's going to exist
bygone
anymore.
Era.
And
the next best thing is the team's owning it.
Or the next best thing is something. Not Ian Desmond had 2 hits in 2013 on a random regular season game, and Nats Classic in the offseason. There should be programming.
My point is always, who's spending money?
Right.
That's who I want owning things. You've got, right now, as an example, Masson has cut back on pregame and postgame. They don't really have official pregame and postgame shows. Now, they do 10 or 12 minutes beforehand, and it works the same way, but it's whoever's calling play-by-play or Colco or whatever, and they do 10 minutes to get you ready for first pitch, and then after, the sideline reporter or the play-by-play guy will go through the highlights. It's basically like a shorter, non-official pre and post, right? Whereas on Monumental, they've got Alan May and Alexa Landis, and you got 35, 40 minutes of post-game, and you're getting your half hour of pregame, and then they're trying these alt casts, and they are trying things.
Yes.
Like, I like that. I understand that people don't want the teams owning it. I totally get that. But what I care about is, like, who is investing energy, time, and effort? But to this point, we have never had a network that actually just promoted the Nationals and tried to grow fandom.
Yep.
It would be amazing to finally have that, and I think we will. And that's not even at the top of my priority list. I guess my number one priority, because it's so easy and should have been done 10 years ago, is give me direct-to-consumer packaging.
Yes.
I, right now, this moment, don't know how I'm going to watch their games this year. I have cut the cord once and for all after years and years of pausing DirecTV, then bringing it back, then pausing it, then bringing it back. As of this moment, I don't have DirecTV. Do I bring it back? I guess it's possible I could do that. I don't want to do that. I have YouTube TV right now. I cannot get Nationals games. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I've got to figure something out. What should happen is I should just be able to pay $400 or whatever the hell you want me to. I will pay it.
Whatever you want me to do.
Let me know where to go, how far I got to drive, and how I sign up, because I will do it, and just get your games available on an app on my TV. They don't have that right now.
That's right.
They're one of the only teams in the sport that doesn't. They will next year. You know who has that is Monumental. You know who has that is almost every network that's worth it.
And that's kind of the point. All I want is better. I mean, my utopia would be amazing. I know that's not realistic anymore because that model is all but gone. My point is, I can't do the Nats are at spring training right now, and there's no spring training coverage content on that television network. There's none. You can't get the games, which is outrageous. There's
such a good
There's
point.
one a month.
What is our spring training television coverage?
Again, it's a special occasion when it happens. That's outrageous. It's outrageous. Outrageous.
It's becoming more and more the norm everywhere, for the record.
Where
But
is
we got
my
it really bad here?
Yeah, where is my here's who's standing out at camp. Here's my nightly Nats report. Here's the spring training daily diary. This is who threw today. This is why. This is the schedule. This is who's in line to start opening day. They don't have the normal run of things to get people interested. There's roughly half the subscribers to Mass than there were 5 years ago. Half. It's down from 6 million down to less than 3 million at this point. It ain't trending in the right direction, and there's a reason for it, right? You don't do that stuff. It needs to be. This is a growing time when you're trying to get kids and future generations of fans that will fill your coffers invested, and there's a shrinking. The timing sucks for them to get their own network now when the RSNs are dying, but this is still such a great opportunity. Just if it's normal behavior, you're going to do so much more for this organization.
Just give me the games on streams. Yes. That's what I'm asking for. But the possibilities are way bigger than that. Richard's in Manassas. What's up, Richard?
Hey, how you guys doing? Great. Good. You're pretty in tune with MLB. I'm curious, and I know this has just happened, but is there any immediate whispering about maybe Ted pushing all in so he can get them part of Monumental?
Well, look, it's a game changer in that regard, too. The question is, will the learners want to sell or not? Are they fully locked back in on owning this team to the point where they do not want to sell, or will they be interested in going back to market? One of the hurdles for Ted Leonsis buying the team in the past was, as long as the Masson deal existed, his interest was going to be limited, in my opinion, because he owns Monumental Sports. He doesn't want the games on Masson. He wants the games on Monumental Sports. Well, now he will have that ability as an owner, and so his interest would be far greater, I would imagine. How much more money would he offer than what didn't get it done in 2022? Can't answer that. Are the learners willing to sell? That's the big question, in my opinion.
Right.
That's the couple $1 billion question at this point. But the other thing I would say in terms of Leonsis is, do you want to own the team if you can just get the TV rights without owning the team? I don't know about that.
That's a great question.
With the Wizards, with the Capitals, with the Mystics, with all those teams, he's got all of it and both. And I think you want that. You want the rights and the team and the network. And I would imagine that would be his preference. But if it's super complicated or they make it really hard, when do you throw your hands up and say, okay, well, we'll just air all the games and use it as a functional, operational way to do more and give our consumers more, even if I don't have the team? But yeah, is there a better chance that Ted Leonsis would try to buy them again today than a week ago? In my opinion, the answer to that's categorically yes.
I would say so. Yeah, well, there's no clarity. How can you offer the max at what the market might dictate when you have no idea? If you're basically going, you own the team and you inherit this legal battle that will never die. Enjoy that.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And in less than 20 minutes, we'll give away those tickets to the Summer of Loud at Jiffy Lube Live on Grant and Danny. We'll give away tickets to a fun concert, the Summer Aloud Jiffy Lube Live, coming up at 4 in about 12 minutes right here on Grant and Danny. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Danny, this weekend, Saturday afternoon, I moved my vehicle out of my driveway while we were doing some things in the garage, coming and going with the other car. Kids are playing. I moved it into like the area where you can park if you don't have enough spots in your driveway. Right out front of my house, 15 feet from my driveway.
Sure.
We go to the movie theater. I take the kids to go see Dogman. Have you seen Dogman?
That's a movie now?
That's a movie.
Oh, my children could not get enough of those comics. My oldest is growing out of it, but my my almost 7-year-old, all he wants is Dogman.
We saw the movie.
Wow.
My kids liked it.
Okay.
Sometimes when we go to movies that are kids' movies, I really like them too.
Was this one of those times?
We saw Dogman.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
They ate popcorn. They had Skittles. They enjoyed the film. That's all we were bargaining for. I come back. It's been a couple of hours since I moved my car out of my driveway. It's now gone. Nowhere to be found. I call the tow company that tows cars, although they've never towed cars in the middle of the day for obvious reasons, from in front of my house ever in a million years. It's an overnight thing. But I'm like, maybe my car had to be towed. It's either that or it was stolen. And the one with the signs nearby. And
Sure.
like,
Yeah.
Hey, did you tow my car? And
It's a fun game to play, towed or stolen.
They didn't tow it. They're like, we don't have it. Lady's like, give me 5 minutes. I'll call you back. I'll go walk around the lot, make sure I don't see it in the system, whatever. She calls back. They didn't tow it. So she said, you got to call the non-emergency police number, see if anybody towed it.
You got a 311 that bad boy.
If somebody else towed it, they'll know. If not, you got to report it stolen. So this is now like the heart's beating a little bit.
Dude, no way.
So I call the non-emergency number. And initially she's like, yeah, we don't have that car here. Are you sure that's the license plate? And I'm like, well, I never think about my license plate. Let me look it up on my Park Mobile app, whatever. So we're going through it for a few minutes. She's like, I don't think I see it. Then she finds it. Okay. She says, this place towed your car. I was like, that's weird. They don't normally tow cars, I don't think, in my neck of the woods, but I will call them. I called them. They were about to close, so I couldn't get it till the next day, but they were kind enough to be pretty rude on the phone and tell me that.
They were kind enough to be rude.
So long story short, the next morning, I get to go get my car from the people who had taken it from me the night
They
before.
stole it from you, in my opinion.
They took my vehicle to their parking lot, 20 minutes from my house. My pregnant wife, my 3 kids, we pile into a car. We all drive over, and Dad gets to try to get his car back. They're like, Dad, did they steal your car? Yes, they did.
Yes, they did, son. And remember this.
Will you get your car back? We're about to find out. We got to make sure they have it, son. So we get there. I am told I need to pay $200. It's gone up since I last got towed. Used to be about $125 when I got towed way back in the day when I was apartment living.
Now, you got your car in front of your house got towed?
Yes. My vehicle.
I would object to that.
Right in front of my house.
Yeah.
Don't know why still. There's a very brief conversation after a guy comes out of this little office. By the way, one of the things I hate, and I know why they do it, because no one is more angry than when they've been towed.
Yeah.
And all you want is your pound of flesh. But they're like behind this big fence. It's a very dark window. You can't actually see anybody. They like open this. It's safer than like being a teller in the worst neighborhood in America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you can't high five someone in that glass if you want to, although you wouldn't probably want to high five.
Not in that moment, though.
But anyway, some guy comes out of there and he's like behind the fence where the cars are. And he's like, can you tell her to move? He wants my wife to move because she's like waiting for me idling. And she's blocking an area that someone might come to. If
you object to
so I just stared at him for like 4 seconds because every second I'm there, I'm trying not to become a YouTube sensation, for just saying mean things.
You don't want to be Grant McHenry.
So I'm just like, this is the worst experience imaginable. So after a couple of seconds of just like, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't be mean, don't be mean, don't be mean. You stole your vehicle. They wanted $200 later. So I just tell my wife, she won't look over. I'm trying to wave her down, like to move. I have to walk all the way over to the car, like kick the side of the car. She looks over. I'm like, hey, move. Why am I moving? Because this guy wants you to. Where do you want me to go? I don't know, but he's going to tow you if you don't, I'm sure, because he loves towing cars.
He loves towing people.
He shouldn't be doing this, but he does. So then she moves the car. Then I come back. Then they still want my $200. So I give it to him. I'm like, I just have so many questions. So the bottom line is, apparently I was towed because one of my stickers is expired. I didn't even realize this.
Okay.
But one of my stickers is expired. Okay.
Okay.
That's why they towed my vehicle from right in front of my house in the middle of the afternoon.
Like a Virginia sticker or like a neighborhood sticker?
No, like an inspection
I
or
see.
Something like if a cop pulled me over.
He would have said, hey, fair warning, you need to
or he would have given me a ticket, which is perfectly fine too. If I am driving the vehicle on the road that isn't inspected in March of whatever, no problem.
Right.
Then please give me a ticket. Just the same way I feel about speeding. If you want to pull me over because I sped and you have used with your human deduction skills, your knowledge to know that you stopping me and you walking along the side of the road and my fat ass sitting there and everybody doing what we're doing that's not more dangerous than how fast I'm going, and you want to pull me over, you beat me. You won. No problem. But when my parked car, which is normally in my driveway and is only out of my driveway because I don't have a yard and I need a yard, and we don't have one. So my kids are trying to play a little bit, and so I moved my car 8 feet for 2 hours, by the way, in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah.
And now you've towed my car. So I tweeted about this, and I'm like, what's more awful than tow companies? In one of those just like moments where you're just angry and you see the guys like yelling about the airline, and I always think it looks petty and stupid, and I was that guy. But you know what's worse than tow companies are the people that defend them.
Yes.
Because in my Twitter
if you don't want your car towed, then don't park it there.
Tow companies are predators, agreed. But it's been that way forever, and everyone knows that. So like a big boy, you need to stay on top of your parking pass. Typical millennial passing the buck. You're wrong. People that agree with camera tickets and agree with tow companies are the problem.
I got a rocket ship for you.
You are the
It's
problem.
a one-way trip, too.
I mean, there's this one guy who's like tweeting everyone and being like, this is about Paulson not following the rules. If there was a real rule that mattered to anyone that I didn't follow, I'd agree with you. But let's just all band together to know that tow companies that tow your car that's not bothering anyone aren't doing it right. If you're blocking a fire hydrant, tow me. If I'm boxing someone in, tow me. If I'm keeping an emergency vehicle from getting where it needs to go, tow me. If I'm in a lot that I'm not supposed to be in a spot that I'm not supposed to be in an area where it's somehow bothering other people, tow me. This is not one of those times.
He's rolling through the cul-de-sac, hunting for cars.
Saturday afternoon in an empty area, nobody on my left or my right, 3 in the afternoon while dad's taking the kids to go see Dogman. That's when you got to get me because you don't like what my sticker says?
You got the double whammy,
Who the hell are you to
Dogman
not
and a
like
tow
what my
job.
sticker
Ooh,
says?
that's tough.
God,
that's tough.
I long for a world where I have a yard and no HOA and where tow trucks don't exist. How do I get there? How do we do that?
So much money.
When's the last time you were towed?
It has been a minute.
What's worse?
I'll let you know when something comes up. There's so much, and you're right. I mean, they've got it set up, and some people, nobody comes in there happy. Like, I'm so excited to be here.
It used to be you could walk into a little office and there's a desk and there's an interaction. I mean, that's almost as maddening is I can't see the person. The windows are all blacked out. It's like this tiny little opening big enough for a phone basically to slide in and out. There's no human interaction.
We joked about this at the time, and not to be flippant about it, but the Britt McHenry incident where she was on camera, I got towed by those folks.
I think you and a lot of other people. Yeah.
And it was this like the whole process was so enraging where no one knew who I was, no one cares, and even still no one knows who I am or cares. But like I did one of those videos too. I said things that I can't believe I said. Like whatever that is, like there's so many people and so many walks of life where you're going to get people at their worst, right? And there's a degree of bedside manner, or there's a degree of like human empathy that you can have. The instant smugness and satisfaction and condescension that I got sent me over the edge because I'm already pissed off. I'm already upset. I know I'm already out money that I don't have. And then you add in whatever that is beyond blood boiling.
I think that's people at their worst.
Yeah.
Is in the
right there.
I would say lobby, but you're just standing outside without actually being able to communicate with anyone. And there's enough space for you to hand over your credit
Your
card.
money's going in.
That's really what it's all about.
The way that fence is right there, they don't let you in. Oh my, give me my car back. You stole from me.
Beltway Blitz is next. Let's give away some tickets to the Summer of Loud on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Plenty of news in the NFL. The Commanders traded for Debo Samuel over the weekend. He'll come with a $17.5 million cap hit. 49ers get a fifth-round pick for their wide receiver. The Cowboys are going to use the franchise tag on defensive tackle Osa Odighizuwa if a long-term deal is not reached before tomorrow's deadline. Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay, saving $4.3 million against the cap with a post-June 1 designation. And the Bengals tagged wide receiver T. Higgins for the second time. That tag's going to cost $26.2 million. In baseball, the Nationals and the Orioles settled their Masson dispute. The Nationals will be free to find a new TV partner for 2026 and beyond. Also, the Nationals are going to be paid most of the money from their last $320 million from 2022 to 2026. They will also give up their stake in Masson around 30%. The Nats could also look to sell the stadium naming rights and a jersey sponsorship, which could give them $20 million in revenue, according to Forbes. In the NBA, the Wizards signed Justin Champagnie to a 4-year deal worth $10 million. They take on the Heat tonight in Miami. 7:30 tip-off on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals signed Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year extension worth $9 million. The Caps taking on the Senators tonight at Capital One Arena. 6:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair of tickets right now. We'll give away 2 at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz every day this week. The tickets are the Summer of Loud Tour. Features Parkway Drive, Killswitch Engage, Prevail, Beartooth, The Amity Affliction, Devil Wears Prada, Alpha Wolf, and more. Saturday, July 26th, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events.
This radio program exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian, Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
In 25 minutes, what does trading for Debo Samuel symbolize, I should say, or signify about what Washington's going to do this offseason? What does that tell you about Adam Peters' plans moving forward? We'll get into that coming up in just a bit, but it is time for our Beltway Blitz. There is a lot going on in DC sports, so let's get after it. We'll start on the ice. Charlie Lindgren gets a deal, 3 years, $9 million, 3 per. Steve Wino covers the caps for the AP. Swino, that means both goalies are under contract for the next 3 years, a little under $9 million. What do you think?
Yeah, GP, this is exactly Chris Patrick and the organization's dream of it's not quite the under $2 million they have for Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren this season, which is an absolute steal, but to have cost certainty at the position for the next 3 years while this team is good with these two goaltenders who they like very much, who get along very well, who push each other to be better and have played really well and are a big reason why the Capitals are atop the Eastern Conference this season. This is one of the big sort of items on Chris Patrick's checklist, and they got it over with before the end of the season.
What's up with this Schneid here, Swano? What's going on?
No, Danny, it's a mid-season sort of slump, and most teams in the league will have one of these at some point. The key, I think, for Spencer Carberry and the coaching staff and the leadership group of this team is to not let a 3-game losing streak snowball into a 4, 5, 6, 7-game losing streak, where that cushion that you had atop the Eastern Conference and the Metropolitan Division sort of salts away down the stretch run here. The details are off. It's not like there's any one problem happening. It just feels like everybody on the team has sort of gone into this funk at the same time, and a really bad time to have it happen on a long homestand. But you have to think one of these games, the Capitals are going to wake up and look like the team they were for the first 50 games of the season, not the last 3.
Well, here's my concern, because I agree with everything you just said. It's not a big deal. But when it happens a little bit before the deadline, if they were to lose a couple more in a row or something, I worry about them feeling like they've got to make a move when I don't really want them to. Now, I guess it does change whether or not they would need to. But I'm hoping for either nothing because I love the room, or something very minor where maybe you swap in a third line center for Eller and he's now parked. But otherwise, with Ryan Leonard coming, I don't really want to do a whole lot and upset what is a pretty strong brotherhood.
I didn't think I was doing a radio hit with Chris Patrick. No, that's exactly what they're thinking right now. And to get a depth forward and to get a depth defenseman, ideally a right shot defenseman, is I think what they would like to do. There's not a ton of salary cap space to mess around with, but there are a bevy of options around the league. And I'm talking guys like David Savard in Montreal, who has one more year left on his contract if he's available. Brandon Carlo in Boston is a pending free agent. Luke Shen in Nashville, all right shot defense options. And then you look at someone like Yanni Gordon, Seattle, is a two-time Stanley Cup champion for Tampa Bay Lightning, coming off sports hernia surgery, but might drop the price. Ryan Donato in Chicago, Scott Lawton in Philadelphia. Kind of players that you're sort of tweaking on the margins of this roster, but you're not upsetting the apple cart in the locker room, because I think there's a real sort of consciousness about not wanting to mess with the success of this season, and a locker room that's worked very well, that you don't want to be pushing 2, 3, 4 guys out of a job, but you also don't want to look back this spring, first, second round, and say, we wish we would have done something to make this team better.
So I know we mentioned Ryan Leonard here. What are the logistics behind that?
Yeah, the Capitals are going to wait until his season at Boston College is over. Everyone involved with the Capitals and then BC and Ryan Leonard hope that means a trip to the Frozen Four and a national championship. And then he has the option, as he did last year, to sign an NHL deal and start playing right away. Chris Patrick was not tipping his hand last week when he was asked about this, saying we're going to let that play out and figure it out. Because just as we were talking about, I don't think they really want to mess too much with this roster and plugging in a 19-year-old prospect right away, which could be for the final 2 games of the regular season, maybe at the start of the playoffs. It could inject some energy into the room and the team having a talented player like that, but you don't know what it's going to mean for sort of everybody else on this roster. But I think there's optimism that at the end of the season, he will be joining the Capitals. That's far from a sure thing.
Swino, thank you, buddy, and enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, guys. You too.
See you, bro.
Caps have the Senators in town this evening for a 6:30 puck drop over at Capital One Arena as they try to get off of, as Danny said, that 3-game schneid. All right, let's talk baseball. We are working our way to the Commanders and the Debo Samuel trade, but the huge DC sports news of the day was broken by Chelsea Janes of the Washington Post. Just 20-plus years in the making. Not a bad little scoop there, Chelsea. The Masson dispute is over at long last. Give us the deets.
Yeah, and I have to credit Ben Strauss, our sports media reporter, too, for being a part of that. Yeah, it's over. They came to an agreement. Nobody's been willing to say exactly what led to this, but I think generally speaking, the fact that cable rights, don't get you what they used to, and the fact that the Orioles kind of want a fresh start under their new ownership, I think it all kind of just came together, and the Nats will get the rights to their own television broadcast starting next year, and they can sell them to whoever bids the highest, which is the first time in their franchise history they've been able to do that.
Yeah, decades overdue. So, some money's coming their way, back pay from settlements and various court rulings, but kind of moving forward, what does this mean? I know kind of it was the last, I don't want to call it an excuse, Chelsea, because it's actually a reasonable explanation, because it was tens of millions of dollars per year in operating money that would be missing from an organization, and it would be tough for anybody to deal with that. But what does this mean going forward for the learners, for the team, for the organization, for fans? Quantify it for us.
Yeah, I think it's a huge kind of first domino to fall. But I think, these tracks could go a couple different ways. I think, first of all, it does remove the excuse slash explanation for why the learners have been kind of careful with their money over the last 2 years. We'll see whether I think hundreds of millions that they're going to get from this for the last 5 years of rights, goes back into payroll or what. But, basically, it makes everything possible again. I think when they were trying to sell the team, the Masson deal was a huge problem, because they're the only team in professional sports that don't own the rights to their own, broadcast. So they couldn't sell them. It's a huge revenue stream, even now with cord cutting being what it is. So does this mean that the learners, see this added revenue stream, want to hold on to the team, figure out who they can sell it to, sell the naming rights to the stadium, and then kind of start fresh with this kind of all these new revenue streams? Maybe it means they hold. Does it mean they sell the TV rights to Ted Leonsis, who's always been vocal about wanting to buy the Nats, at least in recent years, and hand over the team because now this is all figured out? I don't know. But I think either of those two things is possible. And either way, it gets them out of this place they were in where they were just kind of sitting and waiting for something to change.
Look, I really, really wish you could sign a Max Fried, but I would settle for a pregame show and a streamed baseball game. Just give me a 30-minute
100%.
pregame show and a GD streamed
Spring
baseball
training
game
games every now and
on
again.
my smart TV. That's what I'm looking for. Show me
100%.
spring training games.
Yep,
You know?
100%. I don't know how much that'll change because it'll still be in the hands of them, but we'll see. The streaming's, I think, going to be a given, and it's going to get better. I think that's kind of the takeaway.
That is music to our ears. So I reacted initially very excited about this, and then as I've thought more about it, I don't know how big of a story this actually is, but I think it was Forbes came out with a story today as well that said that the Nats are ready, it sounds like, to sell their naming rights and put a sponsorship on the jersey. Well, that could bring in $20 million per year, those two things. But then I realized, well, they've been essentially trying to sell the naming rights to the ballpark for years and years and years, and they just haven't done it because they can't get what they want. So I don't know. Is this different? Is this news in that now they're willing to actually do it and they weren't before? Or is this just a continuation? Because there's only 9 teams without naming rights, and there's only 7 teams that don't have a sponsorship on the jersey. So it is time to get with 2025 here if they're willing to.
Yeah, and the only overlap between those two groups is the Washington Nationals. So there's revenue they're leaving on the table. And I think, my understanding, I heard in August, that they were kind of coming back to the table on naming rights and jersey stuff. So I think it's real. I don't know, the way that the Lerner family has always done this is if they don't get what they want, they're not going to take it. So I don't know if anything's changed in terms of that philosophy, but it certainly seems like from what Forbes reported and what we heard a few months ago that they're going to make a renewed push. I would imagine that comes with a little bit of a reset of expectations, whatever that means. But I think there's now a pretty clear understanding that with ticket sales being down the last few years, they've got to kind of maximize everything at their disposal. And I would imagine that that means, maybe being a little more flexible on what they can get on naming rights for the jersey in the stadium. And I would bet if, we were allowed to bet on these things, that that would be happening in the next few months.
Chelsea, awesome as always. Thank you.
So I'm just trying to get my tweet correct really quickly here, if you don't mind, Chelsea. You said Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to the Nats next year.
Book it
for $250 million is a lock. Was that the word?
100%.
Lock.
Yeah, Dylan Cease, Zach Gallen.
Yes.
Book
okay.
it.
Cease, Gallen, and hold on.
And
let me just
Vladdy.
Yep.
DDY. Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks,
All
Chelsea. Local 53, please, Darius. Our guy, Michael Phillips, Odyssey, Richmond. Ho-hum, Miguel. A little trade for a wide receiver that in Peters knows from his previous stop. What do you make of it?
I like it. You don't give up much. You've got the one thing you can do right now is spend money. They got a lot of money to spend, and people don't realize how hard it is to spend that money in free agency. Free agents don't come on, free agents of this caliber just don't come on the market. You see this happening with the franchise tags and guys getting locked up. It's not as easy as we got $100 million, go spend it, get a great team. You have to have guys available, and this is a great way to pry a great player available to be able to spend money you might not have been able to spend otherwise.
If it doesn't work out, what's that look like? And what's the floor? Like, how bad could that be?
Yeah, floor could be bad. I thought the floor was pretty low on Marshawn Lattimore this year. I don't think a lot of people were thrilled with how that turned out. You see the discussion about, is he done? Is Deebo washed up? Is he going to be able to bounce back? Which I think is premature. This reminds me far more of the Austin Eckler signing than the Marshawn Lattimore. I think there's a chance Marshawn Lattimore actually will never regain his original, Pro Bowl form. But with Eckler, it was like, okay, he had a bad year, but it feels explainable, and he's not old. That's how I'm feeling on Deebo here, guys. Like, yes, the numbers were down, and also there are a lot of really good explanations, and he's not old. It doesn't feel crazy to me that he reclaims some good form here in Washington.
What do you think it means in terms of next steps? Is this a one-off move where you go, hey, this guy's available for this price, we'll pounce? Does it mean they're done at big game receiver shopping? Like, what does it mean for the roster construction going forward? Is this a one-off or the start of something?
Well, part of being a good team is your name's going to get mentioned every time somebody comes available. If Devontae Adams comes available, I don't doubt that, when they run through possible fits on SportsCenter, you're going to be seeing that Commanders W all the time. I don't think it means they're actually interested, but, they're going to kick the tires on everybody they can kick the tires on. I think what's nice is There's this discussion about are you good at running back? Like, are you okay running it back with B-Rob and Eckler? And I've kind of been on the fence about that. This makes me feel a lot better about going that way. And I do think it's going to be hard to pry loose running backs. You hear all these mock drafts, like multiple running backs going in the first round. That's a market overcorrection to what Saquon Barkley did. This is a bad season, bad free agency period to be in the market for a running back because Saquon made his old team look silly because of the other running backs who did that in the market. I think this makes me feel a lot better about saying, all right, B-Rob and Eckler, both good dudes, but also Debo Samuel on top of that, making everybody better. I like that.
Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond. What do you think's next?
I would love to find an offensive lineman. I'll beat the drum all day, every day. Anytime you guys will have me, you got to bolster that line. It's all about protecting the quarterback, and especially this quarterback. Every time there's one you like, he gets a franchise tag or he gets snapped up. I got my eye on Jonathan Allen too. I don't think we've heard the end of those trade rumors yet. We'll see. We know Adam Peters loves draft picks. I think you could pry a couple loose from somebody for Jonathan Allen. I also think he's got value returning to the team and being Jonathan Allen next year. So I think that's an interesting dilemma to look at. But we know this. Adam Peters loves cooking through the draft. I bet the combine that's a great week for him, I would imagine, just meeting a bunch of young football players, figuring out who he wants to take. I don't think they'll do anything like trading first rounders, trading second rounders. I think this guy likes to cook in the draft a little too much to do that.
Michael, thank you as always, bud. Have a great week.
Take care, guys.
See you, brother.
Love me some Michael Phillips. Check him out on Odyssey in Richmond and check out his work. Writing-wise, the Richmonder does a really nice job. Next on Grant and Danny. Debo Samuel's a Commander after Washington made the first big splash of the offseason. What should we take away from that? Does this mean that they're in go-for-it mode? Or do they just think he was a fit and the kind of guy they didn't want to pass up on? That's next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders traded for Debo Samuel over the weekend. The Niners getting back a 5th-round pick. Other news in the NFL today, Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay as a post-June 1 cut that'll save $4.3 million against the cap. The Bengals tagged wide receiver T. Higgins for the second time. That tag is going to cost $26.2 million. In baseball, the Nationals and Orioles settled the Masson dispute. The Nationals will be free to find a new TV partner for 2026 and beyond. Also, the Nats going to get paid most of the money from 2022 to 2026, around $320 million. The Nats are also going to give up their stake in Masson, around 30%. In the NBA, the Wizards signed Justin Champagnie to a 4-year, $10 million contract extension, and the Wizards will take on the Heat tonight in Miami, 7:30 tip-off over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals signed Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year extension worth $9 million. Tonight, the Caps taking on the Senators at Capital One Arena, 6:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Joe Shasky hosts Morning Roast in San Francisco, 95.7 The Game, and they're all over the 49ers. Wanted to get his insight on Debo Samuel from the San Fran perspective and why this team is willing to take on $31 million in dead cap space to move on from him. Joe, Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet in D.C., how are you?
What's up, boys? That's a question I'd love to know the answer to. I mean, Jesus, it's such a huge cap hit. I mean, look, I love Deebo. The fan base is kind of split on him. I think he still has at least one more, if not two more, good years ahead of him. But the guy was hurt all this year. He got pneumonia. He's been sluggish. His weight has always fluctuated. And when he's on, we're talking about a war daddy. And I don't mean that, to try to make light of anything that's going on overseas and whatnot. This guy is a battle-tested playoff stud. He had signature games against the Dallas Cowboys, Green Bay Packers, with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing up all over himself. They had no run game, and Deebo had multiple 150 yards from scrimmage games in the playoffs where we could not throw the ball on a forward pass. And then this guy, when Brock Purdy got inserted in there, was an absolute stud with Purdy. Had a 160-yard game against the Seattle Seahawks in the playoffs. Did it in the NFC Championship game just a couple years ago against Detroit. I love Debo Samuel, but I also didn't love the podcasting and the weight fluctuating and him chirping and talking. God, the Niner fans are so split on him, guys.
You mentioned the podcasting. You have my attention. That perked my ears up a little bit. Nothing annoys me more than players that are just like, for no reason, bringing on headlines about the team. Is he one of these guys that's always popping off and talking about coaches, or like what was the issue with that?
It's funny. He's not even that eloquent. Like when you get him in front of reporters and stuff, he's very one word, two word. He has a podcast. It's awful. I mean, it's just absolutely awful. And during the season, he didn't say anything. But he talked a lot about like the Eagles, for example, from a couple years ago. And I'll tell you this, guy talked a lot. And then he had one of the greatest, I call it, cash this check on the face of your entire organization games against the Eagles in Philly in the rain, where he literally scored 3 touchdowns, had 2 separate 50-plus yard touchdowns. I mean, he talked the talk and then backed it up. I'm not joking. He was one of the greatest. I've been watching sports my whole life. One of the greatest. I'm talking smack for over a year, and I'm actually going to deliver against the Eagles fan base. So he doesn't say stuff week to week, but the podcast was just annoying because it's like, bro, we're not good. You're pouting about not getting the ball, and then you're going to go on the podcast and just be kind of like 1-word, 2-word answers and not say anything, and you're not that entertaining. And it was just a distraction. I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
Joe Shasky with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Joe, I'm doing the Leo meme at home, and I'm out of shape. I know what out of shape looks like. You know what I mean? So when I saw Deebo a couple times this year, I'm doing the whistle and the point. Is that pneumonia and injury, or is that dun dun dun? Is that like kind of where we are now?
No, so I think the pneumonia thing, like my dad died of pneumonia, and obviously there were other things that were attached to it. So I take it very serious.
Sure.
The guy was hospitalized. Debo Samuel. He came into camp in the best shape of his life. I've been to camp the last 5 years, okay? Debo's a girthy dude just to begin with. I mean, he's a chesty barrel type of a guy, and he wears this specific padded girdle, and it makes him look a little fatter. I think after the pneumonia this year, he clearly couldn't work out and did put on weight. I think it's fair to question the weight fluctuating. He's a thick dude to begin with, though. Like, if you walk by him on the street, he doesn't look fat. He's just thick. I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, this guy's body is thick. He looks more like a running back. But I'll tell you this, look, I think he's motivated. I think he came in last year motivated after the trade rumors and then maybe cutting him and all that stuff. And then him obviously having a huge dud in the Super Bowl. But the guy can still make plays. He had a huge drop on national television for a walk-in touchdown after talking smack to the kicker because the kicker was god-awful all year. And he went over and judo chopped him in between the game against the Buccaneers. And the long snapper got involved. Look, I'm going to be real. I was ready to judo chop the kicker because the kicker stunk Jake Moody. So I'm not mad at Deebo for having that competitive fire. But if you're going to do that, you better catch the damn ball. And so he didn't catch the ball in the second half after the pneumonia. It was a bad year for the Niners, though. And I give him a pass more than other people. I don't think he's washed. I think he's still got something left. I like him with Jaden Daniels. I like him with Terry McLaurin being the number one. I like him with Cliff Kingsbury. I still think Deebo's a playmaker. And here's where I put it, guys. I've watched a lot of great 49ers. CMC's amazing. I watched Frank Gore. I've watched Vernon Davis, Michael Crabtree, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, Ricky Waters. I put Deebo on a list of guys. Only T.O. and Jerry Rice and CMC. Everywhere I touch the ball on the field, I could go to the house. That's how sick of a talent he is when he is right. He is that good. He'll run through your soul, and he's so much faster than you give credit for in the open space. He's an all-timer when he's right.
Yeah, and I think the fit with Kingsbury, I think, is 10 out of 10 to your point, Joe. So in terms of the 49ers letting him go maybe a year early, we all know what's looming, right? And some of the cap hits that are there now, getting given $250 billion or whatever to Brock Purdy here in about 5 minutes. So I understand you got to clear the deck, and you got Pearsall maybe kind of coming in and maybe playing the same role, different players obviously, but I can understand letting him go there. Is there any thought though the 49ers are letting him go because A, they want to wash their hands of it, B, they don't buy stock in him anymore? Kind of walk me through that.
So here's the deal. Shanahan's going to run the ball. This is who Shanahan is. Every year. I look at this every year, okay? He wants to run it between 450 and 520 times a year, okay? That's just what he does. It makes no financial sense to pay a wide receiver, all right, $30 million. Well, they did it twice. They did it to Deebo and they did it to Ayuk. And I kept saying the last offseason, I go, guys, they don't throw the ball that much. Look, if it was Mike Martz and we were throwing the ball all over the field, pay a bunch of receivers. You're running the ball down teams' throats. And when they acquired CMC, I feel like it made Deebo a little redundant because CMC's the pass catcher. CMC's where the offense goes through. And I'm talking about Christian McCaffrey. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, he missed all of last year, and it coincided with Ayuk missing almost all of last year, and Deebo, just playing under his potential. And so the team was garbage last year. I have as many questions about Brock Purdy as anyone else. I like him. I think he deserves a pay raise. I don't want to give him a Trevor Lawrence deal. I think that's career suicide when it comes to these organizations. But in terms of Deebo, why are they getting rid of him right now? Because Kyle Shanahan is obsessed with Deebo, and they needed to move off him. They kept trying to force-feed Deebo, and every team in the league knew that anytime he moved behind the line of scrimmage, the ball was going to him. So it felt like we were running an outdated, redundant offense, not because Deebo's garbage or anything like that, because they were running the same stale things over and over and over again. And when you don't have Ayuk on the field, when Trent Williams does underperform and he can't pass block, there's nowhere to go with the ball. And so it felt like he was trying to break 6 and 7 tackles all year, and he couldn't even break one. So I think this is as much the front office saying, we're done with you building game plans around Deebo, as it is that Deebo just also needed a fresh start. I think both parties needed to move off each other.
Joe Shasky, who's the host of the Morning Roast, San Francisco 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, my kid's screaming. I apologize, God. I'm trying to feed him here. I apologize.
No, we can't. No sweat. We get it. All is well. We both got young ones, so you're in good company here. You're amongst friends.
Guys, I love Deebo. Look, I'm gonna be. I love Deebo probably more than I should because I've seen this guy drag my freaking team farther than they deserve to. Jimmy Garoppolo, nice guy, was a below average quarterback in the fourth quarter. Just absolutely will blow up all over himself in the fourth quarter. And I watched Debo Samuel go into Green Bay. They didn't score one offensive touchdown. Jimmy threw some horrific medicine balls in that game. And he beat the MVP of the league, Aaron Rodgers, literally with the whole stadium knowing he was going to get the ball. Against Dallas, same exact thing. They should have beat the Rams in that NFC Championship game. His singular year in 2021 is one of the all-time great seasons I've ever seen. And that's with the CMC season. I've seen multiple Jerry Rice seasons that were just absolutely spectacular. I don't say this flippantly. When he is right, he is a gladiator. I just think for a variety of reasons, both parties have not gotten over the Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs. And it sucks. Go back to the first Super Bowl. He was the best player on the field as a rookie. He had 50 yards rushing on 3 carries, and he had like 7 or 8 catches and another 80 yards via the pass, with Jimmy Garoppolo being the quarterback, for crying out loud. I do think with him alongside Terry McLaurin, I think he's great. Those shallow crossers, he's a beater, and he hates the Eagles. You got to love that.
Love that so much.
Yeah, welcome. Yes, absolutely. We accept that here. That's nice. So I want to ask you one about San Francisco before we let you go. What's the deal now with them going into the year? They're going to give Purdy all of the money. You mentioned Lawrence. He's going to get $10 million more than that. He's going to be up to close to $65 million or whatever. But you've got Ayuk, who Lynch kind of was open to the possibility, it sounded like, of moving at the combine. I think Trent Williams is coming back. But I mean, are they still a NFC Championship caliber team? Like, what's going on?
I have no idea what to make of the 49ers. They had an awful season. It was a lot of people with their hand out asking for the bag, and all the guys who had the handout asking for the bag, not one of them showed up the last couple of years. Bosa has been underwhelming since getting Defensive Player of the Year and getting the maximum money, most ever by a defensive player. Brandon Ayuk, they just overpaid for a guy in an offense where they're never going to throw the ball enough to justify $30 million a year. And then he got hurt, and now his knee's shredded. We don't know where he's at. Trent Williams is old, and he likes his money, and he held out until the last second. And he played terrible last year, just straight up. He needs to play better if they want any chance. Brock Purdy didn't play good this year. And then you didn't have CMC but all of like 2 games this year, right? Christian McCaffrey. And I think that really hampered them. They ran the ball well, but all the guys behind CMC got hurt. And then the defense just fell apart. I think I've seen a lot of Niner football. They're closer to a rebuild than a reset or a retool, in my opinion. They just don't want to admit it. And it just kind of sucks. I don't know, man. They're in no man's land, and I'm really petrified about this Brock Purdy deal. I think he's a really good player. I really like him. He deserves a pay raise. I want him as my quarterback, but I don't want to give him the freaking Justin Herbert, Tua Tagovailoa, or Trevor Lawrence deal. Can I give him a little less than that? He's not on those top 5, top 6 guys level. I don't understand why every quarterback has to reset the market when they're not a reset the market caliber player. You guys had Jaden Daniels. He had a great year, right? Brock had a great year 2 years ago. You know what the number one thing is? Hey, do it again. The great players, Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, they do it year after.
We might have lost Joe there. You still there? I think his phone cut out.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
I want to sneak one in about, can we have Trevarius Ward also?
Joe, are you back?
Ward's a ball player.
Can we have him
Sorry,
too?
Your phone cut out. We want Ward too.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Trevarius Ward's a ball player. He lost his daughter this year.
Yeah.
I mean, the poor guy went through hell off the field, and so did Trent Williams. He lost a baby as well this year, a stillborn baby. So, Trevarius Ward, when he's locked in, is a hell of a player who can guard big physical wide receivers. I love Trevarius. Poor guy went through hell off the field. I mean, I couldn't even imagine having to try to go to work after losing a loved one. So if you could get him, he would be a great player.
Yeah. Joe, this is great, man. Really appreciate the time and insight, bro.
Sorry for the cutout, boys. Have a good one. Hit me up anytime.
All right, we will. No worries.
See you, man.
Joe Shasky out in San Francisco. I like him. Shot out of a cannon. There's some energy there.
There's some juice, right? Fired up to talk about it. A little injection of life in the show. Let's start yelling at each other, you and me.
Does that guy either just had a coffee or he is just high energy, that guy?
With a kid, too, somehow.
I like him. How do you have that kind of energy with a kid?
I don't know.
You have a baby. Yeah. You have no energy.
I've none.
What's the difference?
The energy level. That's the difference.
Well,
like if you're doing a graph, one's high and the other's low.
And he's got to be your age because he said he saw Jerry Rice play.
Yeah. You did.
And he's
at
feeding
the end?
the baby. Well, I mean, I think he was talking about like prime. He was naming other dudes from that old 49ers championship team.
That was fun to watch that dude
It was
play.
like talking about the catch and stuff.
I was there for Dwight Clark. And he's
So
got a baby.
your age with a baby, and he has energy.
Yeah, who does that?
What are you doing wrong?
A lot.
I don't know how this became yelling at you time.
No, but listen, he's got energy. It's infectious. You
Top
and me.
of the hour at 5 o'clock, we're going to talk to Martin Conway as a sports management professor at Georgetown. Worked for the Orioles and the Rangers. Has a lot of thoughts on what's going on with the Masson deal. We'll have great insight from him. I'm looking forward to that. But next, let's open up the phones on Deebo, 800-636-1067. Do you think this move means that they are going for it this offseason? Or do you think they just like the fit and made this as a one-off move and this isn't part of a bigger picture plan? We'll get to that next. Hey, it's Grant. College basketball is reaching the most exciting stretch of the season as we speak right now. New customers on FanDuel are going to take advantage of a great offer to wind down the college hoop season. You'll get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who is going to cut down the net. Love me some college basketball in March. I always like live in-game bets during the tournament. I just think they're more successful. The app's easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the college hoops action. FanDuel.com/GP. Now is the time before the tourney. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online Romani wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. The Debo Samuel question that I am most interested in at this point. How telling was this transaction to the actual offseason plan? Is this just a situation where Adam Peters knows Deebo, likes the player, thinks he'd be a good fit for Cliff Kingsbury, and liked the price of a 5th-round pick and sub $19 million and said, there's no reason not to do this. We got to do it. Or is this symbolic that they're going for it? Danny, this is the first splash move of the hiatus. This is the first time a team, or a GM in this case, has really put his neck on the line and made a big move for a star player. This is not what they've done. They didn't do it last offseason with Peters. It's been a long time since this was the kind of offseason that they had if this is the route they're going to drive. And I'm here for it. I'd be excited about it. I want it. They just got to the NFC title game. I don't think that parring the course and staying on the same path would get them back there. I think that it was a year where a lot of things went well. The schedule was not as difficult as it's going to be this year. So they better be a hell of a lot more talented this season if they're going to get back there. I really believe that. But what do we think this move means? Am I trying to prescribe meaning to the bird flying away meant?
Yeah, right. Like in English class, right?
Exactly. The bird flew away, so now I'm all alone. Or is this just, dude, they just Deebo for a 5th-round pick was a good idea?
So I think it is somewhere in the middle, and I know it's not a great answer. And here's what I mean. I think they recognize we're going to have to be creative to add enough talent to do what we're talking about. They want the same thing you and I do. So you think back to that dumb Ron Rivera regime. The worst thing that happened to them was winning the worst division in sports history, getting to the postseason. Fun ride, but it was empty calories.
The 7-win division title.
Right? So they get there. Now the expectation is, I don't know, more than 7 wins. And, we all know the story. And they didn't know what to do with themselves. Like everything was more difficult and they just weren't ready to match it. This group's ready to match it. Maybe not exceed 12 wins in the regular season because that's hard to do when you're, not one of the more talented rosters in the sport. But I think they recognize we can't just go, let's be super patient. They can't do that. They know that. They get it. They get that there's got to be some urgency. So if there's a little bit of buyer beware, maybe a little bit of nerves, you know what? We got to go for it. Not every time. You're not just going to go reckless. You're not trading 7 first-round picks for Myles Garrett or something crazy. But when an opportunity like this presents itself, you're not going to go, no, we only built through the draft. No. You can be prudent. You can be smart.
I have a lot of hope now that they're going to push some chips in a way they weren't willing to before. Because there was no move last offseason like this one, where you went, yeah, they got Bobby Wagner on a 1-year deal for $8 million. But this is a real risk for a high risk, I would say a lowish risk, high reward, but for a star player that you didn't have to go get.
Mm-hmm.
You were desperate at linebacker and you knew Wagner was going to run your locker room. This is not that. JR, Boston, you're up. What's up?
Listen, you guys, the middle's, I guess, the right way to when you look at it, because bringing Deebo in is huge. It helps solidify like an offensive attack, which was already very good, if not great this year.
Yeah, top 10.
It also says, all right, good. We only need to do one offensive line. I really think one key guy to bring in, whether it's free agency, trade, draft, whatever. But bringing in Deebo in allows us to focus on the defense, which sucked last year. Like, I know you guys talk about at times the defense stuff, but the big stat that bothers me more than anything else is in the fourth quarter, we were the worst defense in the NFL. We gave up more points than any other team. And that, to me, is either mental weakness, not clear coaching, something like, I don't know, but that can't happen again.
Well, they also just didn't have enough really good players. It's a good phone call. Thank you. They need an edge. They need at least 1 corner, probably 2. They need, if Bobby Wagner's not coming back, an inside linebacker so they can move Frankie Louvu all over the place like they're jackknife that can play all their positions, jack of all trades, so to speak. They need defensive tackle help, possibly, if John Allen is traded or they move on from him as part of that rotation as well. Outside of safety, if Jeremy Chin's back, and right now he's a free agent, so safety help too, but I think he'll be back. They got a huge need on that side of the ball, there's no doubt. And they're going to have to address it. But they have 3 draft picks in the top 80, so they need to find at least 2 starters, whether it's skill offense, O-line, or defense. Ideally 3 starters, but I don't know how realistic that is. And then they still have 50 some $million to spend in free agency.
Yeah, and you're still going to do the kind of shopping they did last year too.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of 1 and 2 year deals.
And you have to, which I think that's part of the roster that they were dealt, part of the hand that they're dealt. You've got to fill in that roster player number 20 through 40 in a way that's not always that sexy.
Zach, I want to squeeze you in real quick out in Gainesville. Be quick, but I wanted to get you in before the end of the hour. What's up?
Yeah, no problem. I think my answer is a little bit off subject, so feel free to hang up if you want. But man, I was just curious, like when the new league year starts on the 12th, I believe. Like, what if we find out that they have extended him to over $20 million a year? Do you guys still feel like you'd be as happy with the signing?
No, definitely not.
I'd be more nervous.
I would hate it.
I wouldn't hate it yet. I understand hating it. I'm not. That would be one of those leap of faith by Peters, knowing he's about to perform. The cap's going to go up and this is going to be a bargain, but I'd be nervous about it.
Well, I would say, here's how I'll quantify it. Without an extension, this move to me is an 8 out of 10. With an extension, I would make it like a 4. Letter grade might be a better way to do it. For me, this is an A. With an extension, it would be a D plus, maybe a D, something. I'm not interested right now in extending him until I get some more intel on why last year happened.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, to me, the beauty of this thing is that you're not in a bad contract. And Peter seems to like dealing in these 1 year at a time.
You get someone that wants to prove it. You could sell them to a prove it deal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The other huge story we're doing a little juggling act with today on Grant and Danny, 20 years in the making. The Masson dispute is over for the Nationals. We've got someone with a lot of insight on this. Used to work for marketing with the Orioles in that department, but as a sports management professor at Georgetown, Martin Conway, is going to join us next. So if you have any questions about how the Masson dispute came about and worked and the money that the Nats are going to get, I think this will be a really informative conversation you'll want to hear next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Commanders traded for wide receiver Debo Samuel over the weekend. The Niners getting a fifth-round pick. Debo Samuel comes with a $17.5 million cap hit. Other NFL news, the Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay as a post-June 1 designation. They'll save $4.3 million against the cap. The Bengals tagged wide receiver T. Higgins for the second time. That tag's going to cost $26.2 million. They're going to try to get a long-term deal done. Also, former Cowboys head coach Jimmy Johnson, also Fox analyst, he announced his retirement today. In baseball, the Nationals and the Orioles settled their Masson dispute. The Nationals will be free to find a new TV partner for 2026 and beyond. Also, the Nationals will be paid most of their money from 2022 to 2026, around $320 million. They're also going to give up their stake in Masson, around 30%. In the NBA, the Wizards signed Justin Champagnie to a 4-year deal worth $10 million. The Wizards taking on the Heat tonight in Miami. 7:30 tip-off. Can you that game over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals signed goalie Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year extension worth $9 million. Caps will take on the Senators tonight at 6:30 at Capital One Arena, looking to snap a 3-game losing streak near the game following Grant and Danny right here on the Fan. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back live on 106.7 The Fan all over the DMV. We are in Richmond right now as well, AM 910, FM 105.1. You can listen to us wherever you go on the Odyssey app, and you can watch us live in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and let's welcome onto the show right now Martin Conway, who is a sports management professor at Georgetown University, former marketing executive in Major League Baseball with the Orioles and the Rangers, has a lot of insight on some of the business of baseball that involves the Nats today. Martin, thanks so much for a few minutes on DC Radio with Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good to be with you.
Appreciate some time as always.
Our pleasure. Let's just start with this Masson dispute. So we have been discussing today that this is 20 years in the making for the Nationals. It's been long used as an excuse for their financials and why they don't spend more money. How big of a deal do you actually think this is for Washington's baseball organization to have the right now, as of next year, to control their own TV network and get out of this deal with Baltimore?
Well, I think that decades ago in politics, there was this phrase, our long national nightmare is over. I think this is the sports version of that, particularly in Washington, which is it was an overhang for many reasons. But number one, legitimately not understanding what the future value of one of your top 3 income streams, revenue streams, being local media is a deterrent. Now, we know that MLB has forwarded some money in the past and tried to amend that to do it, but it is significant, or was significant. The second thing is, from a fan standpoint, it really capped and prohibited the team the way that their carriage deals were in place with their cable providers in the region. It kept them and prevented them from doing this kind of direct-to-consumer model, which is, we're several years into this now, because from a carriage standpoint, their cable providers own the display rights in the region and essentially said, if the game is going to be seen, it's going to be seen on our cable channel. And if you want out of that, well, you're going to have to renegotiate the overall carriage deal. So from a fan standpoint and from a team standpoint, it was prohibitive from them putting their best effort, their best product on the field probably, and some other things. To what extent? Hey, look, like I said, MLB was willing to front load some money. Maybe owners have to step in and put some things up. But now it looks like this will be much clearer, at least starting next year, should they get a new provider, a new platform. that should open up many more opportunities for the team.
Martin, would love your thoughts on this. I'd been arguing with some family and friends and Orioles fans over the years that this wasn't good for them either, right? Like the way that everything seemed to work to me from the outside looking in was any dollar of profit had to be quickly moved to escrow for future legal fees or potential payouts down the line while this squabble continued, and everybody suffered as a result of it. This kind of clears the deck. Give me your reaction and kind of thoughts there. Where am I wrong?
Well, no, you're not wrong, Danny. And number one, lawyers always get paid first, so keep that in mind, right? We've got a lot of lawyers in Washington, and they always insist on getting paid first and wherever that's possible. But yeah, that's an important part of it because, again, like I said, the clarity, I think it probably had something to do with the valuation exercise on potentially selling this team a few years ago. And that is, if you're not really clear on what your top two or third revenue stream is, then it's really impossible to predict. Now, this was protracted. And one of the things that we learned, and it's important to know, that there was in this agreement between the Orioles and the Nationals something called a parity clause, which really was intended initially by Peter Angelos to say to the Nationals fans, you will not get anything less than what we get to the Orioles. So number of games produced, production quality, promotion, etc., was there. That turned out to be, in hindsight, a real hindrance to this relationship because very clearly the valuation of baseball rights in Washington, given the market size and the quality of the market, is substantially higher than the value of those rights in Baltimore. And there's plenty of case analysis to support that. And that was where this dragged on because every tribunal, every consultant that they hired came back and said that, which is the rights in Washington are worth in the 60 to 70 million a year, and the rights in Baltimore might be 40 to low 50s per year. And Masson and the Orioles leadership and the Angelos family was never willing to accept that. And so it just continued every 5 years with a review, and the money just came and continued to pile up. And that's sort of where it's now presumably, and again, part of this settlement means that the parties do have to come to an agreement on that amount of money that will be paid to Nats, and they'll get their franchise free agency presumably next year from a media standpoint.
To that point, and Martin Conway is our guest on Grant and Danny, who's a professor at Georgetown University, former marketing executive in Major League Baseball with the O's and the Rangers. But we did see a report today from the Post that it's going to be close to what they asked for, or I should say, over half of that at least. They're going to get the majority of. They asked for over $300 million for the payout from 2022 to 2026, and then obviously they're foregoing the 30% part of the deal moving forward. But I mean, would you even be able to wager the guess as to how much of that $320 million they might actually get?
Well, first of all, that has to be recalculated because, quite simply, I don't want to get into the weeds on this too much, but there's three parts to the revenue. There is the revenue that the Nats would get from their rights fee. There's the revenue that the Orioles would get from their rights fee. And then whatever remains is that sort of owner's equity that we know gets split. It's a super majority, as much as I think it topped out at 2/3 to the Orioles and 1/3. Well, now that you have new rights fees that have been, presumed by the tribunals, you have to recalculate that. What that means is the Nationals would get more in rights fees, but they would get less in owner payments just by virtue of the math on that. So once they do that, perhaps it's 50%, perhaps it's half. Now, also, perhaps it's part of the agreement is, look, if we had to pay you everything that was there, then frankly, this entity, Masson, might have to go into insolvency, because one of the things that's very clear lately is that the rights fees paid to the Orioles, the rights fees paid to the Nationals at the levels that MLB presumed probably meant that there was no profitability left over, because over the last 15 years, nothing in sports has changed more than the regional sports model because of the way people view. So there was probably some, or will be some combination of, here's what you'll get in terms of payments, but you're also going to get your free agency that you can go out now in the market and seek your value. And if you get it, great. But it's almost like as a player, you negotiate with the player, and at some point he says, I want to test my market. You say, that's fine. But we have a limit on what we can pay if you want to go out and do that. So it's not done yet, but I presume that there'll be some middle ground reached, because each side, and MLB, let me be clear, MLB is the catalyst here to try to push this off now
with new ownership of the Orioles to try to break this deadlock and to get each team sort of standing on their own.
Martin, and you kind of led me to my question here. You mentioned the steep decline of RSNs. Nothing has changed more in the sports viewing landscape over the last decade plus, kind of as you alluded to. How different would this have looked had a resolution like this happened, say, a decade ago versus right now? Kind of what are we in store for here?
Oh, substantially. Look, Danny, the way this now will play out is, like I said, the one Iron Dome platform that both teams had was cable distribution. Now, presumably, this will loosen up both of that, where they'll have to go back to their cable operators and say, we're still going to be with you on cable, but we also want and desperately need the ability to white label this to a sports app that's, labeled Masson in Baltimore. I don't know what it will be, whether they're part of Monumental Sports in DC or some other, but there'll be a variability, because the one thing that teams need today is reach. And if you look at how these regional networks have essentially melted down, the teams in the NHL and the NBA have gone out and tried to get reach from their various media partners. And so I think it'll be a variability. There'll be some of the capability on regional Sportsnet, whether it's Monumental or wherever. And then secondly, it will also be available as a standalone app that you can pay $29.99 a month or whatever it's going to be. And you can flip on your big screen TV, 55 inches, quickly toggle to the Masson or replacement app and watch it from there. Because the one thing we know, look at YouTube. YouTube is the one. YouTube recently announced that more people watch YouTube videos on their big screen TV than they watch on any other platform, be it a computer or a phone. That's what this generation is comfortable doing. And the Nationals and the Orioles will have to come up with solutions to allow that to happen almost at any cost, because every day that you don't, you lose more and more fans. And the one thing that teams need, as I said, is they need reach for all their marketing strategies to work.
Martin, along those lines, I'm curious as to the next step TV-wise. You mentioned Monumental Sports. They'd be the betting favorites, very obviously, to get the TV rights. But Major League Baseball, to your point, is, I mean, they're wrapping their hands, I like to say they're kind of dipping their hands in the pie, but they're wrapping their arms around any team that they can right now with the failing RSNs. And I would imagine they'd try to jump in on this. Is it possible that it's part of the deal that baseball gets the Nats and maybe they aren't just a true free agent? Or how do you see that working?
Yeah, it's possible. Again, I think it goes to value. There's some other players, like, for example, Amazon is trying to be an aggregator of these kind of, so you have an Amazon Prime subscription and here's what you get for that. But on that platform, you can also easily find other entities, regional sports networks, whatever, that you can pay monthly to do that. So the way that people consumed cable for the last 40 years is through bundles. And I suspect that in the next 40 years, on the streaming side, there's also going to be some bundling of that. So maybe it'll be non-exclusive. Maybe you'll be able to get it on MLB's platform and also an Amazon platform, or MLB's platform out of market and on Monumental's platform locally. So there's a lot of creative minds out there who have dollars and have distribution experience. I mean, Ted Leonsis is a genius at this regard. I think he'll be one of the first places they look, but it doesn't mean they'd be the only place that they would look. So it gives them plenty of opportunities if they're creative and they can find investors and distributors who can help them market their game overall. And let's be honest, it also opens up the valuation of the team by clearing up that revenue source that between this and jersey patch and naming rights might put the franchise value closer to what they might have wanted when they, presumably had it on the market a few years ago.
And Martin, again, you just touched on it. Martin Conway with us, with Grant and Danny. And there's three of us talking, but only one of us was quoted in Forbes today, talking about what you just mentioned. Go into that for me, talking about patches and stadium naming rights stuff, something the Learners and the Nationals kind of haven't really dipped their big toe in, and it seems like now they're in.
Teams, Danny, without stadium right named, and they're one of 7 teams without a sponsor on the jersey.
I think they're the only crossover, though, right? Only team that appears in both lists?
Neither.
So what do we know?
Yeah, well, what we know is they've obviously recognized that there might be an opportunity here, not because they haven't done it in the past, but other things that are happening, dollars coming into the stadium to renovate, right? And now we've gone past the post-COVID period where, the market is kind of right-sizing, if you will. So I think from the standpoint of stadium naming rights and jersey patch, they're in a position, again, if they feel like, A, it's the right partner, and B, it's at the right dollar level, I'm almost certain that they've had opportunities in either of those to engage in it. but probably didn't feel like, for whatever reason, it was the right amount of money or if it was the right partner. Because let's be honest, properties in Washington, D.C. don't sit unsponsored for very long, whether it's a football stadium or an arena or a jersey patch for the Wizards or the Capitals. People are out there pitching them all the time. And so they must feel now like this is the right time, with some activity happening in and around the stadium, the viability and the visibility in Washington, D.C., that now may be the right time to attract the right partner, as opposed to perhaps what some of the other offers might have been or opportunities in the past, that they just didn't feel like that partnership represented the best of both. And I think strongly, probably with the Lerner family being, as they've been the only owner, they want to feel like whatever they're doing for the future can stand the test of time versus just taking a paycheck, because those run out. If you look at some of the jersey patches early, as I mentioned in the article in the NBA, they've come and gone because they all benefited the sponsor and really didn't benefit the team and the brand. And so that's why some of those have sort of come and gone.
All right, so forgive me being a little bit redundant and going back to the big theme here, but I do want to ask at least one question before we let you go about the 500-pound elephant in the room directly, which is the possibility of this helping lead to a sale. So if we can circle back to that, I mean, I was joking earlier with Chelsea Janes at the Post, who reported this today, and I said, look, I would love to go get Max Fried, or I would love a sale, but I will settle for just an app where I can stream Nats games and a pregame show, right? But there's so many possibilities here as to what this could mean. So how related do you think today could be to the team being back on the market, Leonsis being more interested, the price going up, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, there's a couple of things you got there. Number one, I think just generally the Lerner family has to be all aligned. And I think from what most people in the market know is that they weren't all aligned on the sale, that there were some who felt strongly that it should be in the market and others who felt maybe it either shouldn't be, or the numbers that were being looked at weren't representative of where they thought the value was, right? You had the Mets, you had some other franchises in those $2 billion range to do it. That's number one. Look, like I said, there's no better partner. I mean, I don't think anybody either knows the market or knows media better than Ted Leonsis and his team there. And so if there is an opportunity for this to finally come together where you can both the media rights and the team, that probably brings you to a valuation that's a value plus, right? In the past, it was just the team and you weren't sure about the stadium situation or the media. It was just that sort of cloudiness that I think, like I said earlier, presented a true valuation that people could agree on to do it. I presume now for the next 6 or 9 months, this will reset that vision, and whether that brings a new owner in or brings an expanded partnership, maybe somebody takes the majority control for some period of time. I think there was a reluctance on the Lerner family to let this go at a certain price, knowing that 3 to 5 years later they would regret it because they'd see other sales surpass that. And, their business is real estate, and they tend to wait until the deal is right. So either way, I think it could open up several different opportunities. But bottom line, I think overall this will be better for the fans in the long run. Like you said, Grant, you want to sit in your media room and consume it the way you want to consume it when you want to. And this may give them finally that opportunity to do that, which could open up a lot of other evaluation, levels along the way.
Martin, really appreciate the time and insight, man. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, guys. Have a good day.
Great information. I love getting grown-ups on.
Yeah.
They're just smart and can help us with important stories that we're covering. That was fantastic. He is a professor over at Georgetown for good reason. He worked for the Orioles, I believe, during part of this window, and the Rangers on the marketing side as an executive. So a lot of good information.
Just thinking about forever ago for me while he was talking during my recruiting process, and I had to turn over my transcripts. I remember the assistant coach from Georgetown made the following sound when he looked at mine. That's why. I couldn't have taken his class. I would have struggled.
For the Nats fans listening right now, what do you hope all of this means moving forward? Such a huge day for this fan base that the Masson dispute's over. Now they might be trying to sell the naming rights to the stadium finally. They're going to be putting patches on the jersey potentially. 20 million more coming in. They're going to get a massive couple $100 million payment potentially. Maybe it's less than that from Major League Baseball, but it's going to be a financial cash windfall reportedly. What do you hope all this results in and means as a fan of this ball club that's been waiting for this? 800-636 1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, the Commanders traded for Debo Samuel over the weekend, giving up a fifth-round pick to get him. The Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay. The Bengals tag wide receiver T. Higgins for the second time. That tag's going to cost $26.2 million. They're still working on trying to get a long-term deal done. In baseball, the Nationals and Orioles settled their Masson dispute. The Nationals will be free to find a new TV partner for 2026 and beyond. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Heat tonight in Miami. 7:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals signed Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year contract extension worth $9 million. The Caps looking to end a 3-game losing streak tonight as they take on the Senators at Capital One Arena. 6:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a six-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I think it'll be a variability. There'll be some of the capability on regional Sportsnet, whether it's Monumental or wherever. And then secondly, it'll also be available as a standalone app that you can pay $29.99 a month or whatever it's going to be. And you can flip on your big screen TV, 55 inches, quickly toggle to the Masson or replacement app and watch it from there. Because the one thing we know, look at YouTube. YouTube is the one. YouTube recently announced that more people watch YouTube videos on their big screen TV than they watch on any other platform, be it a computer or a phone. That's what this generation is comfortable doing. And the Nationals and the Orioles will have to come up with solutions to allow that to happen almost at any cost, because every day that you don't, you lose more and more fans. And the one thing that teams need, as I said, is they need reach for all their marketing strategies to work.
We're doing it, people.
Here we go.
We're streaming baseball. Not this year, of course.
Not yet.
Not 2025,
No,
but 2026, it's going to happen. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. So that voice you just heard coming in was Martin Conway, the professor at Georgetown that we just had on the show. He was tremendous. By the way, that is a staggering thing that he just said. I still cannot wrap my brain around that. More people watch videos on YouTube, on their TV in their living room, at home, than on their phone or their computer. That is not the world I live in.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
Now, do I occasionally? Sometimes, because I've got a smart TV and I've got YouTube TV. So occasionally, like we're just in regular old YouTube before we hit the TV part of it. And we'll see. Well, my kid wants to watch. There's this thing where dinosaurs come out of a gate and he gets to yell out which kind of dinosaur it is or whatever. That'll happen. We're pretty good about not doing the YouTube thing, though, because I just think that's a time suck for kids and it's a whirling dervish of insanity and God knows what's on there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only a matter of time. I'm not any different than any other parent. Like, we're going to get there, I'm sure, because there's only so much I can do about it. But the notion that people are watching more videos from YouTube on television than any other platform, I'm sorry. I believe him. He's smart.
Sure.
That's insane to me.
Totally foreign to me. I mean, it is the rare Robert Hassel that I'll go where it's like everyone's gathered, like, hey, let me show you guys this. Like, I'll give you an example. There were several people happened to be at the house not that long ago, and I was like, here's my Charles Barkley commercial. Here's the YouTube video of it. And then I went through this thing, and it was like, search for it, then it didn't come up, and it takes forever. It's so non-functional to me that it's a non-starter. I would never do that. Whereas on your tablet, your computer, whatever, you got your easy keyboard, you want to type in something different, but now I'm on my remote hunting for letters with an up-down arrow. Terrible. I would never do that unless it was a really odd special occasion like it was. But I guess more people do it. I don't know, man. It's just a different time. I guess people are doing the speak to search too, but even still.
To
yeah,
just what a dinosaur the Nationals currently are. And I understand how we got here, but to not be able to stream their games, and we're all guilty of it. We all have to keep updating with the times. It's hard for me too. In fact, this is now completely unrelated to anything, and we will get back to this in a second. But today, before the show, we get into it with our two young Gen Zers that work on this program. We're going down to spring training, okay? And we're going to be interviewing and doing all of our different access with the Washington Nationals. one of the things we're going to try to do at spring training is to do as much social media content with them as possible. And Ryan comes in today, and Ryan, go ahead and just tell the people what your idea was that you pitched to us. That was kind of like pitching to a convention of people that are trying not to drink that we should all take shots.
Yeah. So if you are aware of people who go viral on social media with all these clips, you'll notice that there's like a mini microphone that they use now. And that's kind of in as far as social media goes. And I was like, hey, like we should get a mini microphone and do some social media bits and do like something with the Nationals player in 60 seconds and post it on social media.
Right.
And I was shot down as if I just said the worst thing ever. And everyone was like, this is insane. I was laughed out of the room.
One of my pet peeves is that when you watch social media, you see people that are holding these tiny little microphones.
Mm-hmm.
And for people that haven't seen them, they're the size of a grape. Okay. And some of them are actual, like microphone shaped, but the size of a grape. Others are just like dumb looking microphones that are the size of a grape.
Yep.
But the idea is you hold it in your hand in front of your face, and you hold it like right up on your chin, up against your lips.
And then it pops a bunch of times. The sound quality's terrible.
And they cost $14. I'm sure they're great.
Yeah.
And so you hold them and you talk. And so it would be like me going like, hey, it's Grant Paulson with Mackenzie Gore. And this is 60 Seconds with a Washington National. And I'm just holding this microphone the size of a grape. And then I turn to Mackenzie. And then I have to extend this stupid thing out toward his chin. And I'm holding this tiny little microphone. But all these bros with all these social media accounts and followings who wear big T-shirts and talk about how much have you lifted today, they all use these microphones that look ridiculous. And so I'm like, look, it could just be me. I know I'm an old person. I don't understand why your generation does a lot of the things it does, but I think it looks so stupid. And Ryan just kind of brought steak into a lion's den because if he would have just said, have you guys seen these microphones on social media?
Microphone glass.
I would have immediately gone on a 4-minute rant about how terrible they look. And then he's like, what if we use a little microphone? And I'm like, oh man, this is tough. Let's get ahead of this. So then Danny was lucky enough to have been here. And Danny was even more adamant against it than I am.
There basically should be reserved for guys like that are so desperate for whatever this is. Be like, how many people have you smashed on this spring training, spring break trip? When's the last time you hooked up with a random guy and never called him? Like with those little stupid tiny microphones.
Right.
There's a great way
You're
to
like
tell.
On Bourbon Street. You're like, what's your body count though?
What's the biggest mistake guys make in the bedroom? Oh, is that a deal breaker?
Like,
what's your ick, bro?
Name your red flag, brother. Or I guess it wouldn't, but it would be like, hey, girl, what's your red flag in a guy?
It's the biggest, quickest, simplest way to go. Like if you're playing a game called amateur or not.
Right.
Like as soon as you go, oh, amateur. I know it right away. It's amateur. It's embarrassing. Everyone who does it should be ashamed at all times. Because you do it.
Including you at spring training.
Not just on video,
right?
But knowing that you've done it and are planning on doing it again. You should walk around with a big, shameful look on your face and feel embarrassed.
So tune into our spring training coverage to see Danny holding one of these.
And I said I will never touch it. And if I do, you're never getting it back.
So I will have to hold the mic and I guess extended it.
I'm not talking to it either. That's so embarrassing.
I mean, so
hey, Mackenzie, what's up? Smash your pass. No.
Danny's
wrong.
I mean, we're not going to be asking him that, obviously.
Well, that's the level.
I'm on your
of sophistication.
Side. So then CK, our boss, happened to be walking by and I call him in. He is older than I am. He is about your age, Danny. Obviously, he's on our side. He's like, oh, God, those look so terrible. But the two young people on our show are like, this is why you guys don't understand. And you guys are all in on this stupid little microphone.
Well, of course, because the people who are on social media holding those stupid microphones, they've only got a couple million followers, only make a couple $1 million a year. But I know it's so stupid. It's so stupid. We're trying to grow in social media, but
let's not conflate getting rich on social media with not being ridiculous or stupid. Two very, very different things. The Hawk Tua girl who you obsessed over for a month and a half is now a millionaire. So can we not pretend like you're brilliant if you make it on social media?
No, I'm not saying that. And the Hawk Tua girl did not do that. She was the one being interviewed. So in this scenario,
I'm well aware, yes.
That person who interviewed her is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, you're going to be that guy.
I'm not saying that was great. Like she was like the content queen of that, but the guy who interviewed it, the guy who interviewed that, I mean, he got it. He got the clicks. He got the views.
OnlyFans.com/Grant and Danny.
No. My goal for maybe we're coming at this very differently. my goal is not clicks or views. Okay, that's not. I don't think you start with that. My goal is to do respectable, legitimate, decent content with players that people care about.
Yeah, but this is for social media. This is how social media works. As the young people of the show, we are trying to express that to you guys, the people who take in the social media content.
Correct.
We know how this works.
So
you guys are laughing us away. We're just like, okay.
No, but what did I tell you? I voiced my personal opinion.
Yes.
I am willing to do what you guys want me to do.
Yeah.
Now that's the difference between me and Danny, I would say. Where my point is, whatever you want me to do, I'll give it a college try.
We could do like a Zoolander bit where literally it's not even a real microphone and it's actually like an actual size of an ant. They have to pretend they're holding something fake.
That's what it is. Basically.
I could start to go down that road as long as they're making fun of it.
Toby's just shaking his head. Now he is on Team Clary here. He's a big fan of the mini microphone.
He said, "quote it looks better."
Yeah, I mean, you want to see someone holding something in these videos, and so if you're not going to do a full size microphone, which I'm fine with, the mini mic works just fine. It's supposed to be fun, jovial. It's social media. It's not supposed to be that serious. I think it hits all the qualifiers there.
Thank you.
The actual size microphone seems like a better solution.
That's fine.
Now, my only concern with that is because we're recording with the phone, then we would be recording with a microphone that basically we would have to then match up the audio and the video.
Not that difficult.
Like we're trying to win an Oscar for sound editing now.
It's taken 5 minutes, Grant. It's not that difficult.
But I don't think we're going to be able to line it up so that the lips and the sound is perfect.
I've done it before. You know that viral clip from me and Linnell going crazy about the catch for the Hail Mary? I had to do editing myself with that. Not that hard.
Then that would be the better play to me, is a real microphone with a 106.7, the fan mic flag. Would that be okay, Claire? Or do you think we're missing out on some possibility? Like, do you think the young people of America see a couple of, 30-something.
Couple of fuddy-duddies.
Me, the 35-year-old over here using a real microphone, and they go, this guy sucks.
Well, we're talking about two different things here. But yes, like when you're at Mackenzie Gore's locker room and asking him questions and interviewing for the show, then yes, we're going to be using a professional microphone. But for like some spring training bits to post on social media, like quick clips, I think our idea, we come back to it, that is what the people want to see, because it's
what people?
Who are these people?
The millions of people who are on social media.
Who are looking for Nationals content with little microphones?
Clary, they're not looking for a small microphone.
It's some horned up dude trolling Instagram looking for the next OnlyFans to follow.
He's looking for a hot chick talking about how many dudes are on the list. He doesn't care what the microphone
you know what?
looks
Maybe
like.
that dude who's looking for it may get tricked into watching that clip. And you know what? He's like, I like these guys. I want to listen to the show.
A little microphone?
Yes.
Because I'm scantily clad, asking about his ick.
Guy, have you ever... His ick is a 10. Please know that that's a 10. Have you ever once sought something out because of the size of the microphone?
Yes, I kind of have, actually.
No, that's the most...
That's a lie. Just admit that's a lie. Just admit that is a lie.
I'm never seeking it out for the size of the mic, but I'm more
you don't
apt
care.
to watch something there.
Thank you. Yes.
A little
Because
fun,
it's a
small
little
microphone. If you had nothing, I'd rather watch it with a little small microphone. It's fun.
Wow.
What's more like, so in other words, two stocky
What's the opposite
zilches
of size king? Because these two guys, they like the smallest
I
microphone
excel with
possible.
small microphones.
Two stocky zilches talking to DJ Hers. You're more likely to click because the microphone's tiny?
I'm more apt to click because there's a microphone. If there's nothing there, then I'm probably going to pass it. But at least with a little microphone, I'll tune in.
Is this
microphone glass?
Thank you
very much. That's right.
I just cannot believe
You're more likely to click because the microphone's tiny.
that Clary is suggesting that if we do the exact same content with a bigger microphone as opposed to a smaller
Yeah,
microphone,
but don't make it seem like it's a giant microphone. It's a regular microphone.
But that's what I'm saying. If we do the exact
human-sized
same content
microphone
with a normal microphone, that it would go over less well than with a small, stupid-looking microphone. If that's true, your generation is the pits. If that's true, I choose not to believe that it is. But if your generation, if the exact same DJ Hers interview gets more clicks, more interest, they go, oh, this guy, he's got a small microphone. Let's see what he's asking. He must be good at this. You think people are thinking that?
I mean, I'm just telling you, for the shtick that I was thinking that we could do with my new corporate job, I think this aligns with what we want.
But
I think it's.
Please answer my question. The content that you want to do, why does that have anything to do with the size of the microphone?
Because it just will look better. Like it will look more
less.
I mean, so you want to trick people into thinking it's sexual content somehow?
No,
you
know what this is? Is that what you want?
Danny can't get past that. Here's what I think. I think you want it to look less formal.
Yes.
I think you're buying jeans with holes in them.
Yes.
You want to go, Mr. Casual guy, come on over. You're like one of these TV executives that's like, let's all wear T-shirts and sit without a set. Because you can't force casual, man. Casual happens or it doesn't. You can't manufacture, a hang.
I don't know. I don't know. I cannot. I can't get this to you. I cannot get my
you. We're dinosaurs here.
No,
yes,
see,
absolutely.
Here's the thing. I won't let this go. His actual business plan, his corporate clarity, is to trick people into thinking it's like lewd or like somehow untoward, and then maybe they stay because they like the show. No. That's his entire business model. He already told you.
I did not say that.
He's like maybe they stay. People will click on it because they think it's sexy, and then they'll like the show.
I want to get back into Debo Samuel, but if there are any Gen Zers out there who have a thought on this little tiny baby microphone,
the little baby carrot microphone,
on all the reels that you guys are obsessed with, what's your body count? What's your red flag? What's your ick? Do you care about that stupid little microphone? Are you more inclined to watch me and Danny talking to CJ Abrams with a little microphone in front of his face? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Microphone glass
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Lots going on in DC sports today. Caps play tonight. Charlie Lindgren got a new 3-year, $9 million deal. Logan Thompson will be in net for the good guys as they try to snap a 3-game skid. We've been talking off and on throughout the day about Debo Samuel being traded to Washington for a 5th-round pick. They'll pick up a little under $18 million of his salary in cap space this coming season. More on that in just a bit. There's a fear that he's washed. I want to dive into that. Is there a chance that they're getting him at the tail end of the useful part of his career? We'll dive into that at the top of the hour. But we just kind of, it's funny. We were talking about the Nats being behind the times, not streaming anything, and that you always have to keep up with changes. And Danny and I struggle with this sometimes.
Doing our best.
And I brought up that behind the scenes today, we had a little argument with the 2 young members of our staff. When I say young, I mean I'm 35. Danny's 45. Ryan is 25. And so is Toby. So, Danny's 20 years older than them.
Yeah.
I don't feel that much older than them, but I am. I'm 10 years older than them.
Oh, yeah. There's a divide. And it's every 10 years. That's about a generation.
Yes. And what happened was we realized that if you're not in your 20s, all these little social media clips where people use these tiny little microphones that they hold that are the size of a grape and they hold them in their hands, it's the dumbest looking thing in the world. And you and I both think it's an outrage and should never happen. And these are the microphones that they think we should be using to do our content from spring training.
Yeah, find either one, a little teeny tiny one that fits between your thumb and forefinger, or like one of the weird fuzzy ones that's not much bigger. It looks so stupid, and they love it.
I'm getting a bunch of tweets here at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. Somebody says, speaking on the microphone situation, the Commanders do it all the time now. There's like a training camp videos they put out. Everyone holds the little microphone. Their social team is on the rise. They do it.
Yeah,
and
everyone does
hate it.
Yeah, it's awful.
I see it and I go, God, that looks stupid. Did they not have any real microphones? I was thinking maybe we could use a gigantic, oversized microphone.
Which is a great bet.
I think that would be hilarious. Because the whole point is the gimmick, right? The little microphone, it's a gimmick to be funny and a little different and to not be so serious. We don't take ourselves seriously. We got a tiny little microphone. What if we had a gigantic microphone that we both had to like hold kind of like under our arms like you're carrying a dog or something?
Yeah, the oversized mic.
And like while we're interviewing Mackenzie Gore, we're like trying not to fall over.
Yeah, now we're going next week, so we won't have time to special order that bad boy, but that's what I want to do.
I think but I'm talking about not like, and I don't even know how we would travel with this. I don't mean like twice the size of a microphone. I'm talking about like a 300
No, I got
microphone.
you. Yeah.
Like a piano, but a microphone.
Right.
I think that could be good. Let's go to Ryan in Arlington on Grant and Danny. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good
First of all, I'm in my 20s.
Oh, no.
And
How old are you?
I have a
State
good
your
argument.
age, please.
I'm 23.
Okay.
And I have an argument to articulate why the mini mic is the way for you guys. And the main reason, guys, is you have to put yourself in the perspective of the players. They are looking and taking interviews all day, all the time. And some of them are more formal and some of them are less formal. The way that you want these guys to react and want these guys to open up is dignified. Unfortunately, I get it, it's stupid, but by the type of microphone you're holding, by the type of question that you're asking. So, when the Commanders do this, like you mentioned, with these mini mics, they're asking these ridiculous questions about their favorite foods and, things you could joke about. And they ask more personable questions, and the players
Interesting.
Oh,
So
yeah.
The players
it sets the tone.
Talking into this little stupid microphone, they now know I don't need to break down my slider with this guy. Let's have some fun. Let's let our hair down.
Exactly. You guys, you kind of use some good self-deprecating humor about, this 35-year-old guy with the big microphone versus microphone, but it actually does matter because they know what to expect with that guy who's holding the microphone and what they want to talk about. So, you have this big microphone with this formal interview, and you're going to ask me some question about what I ate for breakfast, or is it going to set the tone of being a little bit more goofy?
It's actually a really good point that you walk up and the player's like, oh, it's a little microphone guy.
So now I'm at ease.
If you walk around with a good size one, they take you seriously. If you have a little one, they know they can poke a little fun and have a little fun.
Microphones, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. Microphones. Mike in Gaithersburg. What's up?
Hey, I really enjoy your show. I just think I'm 75, so it's great to hear you say, what are the young people doing? Whatever they're doing, it's always more fun than what I'm doing. So you got to try. And the other thing is, when I watch YouTube, I'm so grateful for it because if I want to know how Debo Samuel did last year, all I got to do is pop on highlights of Debo Samuel, and I can see where he's at.
So you
And I
watch
don't have
YouTube
to
in your
check-
living room?
Yeah, I got it on my TV in my living room. And if I want to watch the highlights of the Wizards or the Caps or the Nationals, I can do it in 15 minutes instead of spending 2 hours watching the game. The only time I really watch the whole game is when it's the playoffs or the Super Bowl or something. And even then, I don't. If it's a bad game, I stop by the first quarter and just watch the highlights later.
Thanks, Mike. Let's go to
Oh,
G in
real
PG
fun.
County. What's up? How are you?
Hey, what's up, Grant? Hey, I thought you was a young, cutting-edge guy from days gone by.
At one point.
You've become an old geezer.
There was a time.
Man, look, let me tell you this. As one who's been a broadcaster full-time and now more of a professor dealing with the younger generation, they don't care how it looks. They care how it sounds. And there's not a damn thing wrong with that because once you get the information, isn't that what the deal's all about anyway?
Is this
so the
Mark
look
Gray?
is not about anything. This ain't reality show stuff.
Is this
you know,
Mark
you ain't
Gray?
trying to put on your finest suit to, secure a date with the bachelor. You try and get the information. And how it looks is not the issue. The fact that you get the story is. So if somebody lets their hair down and you got a lavalier microphone in their face and you get the scoop of life, does that make you look stupid? I don't think so. I think you're doing a great job.
Hey, is this Mark with a K,
That's
Gray
just
with
one
an
guy's
A?
take. Yeah, Mark with a K, Gray with an A. Yeah.
I told you.
You're
And
right.
I'm 58 for the record, boys and girls.
You're
I'm an
right.
old geezer myself. And Grant has suddenly come over to my side. I don't know what this world is coming to.
So this is my guy, Mark Gray. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
He hosted shows here
Yes.
with us on The Fan for many years. I worked with him over at Sirius XM. I catch up with him at Nats Park. No, it's not that I would feel less than about the scoop or whatever. It's just when I see it, to me, it's like an eye roll thing. I see it and I go, ugh.
The sound quality is always terrible. Nobody seems to care about that, by the way. If we're talking about the scoop, how does it sound? It's like, garbage quality. No one cares. So you can't kind of convince me of that. And the other part is it looks like it's a low budget, low rent, embarrassing operation that's like, please make me go viral, please. It looks so desperate and sad and pathetic. And everyone should feel so much embarrassment and shame. If you like it, you're wrong. Hide under your bed until days and nights pass until you can get to our age group. And then you can look down to the next group for their stupid trend and feel hatred towards them. You're all wrong. It sucks so much. Back to you.
Will you use the microphone at spring training with me, or will I be doing solo social interviews?
We just can't. We just can't.
We definitely can. We'll see if Ryan's right.
You and I had a side argument, by the way, about something else. Who can you imagine like one of these players going, "Oh, these two guys are going to interview me with a tiny microphone."
They do as
They're gonna
many
be like,
interviews with little microphone guys as big microphone guys. They do these interviews with the little mic guys all the time.
I
You think
can't.
everyone's walking around with a big mic?
I
They are
cannot
not.
imagine getting ready to play Major League Baseball and going, "Oh, sure." It's not just 60 seconds either. It's like 17 different takes of like, what's your weirdest food take? What's your least popular thing that you like will stand on business for or whatever
Stand
nonsense.
on business. 10 toes down.
Or you 10 toes. Say it with your chest. Explode all of you.
Let's talk about Debo Samuel. Is he washed? Next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders traded for wide receiver Debo Samuel over the weekend. The 49ers getting back a fifth-round pick. Samuel comes with a $17.5 million cap hit. Other news in the National Football League, the Eagles are releasing cornerback Darius Slay with a post-June 1st designation. They're going to save $4.3 million against the cap. The Bengals tagged wide receiver T. Higgins for the second time. Tag's going to cost $26.2 million. They're trying to get a long-term deal done still with Higgins. In baseball, the Nationals and the Orioles settled their Masson dispute. The Nats will be free to find a new TV partner for 2026 and beyond. All disputes related to the past media rights have been resolved, including the Nationals being paid most of the money from 2022 to 2026, around $320 million. They're also going to give up their stake in Masson, around 30%. In the NBA, the Wizards signed Justin Champagnie to a 4-year, $10 million contract. Tonight, the Wizards in Miami to take on the Heat. 7:30 tip-off over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals signed goalie Charlie Lindgren to a 3-year extension worth $9 million. The Caps looking to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight against the Senators at Capital One Arena. 6:30 puck drop right here on the Fan following G&D. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan, presented by our friends, the law firm Condorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com.
Hey, Capitals fans, you want to meet former Caps defenseman Mike Green? To be clear, not my former Little League teammate, Mike Green. This is the Capitals Mike Green. Stop by the Verizon store at 11830 Spectrum Court, Reston, Virginia, this Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to meet the Caps legend. Plus food, music, giveaways, and fun. Attendees can enjoy a unique themed photo with Mike Green. Grab a quick bite and enjoy a special dessert. Plus enter for a chance to win 2 tickets to an upcoming Caps game this season and an exclusive signed collectible.
I don't think I'm giving enough credence to the possibility that Debo Samuel is washed, because the detractors who think you're adding a guy now who's not going to help you a lot, who's injured all the time, true, but who doesn't have a lot of good football left. I'm kind of dismissive of that because he's 29. This is not really an age where wide receivers stop performing. They might slow down as he did last year, but the idea that he's just going to fall off a cliff and not be good anymore at 30, that's 3-4 years earlier than is generally the case. Another knock you hear about him is that he's out of shape, that he's put on weight or he gets heavy. I'm dismissing that because I'm saying, well, he had pneumonia last year. He couldn't work out to the same extent. And he's also had those complaints and those arguments, I'm sure, with the team, but the issues that they've had with him in the past. And he's always come back the next year and been more in shape and better. So I just think this is kind of the way that his career has gone. It's why maybe doing a 4 to 6 year stay somewhere is probably too long. It's why doing a 3 or 4 year deal with him maybe doesn't make a lot of sense. But for a year, this argument that there's nothing left from Debo Samuel, the guy who's 3 years removed from 1,400 yards, who's 2 years removed from having gone out for San Francisco and had 900 yards receiving, I just don't give it a lot of credence at all. I'm dismissive of it. I think last year was a sum of all fears, collection of issues, worst case scenario season. And now a motivated version of him is going to play a lot better.
Yeah, look at the yards after the catch numbers. So that tells you the story right there.
Second in the NFL in yak per catch last year.
That's all I care about when it comes to this. So let's say he is washed. Was Zach Ertz? I would say to a degree, but still very effective. Like, this is better than what they've got, and it cost him a 5th-round pick. Again, I said this earlier in the show. Top of your head, if you're driving around, a couple you might know, your diehards. Who are their last 3 5th-round picks? You remember all of them? Remember Dominique Hampton? Remember KJ Henry? Is he still on the roster? Now, Jordan McGee might turn into something, but that's not the point. The point is that's what it cost. So if you're going, I don't think he'll be great, I think that's very reasonable, by the way. That's not a crazy thing to assume and say. For maybe the mileage for him might be not the same as the mileage for someone else. That's a finesse game. He plays a power game. He's going to be in contact an awful lot. He's going to bruise a little bit. He wants to initiate some of the violence. That's going to happen. So maybe he doesn't have as long a shelf life as some other guys. I'm totally willing to hear those kinds of concerns or maybe knocks on this deal, that it may not be the slam dunk home run that Grant and I maybe seem to think it is. I don't want to speak for you. But to me, again, if you get something similar to last year, that skill set is already infinitely better than what you have. I do not see the downside here that a lot of fans seem to be seeing.
I believe he catches 65 balls, and I think he goes for around 750 yards next year. So, not a massive breakthrough compared to this past season, but a bit of a bounce back, right around 11.5 yards per catch, closer to what he did this past year than a couple of years ago. But I do think he runs the football plenty in this offense effectively. It's just a matter of games played for me. Can he play 15 games? I think if that's the case, there's going to be 5 or 6 where he makes a really big difference. He's going to help Terry McLaurin, and they're not done yet. It's not like it's 30-year-old Eckler, 30-year-old McLaurin, 30-year-old Debo Samuel, 34-year-old Ertz if they re-sign him. I think they're going to have a home run hitting back. Maybe that guy comes in the draft. I think they'll have another pass catcher who's young. Maybe that guy comes in the draft, or maybe it's a free agent who's 26, 27 years old. They still have a chance to get younger, and really, for me, more importantly, faster, because that's what I'm looking for, is speed. They got a violent, war daddy, if we're calling him that, in Debo Samuel. That's great. That put your fang mouth guard in and let's fight in a cage, Pierre Garçon style. But I want speed, too.
There's so many times where they were not a tough cover for really good defenses. You saw it with Philadelphia. When their offense struggled, it's because on 3rd and 8, nobody scared you. This is a scarer, and that's the advantage to me.
It is time for a Caps power play. Caps are playing a little earlier than they normally do tonight. A 6:30 start, so we're out of here at 6:15. We'll have the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. Alex Ovechkin has scored a goal in 2 of his last 3 games. He's got 5 goals in his last 4 games, including the hat trick against Edmonton. He is 10 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky on the all-time list, 11 more to be the goal king.
Caps have Ottawa this evening, another team that's on the fringe of the postseason, fighting for a spot. Tampa's really good, but the other teams they played recently, whether it's Calgary, St. Louis, they lost both of those games to sort of middling teams with mid-60s points. Be a great opportunity here at home for one of their longer homestands to close it out with a win over the Ottawa Senators.
News today from the Capitals that was good. Charlie Lindgren, new extension, 3 years, $9 million, 3 per. He will be the backup to Logan Thompson moving forward. So they have both of their goalies signed now. They signed Thompson a couple of weeks back to a longer deal, but for the next 3 years at a little under $9 million, 8+. They now know how much they're spending on the goaltending situation, and the salary cap is going up in the NHL. So they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves at this point that they were able to get that done going into the trade deadline. That is your Caps power play. Danny, I just looked up giant microphones, and I found one here. Now, we can't travel it, so we would have to either have it ship
it down there,
West Palm Beach, and then what do we do with it after that? I don't really know. Do we just leave it in that room we do the shows in where the eye doctor leaves all of his equipment or something? But the issue is it's $14,999. So someone get CK on the horn.
Split 3 ways. That's...
Yeah.
Okay,
Who's the third person?
Ryan, because he's going too. It's social media stuff.
Me, you, and Ryan.
Well, it's also corporate. So it's a corporate expense.
Oh, then
you know what I
Clary
mean?
could just cover
because it's for content.
Can you put that on your corporate card for us, Clary? Will that work out that way?
I can have a discussion or two.
Okay. $15,000. So we'll just have to see if CK could clear that. What if we actually seriously met with him tomorrow and we're like, hey, for some of the content we're doing, we wanted to get this giant
for
microphone.
socials.
And we just slid it across a picture, and he's like, okay. So it's $14,999.
Oh, that's all? $14.99? Nope.
So far, the little microphone's the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
We'll see. I can't wait to see a video of Danny interviewing somebody holding it. That's kind of my whole goal for spring training.
That's your new goal?
Even though I'm on your side, not their side, that's where I'm at this point.
I'm perfectly willing to not go.
No, you got to go. Business trip.
I don't know.
For our producers behind the scene, Darius, Toby, and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Enjoy Caps hockey.
Thank you for coming.